a good morning because I don't see the energy. I don't hear a good morning from all of you. So can I hear a good morning from all of you? Good morning. Wonderful. So now the morning, I would say, is better, not just good. So on behalf of Indian Chamber of Commerce, I, Diksha Tiwari, extend a very warm welcome to all of you to the ICC HR Leadership Summit 2026. We'll be starting in a very short while. But before that, we would like to extend a very warm welcome to Shri Kalyan Mohanty, Executive Director, Epicol, who has already joined us for the inaugural ceremony. A very warm welcome to you, sir. And we are expecting the Honorable Speaker of Odisha State Assembly, Srimati Surma Padhi ji, to join in a very short while, and we'll be beginning with the inaugural ceremony. So I'll request delegates who are still outside the hall, maybe you can just come inside, take your seats, get comfortable, get settled, as we get ready to start the summit in a very short while. As you all know, Odisha today stands at a defining inflection point in its development journey. From being historically resource-driven, the state is rapidly transforming into a knowledge-led, innovation-driven and industry-powered economy, aligned with the twin aspirations of Vision 2036 as Odisha completes 100 years of statehood, and of course, Vision 2047 as India marks a century of independence. The shared roadmap is anchored in inclusive growth, large-scale job creation, strong human capital formation, sustainable development, and global competitiveness. It is a people-powered vision to build a truly Viksit Odisha that leads from the front and contributes meaningfully to Viksit Bharat. So if infrastructure builds cities and industry builds economies, it is human capital that builds nations, and that is precisely why we are all gathered here today. The ICC HR Leadership Summit 2026 is not merely a congregation of HR professionals, it is actually a convergence of policymakers, industry leaders, entrepreneurs, academicians, and emerging youth voices, all united by a common belief that people strategy is economic strategy. With the theme, One Odisha, One Mission, the summit recognizes HR not just as a support function, but as a central architect of Odisha's aspiration to become a $1.5 trillion economy by 2047. So the conversations, ladies and gentlemen, today will revolve around future-ready workforce development, leadership transformation, government, industry, academia collaboration, inclusive and purpose-driven workplaces, and actionable HR innovation in an era shaped by AI, automation, and rapid global change. As mentioned, we'll be starting in a very short while, so I'll request everybody to kindly take their seats and get settled. Of course, as we also know, the Indian Chamber of Commerce, which is one of India's oldest and most proactive national chambers, currently in its 99th year of service and entering its centenary phase. I think a big round of applause for that. So many years of service. They have consistently played a pivotal role in strengthening India's industrial and business ecosystem. And through platforms like this today, ICC continues to contribute meaningfully to the larger vision of Viksit Bharat 2047 and Viksit Odisha 2036. So today's summit, ladies and gentlemen, is not just an event, it is a statement of intent, and we are very, very grateful to have all of you with us today. Very grateful for each one of your presence. We are very privileged to have with us for the inaugural session, Srimati Surma Padhi, the Honorable Speaker of the Odisha Legislative Assembly, as our chief guest, who will be joining, like I've just mentioned, in a very, very short while from now. Of course, the mandatory request before we start with the inaugural ceremony, please do keep your mobile phones in silent mode. Of course, now you can still keep it in action mode, but once we start the inaugural ceremony, I'll request everyone to ensure that mobile phones are in silent mode and all action is happening on stage today. Meanwhile, we would also like to take this opportunity to thank all our sponsors and partners without whose support this summit would not have been such a big success. Corporate sponsors, C.V. Raman Global University, Bhubaneswar, Jindal Steel, Bhubaneswar, Mahanadi Coalfields Limited, corporate co-sponsor, Wonderworld Water Park and Resort Bhubaneswar, NTPC Limited Bhubaneswar, Vedanta Facor, CSM Technology, Odisha Hydropower Corporation Limited, Odisha Mining Corporation, supported by Icon and I Consultancy, the Central Group and Spark Private Limited, Knowledge Partner, Odisha Knowledge Corporation Limited Bhubaneswar, and National HRD Network Bhubaneswar Chapter. So we are very, very grateful to our sponsors and partners for their support towards this summit today. Of course, we would like to inform all of you that we have an action-packed day today. So we are expecting all your presence throughout the day, throughout this summit. We'll start with the inaugural session and then move into our plenary session. And then we have 3 technical sessions. So we are expecting all your presence throughout the day. We've just got the information that the Honorable Speaker of Odisha Legislative Assembly, Srimati Surma Padi, will be joining in a very, very short while. So we'll once again request, if there are still any delegates outside, to kindly settle down, take their seats inside the hall. So right after the inaugural session, we'll have the CEO roundtable, which is on leveraging human capital for Viksit Odisha 2036 and 2047. That will be followed by the CHRO roundtable, human capital as a catalyst for US $1.5 trillion economy. And post-lunch again, we have 2 more sessions, which will be on diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging, from intent to impact, HR on the forefront, and ending with the session on innovation, entrepreneurship, academia, and MSME, aligning talent and innovation ecosystem, industries, MSMEs, startups, academia. So these are the sessions that have been planned for the day, starting with the inaugural ceremony, which we should start in a very short while.
Welcome to the centenary celebrations of the Indian Chamber of Commerce. It was founded. Welcome to the centenary celebrations of the Welcome to the centenary celebrations of the Indian Chamber. Welcome to the centenary celebration.
Ladies and gentlemen, slightly delayed, but we have just got the information that the Honorable Speaker is already on her way, so she should be joining us any moment, and we'll be starting with the inaugural ceremony. I'll once again request everyone now to please kindly keep their mobile phones in silent mode as we get ready for the inaugural ceremony. Meanwhile, we would once again take this opportunity to thank our sponsors and partners, corporate sponsors, C.V. Raman Global University Bhubaneswar, Jindal Steel Bhubaneswar, Mahanadi Coalfields Limited, corporate co-sponsor Wonder World Water Park and Resort Bhubaneswar, NTPC Limited Bhubaneswar, Vedanta Facker, CSM Technology, Odisha Hydropower Corporation Limited, Odisha Mining Corporation, supported by Icon and I Consultancy, the Central Group, and Spark Private Limited, Knowledge Partner, Odisha Knowledge Corporation Limited, Bhubaneswar, and National HRD Network Bhubaneswar Chapter. Thank you to all of them. Yes, job school.
Welcome to the centenary celebrations of the Indian Chamber of Commerce. It was founded in December 1925 under the leadership of a close guidance from Father of the Nation Mahatma Gandhi ji to culminate the business interest and aspirations for India's freedom. ICC now has a pan-India presence with 15 regional and near-zone offices spread across India and representative offices in 25 countries and expanding. ICC had the honor of hosting eminent personality like Indian presidents, prime ministers, and international leaders. ICC has undertaken numerous initiatives in sync with the aspirations of their stakeholders of the Indian economy. The ICC actively promotes sustainable and inclusive development among business fraternity, training, skilling entrepreneurship, alongside with very strong focus on policy advocacy.
ICC के लिए अपना योगदान देने वाले आप सभी को उस प्रत्येक महानुभाव का मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं।
It's always been very refreshing attending
Welcome to the centenary celebrations of the Indian Chamber of Commerce. It was founded in December 1925 under the leadership of Shri G.D. Birla, a close guidance from Father of the Nation Mahatma Gandhi ji to culminate the business interest and aspirations for India's freedom. ICC now has a pan-India presence with 15 regional and near-zone offices spread across India and representative offices in 25 countries and expanding. ICC had the honor of hosting eminent personality like Indian presidents, prime ministers, and international leaders. ICC has undertaken numerous initiatives in sync with the aspirations of their stakeholders of the Indian economy. The ICC actively promotes sustainable and inclusive development among business fraternity, training, skilling entrepreneurship, alongside with very strong focus on policy advocacy.
ICC के लिए अपना योगदान देने वाले आप सभी को उस प्रत्येक महानुभाव का मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं।
It's always been very refreshing attending a chamber of commerce which is outside of Delhi, if I can use that word. Of course, there are several.
I'm sure the chamber will continue to engage with government, will continue to engage with different arms of the government.
And I wish you even greater success in the years to come. As perhaps all of you know, my family's association with the ICC harks back to its
By the business environment keeps evolving, we must mention that what remains constant is our core values. Our founders distinguished the past. Presidents are still in reading the core value of service, of integrity, enterprise, inclusivity, courage, ability to look ahead.
The Indian Chamber of Commerce completes its 100th year. Probably the first Chamber of Commerce in the country.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've just got the
Looking
information
forward
that the
to another
Honourable
century
Speaker
of
of
service
Odisha
to nation and industry.
Srimati Surma Padhi has already arrived. She should be joining in a very short while. Can I request everyone to kindly take their seats? I'll request everyone to kindly take their seats, please. All delegates are requested to take their seats and kindly keep their mobile phones now in silent mode. Honourable Speaker of Odisha Legislative Assembly, Srimati Surma Padhi, has already arrived at the venue. Should be joining us in a couple of minutes. I'll once again request everyone, ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ଅନୁରୋଧ ଆପଣମାନେ ଦୟାକରି ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ବସି ପଡ଼ନ୍ତୁ ଏବଂ ମୋବାଇଲ ଫୋନ୍ସକୁ ଆପଣମାନେ ସାଇଲେଣ୍ଟ ମୋଡ଼ରେ ରଖିଦିଅନ୍ତୁ. Ladies and gentlemen, Srimati Surma Padhi, the Honourable Speaker of the Odisha Legislative Assembly, has joined the gathering. We extend a very warm welcome to her and take this opportunity, request her, yes, let's have a big round of applause as we welcome her along with all our other esteemed dignitaries, Shri Kalyan Mohanty, Executive Director, IPICOL, Shri Rajiv Sekhar Sahu, Chairman of the Indian Chamber of Commerce, Odisha State Council, Shri Sanjay Patnaik, Convener HR and IR Committee, Shri J.B. Pani, Immediate Past Chairman, ICC Odisha State Council, and Shri J.P. Pal, Joint Director, ICC Odisha State Council. As is the traditional practice, we would like to begin the summit with the ceremonial lighting of the lamp, in fact, a symbol of knowledge, clarity and collective vision. So I'll request our esteemed dignitaries to please proceed for lighting the ceremonial lamp. Pradipa Prajwalana kariye କାର୍ଯ୍ୟକ୍ରମର ଶୁଭ ଆରମ୍ଭ. As Odisha moved towards becoming a global industrial hub, this lamp today signifies the illumination of ideas that will power our people and industries forward.
शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणं आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणं आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धि विनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपो हरतु मे पापं सन्ध्यादीपनमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः.
Well, that marks the auspicious beginning to the ICC HR Leadership Summit 2026, and that deserves a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. like to thank the Honorable Speaker and all our esteemed dignitaries for doing the honors and lighting the ceremonial lamp. Thank you. So once again, very warm welcome to all our esteemed dignitaries. Shantanu sir also joining for lighting the ceremonial lamp. Thank you to our Honorable Speaker and all esteemed dignitaries. And once again, a very warm welcome to all of you to the ICC HR Leadership Summit 2026. As is the traditional practice, we would also now like to formally welcome our esteemed guests on dais with bouquets and uttarya. So I'll request the ICC team on stage, led by Chairman of the Indian Chamber of Commerce Odisha State Council, Shri Rajiv Sahu, to do the honors and welcome Srimati Surma Pari, the Honorable Speaker of the Odisha Legislative Assembly. We'll also request to welcome Shri Kalyan Mahanti, Executive Director of the call. Yes, I'll request Shri J.B. Bani to do the honors and welcome him with a bouquet and an uttarya. Thank you so much. I'll now take this opportunity to request Shri Rajiv Sahu, Chairman of the Indian Chamber of Commerce Odisha State Council, a distinguished chartered accountant, seasoned financial expert, and a visionary leader who has worked hard towards strengthening ICC's collaboration with the Government of Odisha to make the state a preferred destination for investment, entrepreneurship, and inclusive growth, to present the welcome address. So let's welcome him with a round of applause.
जय जगन्नाथ टिके मंदा अछि परिस्थिति जय जगन्नाथ आउ टिके जय जगन्नाथ our honorable chief guest, the first woman speaker of Odisha, the pride for the state, मोरो बड़ भौणी श्रीमती सुरमा पाड़ी महोदय, our ED call Sri Kalyan Mohanty, our friend and everybody's friend Sri Dulal Pani, Sanjay, the convener of HR Committee ICC, Deputy Director Sri Jyoti Prakash Pal, all the distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and friends from media. It gives me immense pleasure to invite and welcome all of you to this HR conclave, which is done in a grand way. I must compliment the convener and all the organizers, Santanu Rath, Sanjay and all others. A big round of applause for them for making it possible. As you know, Odisha has become the preferred destination for industries, and over the years, more and more investors, more and more industrialists, more and more people are coming to Odisha to set up their investment opportunity and to convert their dream into reality. And in the process, you must have seen the Utkarsh Odisha last year, where more than 10 lakh crore investment intent was received by the state, even though it's a new government. But the kind of enthusiasm that was shown by all our industrialists is unbelievable. I must also tell that it is not only the mineral mining metallurgy sector, it is the diverse sectors where the state government took the initiative and investors found this is one state which has no missing link, and because of which it was a thunderous success. And not only that, many of them have been fruitified and the groundbreaking ceremony has already taken place. As you know, Odisha is going to complete the 100 years of its existence as the first state on linguistic basis, formed in 1936, and also the first state to complete the 100th year. It is also, after about 11 years from that, India as a country will complete 100 years, that is in 2047. Odisha is strongly poised to become $500 billion economy, which is roughly about 45 lakh crore plus. It should be, going by the devaluation of rupee, should reach about 50 lakh crore, which is currently little less than 10 lakh crore. So we need to multiply fivefold in this period, and where industrialization and service sector will get a prominence for this development to take place. It is in this context that no industrialization, no service sector will take place unless there is a strong HR in the process. The human resource in different forms are going to be the key for this success. The time and again, the challenge posed in different trajectory for the human resource development will be key to the success of what we are going to achieve in 2036 and also in 2047. As we commemorate this milestone, there could be no more meaningful alignment than with Odisha's transformative journey towards Viksit Odisha 2036. The synergy between ICC's century-long legacy. In fact, I must make a strong mention here that ICC has completed its 100th year of its existence, formed in 1925 as the first and mother industry body, Chamber of Commerce in the country, formed by Sri G.D. Birla. This I would like to draw attention of Honorable Speaker and Chief Guest, and expect a big round of applause to recognize this particular fact. Madam, just to inform that all the other bodies are offshoot of this mother ICC. But still, ICC as a mother has not become that old, it's still young. Today's theme, One Odisha, One Mission, is a call to collective action. It reflects our to build a future-ready, inclusive and globally competitive Odisha, powered fundamentally by human capital. As we move towards 2036, centenary year of our state, and align with India's 2047 aspirations, we recognize that infrastructure and investment must be complemented by strong leadership, skilled talent, and progressive HR practices. Human capital is the true catalyst of transformation. This summit has been conceptualized as a single platform to deliberate how leadership and HR framework can strengthen Odisha's growth architecture. Through our CEO and CHRO roundtables, technical sessions and policy dialogues, we will examine how to build a future-ready workforce aligned with Odisha's economic priorities, strengthen leadership and managerial excellence across sectors, enhance government, industry, academia collaboration, promote inclusive, diverse and purpose-driven workplaces, develop actionable frameworks for HR transformation. I must tell you one thing, that both in the government and private sector, we have the major challenge. We have the highest unemployment, we have the highest vacancies falling in every sector. I read few days back, the government today has vacancies of more than 94,000 in number. So that reflects that how skilling has become a challenge, how the synergizing between the available manpower, availability of skilled manpower and the shortage of manpower, which is causing a hindrance to our faster development. I am particularly proud that today we will witness the soft launch, this is very important, of the Unified Odisha HR Nexus, an AI-powered HR tech platform designed to support MSMEs and startups and enterprises in building strong HR ecosystems. This initiative reflects ICC's commitment to moving beyond dialogue to delivering practical, technology-enabled solutions for industry. I think deserves a big round of applause for the efforts made in this direction, which was a big missing link. At ICC Odisha, we firmly believe that when Odisha government vision, industry dynamism, academic insight, and youth aspiration converge, transformation becomes inevitable. On behalf of Indian Chamber of Commerce, I express my sincere gratitude to our Honorable Chief Guest and all our distinguished dignitaries for gracing this summit and strengthening collective mission. I must make a mention, all the secretaries, Mr. Hemant Sharma, Mr. Bishal Dev and Sri Bhupinder Punia, all three of them had agreed, but because of a overlapping and overriding program, they had to stay back in the convention hall, and all three of them have expressed that they were not been able to attend despite commitment. So I have only requested that if you find time any time during the day, please join for this program. Together let us build one Odisha, one mission. Thank you and wish the summit a great success. I once again thank and congratulate our chief guest, the first woman speaker of Odisha, and who has made his own set standard for others to follow. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Shri Sahu, for that very warm welcome. May I now request Shri Sanjay Kumar Patnaik, Convener HR and IR Committee, a seasoned HR leader and who has been the driving force behind the ICC HR initiative in Odisha, to set the tone for the day and shed light on the mission of One Odisha, One Mission.
Respected Speaker Madam, esteemed leaders from the government, from industries, distinguished guests, eminent speakers, members from HR fraternity, academia, young friends, and those who has got absolute love for the state, who wants Odisha not only to grow but to lead in all fronts. In fact, this particular summit is something which was really pushed and forced. You know, every time I meet our chairman, Mr. Rajiv Sahu, he actually shows his annoyance that why are you not doing anything? Anything which is actually important. So anything which is very important, and HR is at the center of everything wherein Odisha will actually grow. And that actually is a motivation for us and inspired us to think about this. But as a believer of design thinking, we just not plunge into that. What we did is that we came back to our friends in corporate, in leaders, the friends who are sitting here, the seniors, the leaders. And we asked them that is there something to be done in this particular space? And the response was little pausey. They took a pause and said that probably yes or probably not. And that hint was enough to think about this, that yes, we need to do something. And that is where we are today. And this made us to think that what is actually the gap. When we talk about 4 stakeholders and when we talk about HR as the fulcrum or the engine of driving the entire growth, which has actually been already determined in Vision Odisha 2036-47, what we need to do and understand the gap. And there are 3 things which actually came from different stakeholders. When we asked the industry said that they have been actually growing, but growing alone. And that is something which was a bit surprising. The academia said, we are looking for campuses and anybody who comes and picks up our children, the students. And the startups are developing solutions. But are that in congruence was actually the big question. So the collaboration, empathizing each other, the academia, the industry bodies, and the startup ecosystem, are they empathizing with each other? Are they coming up with a collective effort and shared thoughts? Is the light? So I'll continue. Here we are trying to take a small steps and talk and bring all of you together to start the conversation. And therefore, someone asked me that if it is the HR summit, why you are actually talking all this around? What link you have got with the business? My answer to him or to those cohort was, HR is actually no more confined to the horizon. HR is actually the driver of the business for a purpose. And therefore, my one sentence reply to him was, HR builds the capability of tomorrow, cutting across all functions for the people to lead the future, not the future to lead the people. And my friends from HR fraternity and the leaderships from the industries probably may resonate with the thoughts which I have. Let us get down, Sanjeev sir also told, is there a synergy between what industries are looking for and what population of, the people who are available. The graduates are passing out in lakhs, whether they have the right skills or not. Is the alignment of the stakeholders happening with Vision Odisha 2036? It is actually concerning because it's a big leap. $72 billion today to move to $500 billion is a mammoth leap. And therefore, all the stakeholders coming together is actually the big question. The big question again is, are we seeking the support from each other? Is industry looking to academia for the help? Is academia constantly interacting with industry for the problems they have and to give the solutions? Is the startup making solution for the industrial problems? It is many yes, many no's, but no is more than what yes is. So because there is a lack or there is a need for a integrated platform which will actually onboard all these stakeholders, and therefore what we said is that there is a small effort we have made, which is called HR Nexus, which will actually have a soft launch today immediately during this inaugural while Speaker Madam was there. And there is another effort which is called on the hiring side also, and that is called Job School AI Hiring, that will also be soft launched. The entire summit is divided into 4 parts. I am not going to take the suspense out, but all these sessions are thoughtfully curated, and all these sessions are going to address the convergence of all the stakeholders, the energies, the collective energy of all the stakeholders, and make Odisha the great, make Odisha Vision 2036 the real success. Each session, the CXO session or DEIB session, Startup and Innovation session, I am really thankful for all those leaderships who have come all the way from different parts of the country to be a part of Odisha, and that actually demonstrates and shows the love they have for the state we have, and they are committed, as the board they have signed on the entrance of this, that yes, we commit Odisha to be leading all the states of India and the economic capital of India tomorrow. So all are going to be very, very extremely exciting, and the leaderships are going to delve with very relevant topics, and I must request all of you to be here, not leave, because there is everybody is saying that, you will be finding the hall empty after the lunch. Please don't do that. It is my urge, request, and humble submission that all of you be here and enjoy this ride of, making Odisha really a happening place. And my friend, Praveen, who has come all the way from Bombay, actually is smiling. I don't know for what. And so many such people who are there, and I am really indebted to. We shall capture what we want, just to wrap up. We want from all the leaderships who are going to be a part of the panel to help us doing 2 things. 3 action points, what they would actually lead, and 3 action points for the stakeholders, they want stakeholders to deliver. So ICC take the responsibility of capturing all those things and prepare an actionable mandate and going to take it around, and there we will be the engine, or we will be the vehicle of all the stakeholders to help you to grow together and create a synergy among each other. So with this, let make one Odisha, one mission be the heartbeat of all the 40 million plus people. Make Odisha the great. Let's join hand, minds and hearts, be one of this exciting journey which we are going to have. Jai Jagannath, Jai Jagannath, Jai Jagannath, Bande Utkal Janani. Thank you.
Thank you, Shri Patnaik, for wonderfully setting the context for the summit ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us on stage today Shri Kalyan Mahanti, Executive Director, IPICOL, known for his reform-oriented leadership. As the ED of IPICOL, he has played a key role in strengthening investor confidence and streamlining project clearances, taking forward the vision of the state government to position Odisha as one of the most investment-friendly states today. It will be an honor to now request him to address the gathering.
Thank you, Hundikia. Honorable Chief Guest, Madam, Srimati Surma Padhi, Madam, Honorable Speaker of the Odisha Legislative Assembly, distinguished guest on the dais, Rajiv Sir and Sanjay Sir, Dulal Sir, and also our Jyoti Babu, and distinguished guest of the dais and HR professionals present here, industries captains present here, and startups and my colleagues. A very good morning to all of you. So it is a privilege to join this HR conclave. Why? That I will just explain in few minutes. The HR conclave really inspiring us how, because we are the EPICOL who is promoting the industries and in bringing investment to our state. But how HR is just igniting us, that I will explain within 3-4 minutes. Sir. Please have a patience listening for me. It is a privilege to join ICC HR Leadership 2026. I sincerely thanks Indian Chamber of Commerce to bring to bringing together such a diversified and influential group of communities to such a leadership program under the banner that One Odisha, One Mission. Great thing. This time the particularly relevant today because Odisha development journey has reached such a stage that growth, governance and human capital must come together. Growth, governance and human capital must come together. Today Odisha stands at a crossroad. As highlighted by Odisha Economic Survey, the state has consistently grown faster than the national average in recent years, and our state domestic product touching nearly 8%, which is varying from 7 to 8%, which is very, very encouraging. And this reflects not only economic stability, but also the resilience of Odisha's government and economic structures. Over the last decade, Odisha overall GDP has expanded significantly and by more than 2.5 times, and making a clear move towards a larger and more diversified economy. So here a point is there. Earlier our economy or our GDP was more dominated by agriculture sector and other mining sector, etc. But now I can proudly say that, and I can highlight that more than two-thirds of our GDP is from manufacturing, you can say the industry and service sectors. This shows a clear indication that we are moving towards a great Odisha or strong Odisha in considering the total overall growth of story of Odisha. So here a point is coming, whether we are satisfied with this two-third contribution to our GDP or what else mandate we have. Our government, our new government has fixed a mandate that we should create 5 lakh employment in this 5 years time period. Already 1.5 years has passed, so balance 3.5 years. Our mandate is not to bring only industry or service sectors to our state, but to create employment. 5 lakh employment creation is a really ambitious target, and we are committed to meet this. Here one point, ma'am, that creating one employer for the state, if you are creating a 4th class employee for the state government, then within his 35 period of service, government has to spend 1 crore for that employee. So just imagine, if this 5 lakh employment creation is a target, how much government exchequer has to bear? So here comes the role that who will create this employment for our state people or state young persons? This is the industry and service sectors. That is a clear mandate government has fixed. So we have to work jointly for this. So next point is that industry and service today, not only in manufacturing, but it is diversified to downstream industries, energy. Rajiv sir has explained that we have diversified to many sectors. Today you take any garment manufacturing industry in the country, they are now present at Odisha. Why I am taking the only single name, garment manufacturing? Because with a small investment, with an investment of 50 to 60 crore, they can create 2,000 employment, and that 2,000, 90% will be ladies employment. So that shows that how Odisha has been diversified from traditional mining sector to textile and apparel, from chemical and petrochemicals, IT and ESDM, tourism, hospitality. How many sectors has opened by Government of Odisha, and people are investing in the state in these sectors. You take any name in the garment manufacturing sectors, from Sai Export to Page Industries, any name you take, Aditya Birla Fashion, they are present in the Odisha, and lot more are coming up. So this shows that people of Odisha will be definitely going to get a great job in the state of Odisha, not to travel abroad or not to travel any other states. Second point, you take any name in food processing sector now, any name, starting from Nestle, Parle, Britannia, ITC, you take any name, Anmol Biscuit, any name, Coca-Cola, or you can say that Pepsi, any name you take, they are now present at Odisha. Why? Because they have confidence in the Government of Odisha, and they have getting the maximum, you can say that flexibility and also ease of doing business, so they are coming and investing. Not only that, we can proudly say that companies are expanding. For example, I can take a Japanese company's name, that is Nissin Food. They have the largest manufacturing outside Japan at Khorda. They are making cup noodles, which we are taking our top ramens. They have expanded their business at Odisha 4 times. Why? because they have confidence on government, they are getting the support from the government, and also not only that, they are getting good skilled manpower. So that says that, this implies that yes, Odisha is very good, well placed, and also companies has faith on Odisha, and we are moving forward very straightforward and also very fast. Second point is that sustained growth depends on more than a capital investment. Land, infrastructure and incentives are necessary, but they are no longer sufficient. When we are going for a road show, they are telling, or any meeting with the industrialists, all these points are one point, that land, water, power, your government stability and your government's proactive supports, all these things are one part. But what is they are creating the more now? So they are questioning beyond this land bank policies. They are questioning availability of skilled manpower, strength of industries and academia linkage, and ease of hiring, and the readiness of the workforce for the new technology adoption. This is very catchy word. All these things are now, because they are new age companies, they want to know whether Government of Odisha or government people of Odisha are ready for this. Here the real role comes from HR academia, or you can say that how this conclave is shaping up for this, to just meet that. So now HR leadership, as you said, not only that it is just a function of, or backside function of that, you can say that HR is no longer a support function working the background, but HR is now a core enabler of productivity, competitiveness and long-term value creation. Long-term value creation. So HR is now the vital word for any industrial activity, how HR is functioning in the state of Odisha, and how there is a linkage between HR professionals and academia and institutions, so that they can get quality manpower and also skilled manpower with a easy access. So in the sense, HR leaders are important stakeholders, and they are the partners in investment promotion and economic development. We are promoting, but with us, if HR professionals are strongly with us, and they can say that yes, quality, you can say that skilled manpower and competitive manpower, and the cost of doing the business will be less, then the highest technology company are interested to come to Odisha, and also a tier 2 city, considering that now the growth story journey will start from the tier 2 cities and tier 3 cities. So Government of Odisha is fully recognized this challenge landscape, and our approach is evolved to regulation facilitation, from regulation to facilitation, and from department centric action to whole of government approach. Multiple departments including skill development, technical education, electronics and IT, energy, MSME and higher education are increasingly working in alignment to ensure that investment creation and employment generation reinforcement each other. Initiatives such as the launch of HR Nexus and AI-enabled hiring platforms being showcased today reflect of this thinking. They are designed to reduce friction, improvement of matching between demand and supply, and support MSMEs and startups, which are critical engines for job creation. Point here to be noted that why we are lagging to attract sectors like automobile, sector like engineering goods products, because we are lacking, we should admit that, we are lacking that ecosystem. Why Chennai is far ahead with the automobile sector, and why Hosur is far ahead with the automobile sector, and similarly why Pune is based on engineering goods, because the ecosystem has been developed there. To match this ecosystem, our startups, our entrepreneurs and our skilling system should be matched to that standard, so that ecosystem can be created and large investment can come to state to create employment. HR leaders sit at the center of this conversion, that though inclusive practices and continuous learning and future-ready organizational cultures, they can also ensure that Odisha's growth is not only fast but also sustainable and equitable. So HR growth also parallelly with Odisha's growth, industrial growth story, or you can say service sector growth story. So you are an important stakeholders, and we treat you as our partner, not as just in a background player. The session planned today of covering CEOs and CHROs and diversity and inclusion, investment and academia and MSMEs will definitely provide the opportunity to move from intent to impact. Friends, One Odisha, One Mission is a shared responsibility. It means aligning with investment, with skill, growth, and with inclusion, and ambition with execution. As Odisha prepares for its centenary in 2036, and also India moves towards Viksit Bharat by 2047. The choice we make today on leadership, talent and institutions with define our collectivity future. On behalf of PPCOL and Department of Industries, I assure you and of our continued commitment to working closely with industry bodies like ICC, HR leaders, academic and institutions and entrepreneurs to convert dialogue into outcomes. I once again commended the Indian Chambers of Commerce for this timely and meaningful initiative and wish the summit every success. Thank you for the presence.
Thank you, Shrimanti, for your inspiring words and for rightly pointing out that growth, governance and human capital must come together, precisely the reason why this summit has been conceptualized today. Ladies and gentlemen, we are very privileged to have with us Srimati Surma Padhi, the Honorable Speaker of the Odisha Legislative Assembly, as the chief guest for the inaugural ceremony of the ICC HR Leadership Summit 2026. She stands tall as an inspiration for women leaders across sectors, demonstrating that empathy, discipline, and conviction are powerful tools of governance and institution building. Known for her democratic approach, Srimati Padhi works closely with elected representatives and parliamentary staff to ensure that legislative processes are conducted with decorum, fairness, and respect for diverse voices, reflecting her commitment to inclusive leadership and effective institutional governance. A seasoned legislator, she has earlier also served as the Minister for Cooperation in the Government of Odisha. Odisha Vidhan Sabhar Mananiya Bachaspati Srimati Surma Padhi को आज आम गहणरे पाई आमे कृतज्ञ. विधानसभा परिचालनार गणतांत्रिक मूल्यबोध को सर्वोच्च स्थान दे आसीथिबा श्रीमती पाढ़ी राज्य राजनीतिर जड़े उज्ज्वल तारका और महिला समाज पाई प्रेरणार उत्स. 2 वर्षरु कम समय मध्य बाचस्पति भावे श्रीमती पाढ़ी ओडिशा विधानसभार अनेक ऐतिहासिक कार्यक्रम को सफल रूपायन दे आसीचंती. मु तांको अनुरोध करिबी तांकर वक्तव्य रखा पे. मे आई रिक्वेस्ट हर टू नाउ एड्रेस दिस गैदरिंग. लेट्स वेलकम हर विथ अ ह्यूज राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज.
जय जगन्नाथ. मु भावुची ओडिया को बुझी पारुथिबा एवं किछि किछि परिमाण रे कहि पारुथिबा व्यक्ति विशेष मानकर एठी उपस्थिति थिबो. जेउ माने बुझी पारु नाहंती किंबा कहि पारु नाहंती से माने आजिर समिट रे उपस्थित रही निश्चित भाबरे ओडिशा को चिन्हिबा एवं जानिबा पई चेष्टा तो करिवे. ता सहित मु अनुरोध रखिबी जे आपण मानक ठारु आमे अपेक्षा अनेक रखिछु एवं ओडिशा एक ग्राम बहुल राज्य. ओडिशार विकास रे जो मानव संबलर विनियोग हेबार रहिछि से मानक पई आपण मान सामान्य भाषा बुझिबा एवं शिखिबा पई तथा कहिबा पई निश्चित भाव रे चेष्टा करिवे. ओडिया अस्मितार कथा कही ओडिशा राज्य रे आज जो सरकार आसीचंती निश्चित भाव रे से ओडिशार विकास कथा को गुरुत्व देवा सहित प्राधान्य देउछंती ओडिया भितरे थिबा जातीयता भाव, ओडिया भितरे थिबा वीरत्वर भाव, तत्सहित आत्मप्रत्यय युक्त हेउ. ओडियार यही भावना सहित आत्मप्रत्यय युक्त है ओडिशार मानव संबल, जहाँ फल आमे आग को जो विकसित ओडिशार चिंता को लेकर जाउछंती अहरह परिश्रम कर निश्चित भाव में सफल हेब. तो सही परिप्रेक्षी रे मु आपण मानकु ए आह्वान देबारे जदि कहार मनरे किछि कष्ट हुए ताहले निश्चित भाव में मते क्षमा देबे. किंतु मो माटी मो मातृभाषा पई मोर जेतिकी समवेदना मु आपणक पाखरे उपस्थापित करी। जय जगन्नाथ। The distinguished dignitaries on the dais, Sri Rajiv Chandra Sahu, Chairman of ICC Odisha State Council, to whom I know from his starting of career, a dynamic boy, started his career and now not as a chairman, but he can make a difference for the development of Odisha, that I assure before all of you. And on the dais, Sri Kalyan Chandra Mahanti, the Executive Director of IPICAL, I welcome Sri Sanjay Kumar Patnaik, the convener of HR and IR Committee of ICC Odisha State Council. Simultaneously here, Mr. J.P. Pal, Jyoti Prakash Pal is there, who is the ICC Odisha head of ICC Odisha head. I welcome him. And also I welcome Mr. J.B. Pani, widely known as Mr. Dulal Pani. And I also could know this name here only, and I asked him, who is J.B. Pani? He said, I said, where is the Dulal Pani? No Dulal Pani is there. I also know him since long, and his father, mother, and myself, we work together in social field and also in the political arena. So I welcome Mr. J.B. Pani, Jyoti Bhushan Pani, the ex-chairman of ICC Odisha State Head. I also welcome all the industry leaders, policy makers, members of the HR fraternity, academia, entrepreneurs, and the dear young participants. I welcome you all, and as the Speaker of Odisha Legislative Assembly, the highest constitutional forum representing the collective voice and aspirations of the people of our state, I consider it both honor as well as a responsibility to address this distinguished gathering at the HR Leadership Summit 2026. On this occasion, I also welcome the media persons who are here, who can spread the voice of this summit. I welcome them all. Dear friends, Odisha today is not merely a progressing, it is transforming. As we approach the milestone of Viksit Odisha 2036, making 100 years of our statehood, and align ourselves with the national vision of Viksit Bharat 2047, we stand at a defining moment in our developmental journey. As we know, Odisha is the linguistic state and the first and the only linguistic state formed in the year of 1936, and being 1936 being the birth year of Odisha, we are going to celebrate the 100th year of Odisha in 2036. At this juncture, a government has people of Odisha gave mandate to a government who could think of the Asmita, the progress and prosperity of Odisha, and whose first and foremost duty is to make Odisha a Viksit Odisha. And at this juncture, you people who have experience, who have knowledge, and who have explored the same in different other states of India, and we invite you all to this state to make this state Viksit Odisha before 2036 reach, and we can become a growth engine of 100 years of our independence, which comes in the year of 2047. Sorry. This transformation is not confined to infrastructure only, industries and investments alone, but it is rooted in our people. Our people have talent, resilience, innovation, and aspirations for which we could think of it, we could dream of it, And my dear friends, I am also pleased to note that the Indian Chamber of Commerce, ICC is also celebrating its centenary year. What a good coincidence. Its centenary year, a remarkable milestone in institutional leadership and nation building. There could be no better opportunity than this historic moment to align the Chamber's legacy of industry leadership with the government's transformative vision of Viksit Odisha 2036 and Viksit Bharat 2047. The Government of Odisha firmly believes that human capital development lies at the heart of this vision. Economic transformation cannot be sustained without investing in people, in their skills, capabilities, leadership potential, and aspirations. Our development strategy is designed to convert Odisha's demographic dividend into a lasting demographic advantage by integrating employability, entrepreneurship, and institutional excellence into governance. We have taken decisive steps to strengthen skill development missions, expand industrial corridors, promote MSMEs and startups, and enhance women's participation in the workforce, digitize government, and foster education reforms that prepare our youth for future challenges. Special emphasis is being placed on industry-linked skilling, emerging technologies, digital literacy, and stronger partnership between government, academia, and industry to bridge the skill gaps and ensure global competitiveness. Industrial growth is being pursued not merely for investment inflow, but for quality employment generation and sustainable livelihoods. Our focus has been clear: growth must be inclusive, sustainable, and opportunity-driven. Women empowerment, youth engagement, regional balance, and equitable access to opportunities remain central to our governance approach. We are encouraging inclusive workplace that ensure dignity, diversity, and equal opportunity, recognizing that long-term progress must benefit every section of the society. Dear friends, digital governance and institutional strengthening are also key pillars of our roadmap. By leveraging technology for transparency, efficiency, and service delivery, we are building accountable systems and responsive institutions. Ethical leadership, data-driven decision-making, and public-private collaboration will define the next phase of Odisha's progress. At this important juncture, I wish to assure the HR fraternity, the industry leaders, the institutions who are present here, that the Government of Odisha will stand firmly with you. We are committed to supporting progressive HR practices, inclusive workplace policies, and also skill development initiatives, including women force and youth force of this state, and collaborative platforms that strengthen the human capital. The state Odisha is trying to make Odisha more and far stronger. That's why we are touching to all parts of our, all sectors of our state. Friends, a future-ready Odisha requires future-ready organizations. It requires ethical leadership, inclusive workplace, and continuous skill enhancement. It requires collaboration between government and industry to ensure that policy translates into productivity and opportunity. I am confident that the CEOs and CHROs, expert speakers, and in presence of all other dignitaries, the discussions of this summit will be fruitful, and all experts will deliver, and they will focus on Odisha's geographical and geo-social cultural system, and they must check out plan for what could be necessary for progress of Odisha. My dear friends, let this summit not end with the discussions only. Let it create institutional mechanisms and partnerships that accelerated the journey towards 2036 and 2047. ओडिशार मानव संबलर कथा मु कहूली जातीयता बोध सहित वीरत्व भाव सहित आत्मप्रत्ययर आवश्यकता रही। अगर हम सोचें तो उड़ीसा ऐसे एक स्थान है जहाँ से अगर हम भारतवर्ष की कोने कोने से देखेंगे तो उड़ीसा के यूथ वहाँ पर काम कर रहे हैं। जितने सारे टैलेंटेड पर्सन्स, वो बच्चे लोग विदेश में भी काम कर रहे हैं। हर एक जगह पे आप डॉक्टर्स, इंजीनियर्स, प्रोफेसर्स, लीगल कंसल्टेंट से लेकर के हम उड़ीसा के लोगों को देखने मिलेंगे। इसलिए मैं कहती हूँ कि उड़ीसा में बुद्धि है, गरिमा है, टैलेंट है और परिश्रमी यानी लगन से काम करने वाले युवा शक्ति भी उड़ीसा में है। आज नहीं, कई सालों से लोग देश और विदेश में अपना नाम कमा रहे हैं, लेकिन सिर्फ इतना तक सीमित नहीं है। आज अगर हम ध्यान से देखें, उड़ीसा की माइग्रेंट लेबर जो उड़ीसा के बाहर काम करते हैं, दूसरे प्रांतों का विकास में जिनकी हाथ लगी हुई है कई सालों से, वो लोग भी अपने क्षेत्र में अपना कृतित्व के कारण, अपने कर्मठता के कारण वो उड़ीसा की परिचिति बनाई हैं। लेकिन क्या हो गया है उड़ीसा को? क्यों उड़ीसा में इन सब का जो शक्ति है, जो उच्च है, उस को क्यों उपयोग में नहीं लाया गया? ये बात है और इस विषय से मैं आपसे आग्रह करूँगी कि आप लोग अभी हम अगर सोचें तो आप लोगों के सामने मैं क्या बताऊं जो आप बखूबी जानते हैं कि उड़ीसा में ये माइंस एंड मिनरल्स के स्टेट हैं। उड़ीसा में नदियों का अभाव नहीं है, जंगल संपदा है और साथ ही साथ कोस्टल बेल्ट है और रेयर अर्थ से लेकर के कोस्टल बेल्ट का उपयोग बहुधा यूज किया जा सकता है। तो ऐसे स्थिति में उड़ीसा को और संपन्न बनाने के लिए जो कुछ कमी है, मैं तो कहूँगी कि व्यापक इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन होने की आवश्यकता है। टूरिज़्म का इम्पोर्टेंस देते हुए टूरिज़्म की बढ़ावा करना चाहिए और साथ ही साथ जैसे इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन होगा तो उड़ीसा के युवा शक्ति जो है, जो महिला शक्ति है, जो एंटरप्रेन्योर्स हैं, उनको भी उत्साहित करते हुए उनमें अपना स्किल डेवलपमेंट कराने का आवश्यकता है। क्योंकि एक बिग इंडस्ट्री नीड्स सम auxiliary industries, and for that the people of Odisha and the people of the laborers of Odisha should be skilled enough to place there. So that's why Odisha has talent, Odisha has vision, and Odisha has the determination. Together under one mission, we can build a state that is economically strong, socially inclusive, and globally respected. At this juncture, partnership with association bodies like Indian Chamber of Commerce is vital for all the industries. Here I could know that Indian Chamber of Commerce is the mother of all HR works. So I welcome you. I congratulate the ICC HR leaderships, ICC HR, because they are also celebrating the 100 year of their go. So this the government stands ready to support the HR fraternity, I could say, in building progressive, inclusive, and future-oriented workplaces. Together, through collaboration and shared commitment, we position Odisha as a national model of people-centric development and organizational excellence by 2036 and beyond. I expect all this from all of you, and I also encourage my young children, students and children who are present here. They are entrepreneurs. They are going to be a big industrialist in future. May Lord Jagannath bless all of all of them who started startups now and who are trying to start startups for Odisha in different fields. Definitely, you all can be a successful industrialist, entrepreneur or businessman if you have feeling to your motherland and also you gather knowledge from these such type of summits. I welcome you all, and I am finding a bright future ahead with all of you. Lastly, I extend my best wishes for success of this summit. Jai Hind, Jai Jagannath, Bande Utkal Janani.
Thank you so much, madam, for your inspiring address. Apanakara prernaଦାୟୀ ଅଭିଭାଷଣ पे ଆମେ କୃତଜ୍ଞତା ଜ୍ଞାପନ କରୁଛୁ. ଗୋଟେ ଜୋରଦାର କରତାଳି ହେଇଯାଉ. A big round of applause for ma'am for taking out time and also for delivering the keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, we now come to a significant moment in the inaugural ceremony of the ICC HR Leadership Summit. We will now witness the soft launch of HR Nexus. As you know, we are at a pivotal moment for Odisha's industrial future. To bridge the gap between our US dollar 1.5 trillion economic goal and the complex HR processes and GRC, that is governance, regulatory and compliance issues facing our businesses, we have introduced an integrated digital platform, HR Nexus. It is a digital solution bouquet designed and built for industries and MSMEs. So let's go now for the soft launch of this through a video.
Odisha.
Yep. So, after the video? Yes. Okay. Yeah, okay. So we just stop the video.
Honorable Chief Guest and Honorable Speaker Ma'am and my dear colleagues and distinguished friends from industries, academia. I think before we run this video, I'll just set a context because our chairman, already my colleague has already kind of given you a quick understanding of what this platform is all about. And but nevertheless, I'll just take you through why we thought that this is absolutely necessary at this point of time to come out with something, a product or a model where possibly we can bring all the key stakeholders together on one platform. All of us, I guess, we are kind of aiming for this big bang technology-led economic social transformation for Viksit Odisha. But at the same time, we need to figure out, to understand as to how do we address operational ground realities and pain points that often stand in the way of, aspiring entrepreneurs and industrialists and MSMEs, startup entrepreneurs to achieve this big, ambitious target. The bad news is, in addition to a bunch of issues, for their survival and growth, industries cutting across MSME, startups, contractors, supply chain partners of large industries, they face huge compliance challenges of new labor codes. I guess all of you know that the new labor codes have already come into place and the state is trying to come out with its own rules. So on the one hand, they are trying to grapple with this challenge of new compliance management and complex regulatory issues. And the other challenge, I guess, the MSMEs, larger MSMEs are facing across the countries. They can't afford to have the luxury of hiring a big HR team and also in place, and nor they can afford to buy high-end ERP or HR software products or legal consultants, which sometimes leads to their stunted growth and premature closure. So this is precisely, on the other hand, on the talent landscape, 60% of the technicians, graduates, engineers are not currently industry ready, future ready. That creates a talent disconnect. I guess ma'am also was trying to talk about this talent disconnect. How do we bridge this gap? So hold your breath. I think here comes the good news. So we are introducing HR Nexus, which is a platform on SaaS model with promise to reposition HR from a legacy transactional cost center to a growth enabler. So now the question is what it means for all of us, all these key stakeholders. For MSMEs especially, it is going to be literally a virtual HR desk with plug and play tools for total compliance and managing workplace governance, regulatory issues. 30 to 40% in transactional administrative cost with a rapid payback of 4 to 15 months. So that is what MSMEs stand to gain from this platform. For larger industries, I think they can kind of leverage this platform for real-time monitoring of contractor supply chain partners in workforce deployment, compliance status, occupational health safety. And for academia, I guess we have talked about this to bridge the talent gap, I think that disconnect. I'll not get into that further. And finally, for the policymakers, what it brings in, offers a policy pulse loop, providing real-time data-driven policy review insights to revisit ease of doing business and upgrade technical education and strengthening the skilling ecosystem. So to sum it up, HR Nexus is not just a platform, it is a win-win scenario solution for the key stakeholders to move out of their individual silos and to talk to each other and to get into a meaningful engagement and collaboration mode. So that is precisely what HR Nexus is all about. I think we are running sort of time and the session is delayed. I'll take a pause here. I'll request all of you just to see the HR Nexus soft launch video. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shantanu, for setting the context. We will now request our chief guest, Honorable Speaker, to launch the soft launch of this platform, HR Nexus. Can we have a remote, please? We'll request Madam to do the soft launch of HR Nexus now. Just press kariye, Madam. Again, remote, just a button.
Is rising. From heritage to high growth. From potential to global ambition. A bold vision now stands before us, a $500 billion economy.
Yet beneath this ambition lies a critical challenge. Industry seeks skilled talent. Academia produces graduates. Government launches transformative schemes. But the alignment is missing. Gaps remain unidentified. Workforce planning remains reactive. Opportunities and talent remain disconnected. Growth slows, not because of lack of potential, but because of lack of integration. What if there was a single intelligent gateway connecting every pillar of growth? Introducing HR Nexus, the Human Capital Gateway, an AI-powered single-window platform driven by an advanced AI GRC engine. At its core lies intelligent orchestration. It maps skills, it forecasts demand, it detects capability gaps, it aligns policy with performance, transforming raw data into strategic decisions for industry and MSMEs. Predictive hiring, verified talent pipelines. For academia, dynamic curriculum aligned to real market demand. For government, real-time ecosystem intelligence and policy impact tracking. For talent, personalized skill pathways and direct access to opportunity. From reactive hiring to predictive workforce intelligence. From isolated initiatives to a unified human capital ecosystem. From unemployment to employability. HR Nexus is not just a platform. It is the digital backbone of Odisha's workforce revolution, powering skills, aligning industry, accelerating growth, building Odisha's $500 billion future.
Indeed, HR Nexus, a digital backbone for Odisha's industry's revolution. Ladies and gentlemen, we now get into the soft launch of Job School Hire AI. To set the contest, I'll request Rotarian Engineer Shri Sitanshu Mishra to speak a few words here.
Thank you, Diksha. Jai Jagannath. So, good morning once again to one and all present here. As addressing the concern of our Honorable Speaker, ma'am, and I'll be coming with the solution, how we can bridge the gap between industries and institutions. And first of all, thank you so much, ma'am, for your consent and being here with us within a short notice. And coming to the solution part, Job School Hire AI is comprehensive AI-powered interview product engineered to redefine how organizations at scale hire or they deploy the talent. Built for internships, placements, campus recruitments, contract hiring, staffing, fresher recruitment, and lateral hiring also, the platform transforms traditional screening and interviewing process into a structured, data-driven, and intelligent evaluation process. At its core, Job School Hire AI, the name itself suggests what we are coming up with. So it combines an advanced AI job mapping engine with an autonomous interview system that converts job descriptions into competency frameworks, skill matrices, and adaptive interview flows. The platform conducts dynamic interviews, asks contextual follow-up questions, evaluates domain depth, and ensures standardized assessment across candidates. It's integrated real-time AI-proctored layer safeguards interview integrity by detecting impersonation, malpractice, and behavioral anomalies. Simultaneously, the behavioral and cognitive analytics engine measures communication clarity, confidence, reasoning ability, and problem-solving abilities, patterns. So we have a lot of things in position, so it will take a bit of time. Rather, I would suggest that we should watch the videos, which will give us the clarity. But addressing again, before I leave, that ma'am, Odia Asmita Kata Koya ko gale, definitely Ameta ko consider karchu. A Job School Hire AIT. English re no, Bengali re no, Hindi re no, charity language re ebe porjanto, Odia ko include kariki, job interview nahi paribo. So Odia ko introduce kara jaichi prathama thara pai interview nebare, which will be bot driven, and we have the bot of Job School Hire AI is capable enough to take all the interviews in our own mother tongue, Odia. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. I'll once again request Madam to launch this platform as well, Job School Hire AI. So I'll request her to do the honors and launch the platform.
we've streamlined the entire hiring process.
The analytics dashboard gives us real-time insights.
This collaboration is exactly what we needed.
Job School Hire AI. Hire smarter, hire faster, hire fair.
Wonderful. Thank you. Well, we would continue with the program, but before that, we would like to take this opportunity to present a token of appreciation to Shri Kalyan Mahanti ED Pukol because he has an urgent meeting and would have to leave. So I'll request Shri J.B. Pani to do the honors and present a memento, a small token of appreciation from the ICC family to him. Because of a very urgent meeting, he would have to. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for your gracious presence. All right. We would now like to take this opportunity to felicitate our sponsors and partners without whose support the HR Leadership Summit would not have been possible. So I'll request the Honorable Speaker of Odisha Legislative Assembly to do the honors and felicitate them. I'll request everybody to please come quickly as we name the organization. In case the representative we are announcing is not there, whoever is present could come on stage and receive. So we'll quickly start with our corporate sponsors. So to begin with, C.V. Raman Global University, Bhubaneswar. I'll request Ms. Sanjita Lenka, HOD and Faculty MBA, if she's here to join on stage on behalf of the organization. The next would be from Jindal Steel, Bhubaneswar. So I'll request all of them to please come closer to the stage as well. C.V. Raman Global University, Bhubaneswar. Receiving the token of appreciation is Ms. Sanjita Lenka, HOD and Faculty MBA. Now a token of appreciation to Jindal Steel, Bhubaneswar. Joining on stage would be Dr. Sanjay Kumar Sahu, General Manager, Corporate Communication and HR. I'm sorry. Joining on stage is Shri Dilip Sinha, CHRO. Thank you so much, sir. Mahanadi Coalfields Limited, if there is a representative, you could come on stage. If not, we'll move to the next one. SBI. Okay. MCL, I don't think. Next one is SBI. If not, we'll move to the next one, which is corporate co-sponsor. Wonderworld Water Park and Resort, Bhubaneswar, Mr. Radha Raman Naik, General Manager. If he's here, I'll request him to please join on stage and receive a token of appreciation from Madam. A big round of applause for all our partners and sponsors for their support to this summit. The next would be NTPC and then Vedanta Fakar. So I'll request the representative to please come closer to the stage if they're there. NTPC Limited, Bhubaneswar, Mr. Gulshan Topo, Senior Manager, Corporate Communication, if he's here, or any other representative can come and receive it on behalf of NTPC. Vedanta Fakar, Ferroalloy Corporation Limited, Mr. Suniti Kumar Dhara, Chief Human Resource Officer. CSM Technology, we have Ms. Sauravi Bose and Ms. Manashi Das. If they're there, we'll request them to join on stage. CSM Technology. Okay, the next would be Odisha Hydropower Corporation Limited. Ms. Anima Tripathi from OHPC. A small token of appreciation from ICC family being presented by Honorable Speaker Madam. So the next would be Odisha Mining Corporation. Is anybody there? No. Okay, we'll go to the next. Supported by Icon and I Consultancy. Ms. Aparajita Acharya, the founder. Yes, big round of applause. Icon and I. No. Founder, Icon and I Consultancy. The next would be Central Group. Mr. Prateek Jha, AGM Sales. I'll request after that Spark Private Limited and also anyone from NALCO, if you're there, please come close to the stage. So the central group, Mr. Prateek Jha, AGM Sales. The next would be Spark Private Limited, Ms. Gargi Vaishnavi Raut and Ms. Trupti Das. Can we request you to quickly join on stage? Let's make some noise for these young girls as well. All right, Knowledge Partner, Odisha Knowledge Corporation Limited, Bhubaneswar. Joining on stage will be Ms. Asmita Panda, Head HR and Legal, and Niladri Bihari Ray, Senior Manager. Thank you for being our knowledge partner. Agia, karatalta tike kami hochi. Sir, jemti koithile tike mandha padi hochante apna mane samaste. Odisha Knowledge Corporation Limited, Bhubaneswar, our knowledge partner. And next will be National HRD Network. National HRD Network Bhubaneswar chapter. Joining on stage, Dr. Santanu Ratha, former president and current mentor as well. Okay. Bobby Patnaik. Okay, okay, all right. I'll request Ms. Bobby Patnaik and Kavita ji to please join on stage for this. A big round of applause for our ladies here. All right, thank you. And of course, we would also like to present a token of appreciation to Honorable Speaker Madam as well. So I'll request Shri Rajiv Shekhar Sahu, Chairman of the Indian Chamber of Commerce, Odisha State Council, to present a memento to Srimati Surma Padhi, the Honorable Speaker of the Odisha Legislative Assembly. We are truly, truly grateful for her presence here today for the inaugural ceremony of the summit. Agya, yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. I would now request, of course, we will have a group photograph at the end as well. Thank you. I'll now request Shri J.B. Pani, immediate past chairman, ICC Odisha State Council, a veteran industry leader, entrepreneur and ecosystem builder with more than 3 decades of experience in business leadership and industrial development, to present the vote of thanks.
Honorable Chief Guest, Srimati Surma Padhi, Honorable Speaker, Odisha Legislative Assembly, our esteemed guests in absentia now, Kalyan Chandra Mahanti, EDEP call, and distinguished persons on the dais, and my friends, eminent speakers, industry leaders, members of the academia, partners, media representatives, and valued participants. As we conclude this enriching inaugural session of the ICC HR Leadership Summit 2026, it is my privilege to propose the formal vote of thanks. At the outset, I express our deepest gratitude to our honorable chief guest, Srimati Surma Padhi, for graciously inaugurating the summit and for her inspiring address reflecting the government's commitment towards Viksit Odisha 2036 and an inclusive, people-centric development, and her special emphasis on ethics as well as data-driven decision-making. And Odia Smita, obviously. My heartful appreciation goes to all our esteemed speakers both online and offline, who have contributed their time, knowledge, and strategic insights. Your valuable participation has strengthened this platform as a meaningful forum for dialogue and action. I would like to place on record a special appreciation for the tireless efforts of Sri Sanjay Patnaik, convener, along with Sri Shantanu Ratha, and the entire core team of HR and IR committee. Your commitment, coordination, and meticulous planning have been instrumental in the successful organization of this summit. A sincere word of thanks to the entire ICC Secretariat and the seamless execution and behind the scenes dedication. Well done, JP Pal and team. I also express my gratitude to all our sponsors for supporting this initiative and collaborating with us and being an integral part of this summit. To all our participants, partners, sponsors, media representatives, thank you for your engagement and continued support. As the Indian Chamber of Commerce marks its centenary year, initiatives like this summit reaffirm and confirm ICC's enduring commitment to strengthening industry, empowering human capital, and contributing meaningfully to Odisha's development journey. Ladies and gentlemen, the day ahead features highly informative and extremely engaging technical sessions, CEO and CHRO roundtables, and expert-led discussions. I would sincerely urge all participants to remain actively engaged and be a part of these sessions throughout the day. The insights, practical frameworks, and collaborative opportunities emerging from these discussions will be invaluable for your organizations and for Odisha's broader growth journey. Let this summit not just be a ceremonial gathering, but a full day of learning, networking, and strategic exchange. With gratitude to each one of you, I conclude the vote of thanks. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shripani. We'll now have a group photograph with all our esteemed dignitaries and all our esteemed speakers who are here with us. So we'll request all our esteemed speakers, please join. Some of you can, stand right in front of the stage, and we can have a group photograph with Honorable Speaker Madam and all our esteemed dignitaries. So this photograph also showcases the strength of the ICC HR Leadership Summit, with all the leaders, with all our speakers. And for the बाकी माने जो माने बसिचंती तांकु कहिबी गोटे जोरदार करताली हे जाओ हमर सबु लीडर्स हमर सबु स्पीकर्स को पाई. We need to keep infusing some energy boosters into the audience today as we continue with our sessions right after the inaugural ceremony as well. Thank you to all our esteemed dignitaries, and a big thank you once again to Honorable Speaker Madam for inaugurating the summit. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your gracious presence. We'll just have a few minutes of break before we move into the next session. We'll just set the stage and we'll be starting with the session immediately. So just a couple of minutes of break. I'll request everybody please to stay back. This is now where the important sessions begin. This is the reason why we are all gathered here today. So your presence is very much needed. Your participation is needed. So ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ अनुरोध करिबी आपण माने बसी रुहंतु. आमे शीघ्र ही हमर प्रथम सेशन टी आरंभ करिबा. This is a very important session, the CEO's Roundtable, Leveraging Human Capital for Viksit Odisha 2036 and 2047. So I'll request just a couple of minutes and we'll be starting with the session. I'll request all delegates who are outside, if they can please come inside and take their seats. We'll be very quickly, we are already running behind schedule. We would like to start with the session immediately. So all our esteemed delegates who are outside the hall, maybe you can grab your cup of tea and come back. Grab your cup of tea or coffee if you're having it, and come back to the hall. Keep it on your table, or hold it and have it, sip it while you're enjoying the session. But we would like to start the session as soon as possible, since we are already running behind schedule. मु बाहरे आमर जेते भी अतिथि माने अछंती समस्त को विनम्र अनुरोध करबी, आपण माने चाहा बा कॉफी जदि नौचंती आपण नै कि भितर को पळे आसंतु एवं बसी पड़ंतु. हमें सेशन आरंभ करिया पे चाहिबू. You'll have to personally request people.
Hello.
I'll once again request delegates, if you can please come inside, take your seats. We are running pretty behind schedule. We would like to start with the session. We are already running very, very late. Can I please request bahare jete bhi amara speakers achanti, delegates achanti, dayakari apna mane tike bhituru pale asantu, basi padantu. We have 2 sessions before we break for lunch, and we would like to really start now. Please grab your cup of tea and come inside is what I would request. Instead, I mean, the networking can of course continue over lunch and later at the end of the day as well. But for now, can I request everyone to please grab their cup of tea or coffee and come inside. I'll request some ICC members, if they can please ensure that the guests outside are coming inside. ICC members can volunteer and ensure that all delegates are coming inside and taking their seats. Because we will now move into a very pivotal conversation of the ICC HR Leadership Summit 2026, the CEO's Roundtable, Leveraging Human Capital for Viksit Odisha 2036 and 2047. I'll request everyone kindly please take your seats now. So we are just about to begin. I'll once again request everyone to kindly take their seats. As you all know, ladies and gentlemen, Odisha today stands at a historic inflection point as articulated in the Vision 2036 and Vision 2047 roadmap. The state has set itself two defining milestones, becoming a USD 500 billion economy by 2036 and a USD 1.5 trillion economy by 2047. But economic expansion at this scale cannot be built by capital alone. It requires industry-ready and future-ready skilled workforce, creation of millions of meaningful jobs, entrepreneurial acceleration, industrial and urban transformation, ESG-led sustainable growth, and seamless ease of doing business supported by smart governance. The question before us today is not whether Odisha can grow. The question is, how do industry leaders architect that growth through human capital? How do we adapt, adopt, and become adept in an AI-driven world? So let's welcome our panelists and moderator with a round of applause. Mr. Abhijit Pati, ex-all-time director and CEO Vedanta and Balco. Mr. Bijay Sahu, Group President, Strategic HR Chairman's Office, Reliance Industries. Mr. Rashmi Das, Managing Director, PwC India. Okay. She's here. All right, Mr. Bibhu Mishra, Advisor, Hindalco Industries Limited, Aditya Birla Group. Mr. Ashish Padhi, EVP and Head Projects, Orissa JSW Energy. Ms. Bobby Patnaik, National HRD Network, Bhubaneswar Chapter President, AVP and HR Business Leader, Infosys, who's also going to moderate the session. I'll take a few minutes to quickly introduce our panel. We have Mr. Abhijit Pati, ex-full-time Director and CEO Vedanta and Balco, a business leader driven by performance, productivity, and profit. He has led massive industrial complexes with annual revenues of $2 billion and workforces of over 12,000 employees. His career is defined by building state-of-the-art manufacturing hub and fostering a social license to operate through deep community and bureaucratic engagement. So we extend a very warm welcome to him. We have with us Mr. Bijay Sahu, Group President, Strategic HR, Chairman's Office, Reliance Industries, working directly with Mr. Mukesh Ambani. He develops HR strategies and leadership capabilities for RIL's emerging sectors, including new energy, Geo, and Reliance Retail, a Six Sigma black belt and former founder, HR head of IDBI Bank. He's led massive workforce expansion for 4,000 to over 60,000 employees across 35 countries and a recognized thought leader on disruptive technology and future skills. We welcome him. We also welcome Ms. Rashmita Das, Managing Director, PwC India, with over 24 years of experience. She has led large-scale transformation initiative for the public and private sector, specializing in institution capacity building and technology-driven solution. A trusted advisor to the World Bank and various state government. She's also a passionate advocate for diversity, inclusion, and sustainable business strategy. We have with us Mr. Bibhu Mishra, Advisor, Hindalco Industry Limited, Aditya Birla Group, with their career spanning over 35 years. He recently served as the head of the Manufacturing Center of Excellence, where he standardized engineering and sustainability practices across Hindalco's global aluminium and copper businesses. He was also the architect of the $2 billion Aditya Aluminium project in Odisha, leading it from a greenfield site to a world-class smelter and power complex. So we extend a very warm welcome to him. We also have Mr. Ashish Padhi, Executive Vice President, Head of Odisha Projects at JSW Steel, a transformative leader currently heading critical mining and steel projects, including a 30 MTPA slurry pipeline and an integrated steel plant at Paradip. With 3 decades of experience in the power sector, he has previously led the thermal business for JSW Energy across multiple states, known for executing mega projects under challenging conditions. He's a champion of digitalization and best practices in operation. And of course, our moderator for the session, Ms. Bobby Patnaik. I'll now request her, without any further delay, to take this session forward. Let's welcome once again our panel with a big round of applause.
Yes. Am I audible? Yes. Okay. Great. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I was supposed to start this moderation by saying good morning. Now, unfortunately, I'll have to say good afternoon. My worry in the morning was that you will be too sleepy after a very good breakfast. Now I'm worried you'll be too hangry, as in a mixture of hunger and angry. And that also, if the doors are open, the nice waft of lunch comes in. I'm not sure how much you're going to listen to us. So I request the organizers to keep the doors closed so that the nice smells of lunch does not waft in. Very good afternoon. We often hear Odisha described more in terms of its geography. Our 574 kilometer coastline, our 25% of India's iron ore, our massive aluminum and steel clusters. For decades, our comparative advantage has been what we have pulled out from the ground. Unfortunately, in 2026, that script has flipped. With a $500 billion economy on the horizon for 2026, we're all realizing that natural resources can be the foundation, but it's the human capital that will be the velocity. We cannot remain a minerals hub forever. We have to become a solutions hub. But this paradigm shift will come with a massive challenge. How do you change the mindset of a 45 million strong workforce to become a high-tech, high-value engine? How do you, for example, ensure that a young engineer from Rourkela or a technician from Jharsuguda isn't just doing a job, but is actually thinking in terms of driving innovation, whether it is green energy or advanced metallurgy or digital transformation? It's a huge challenge. But the good news is that we don't have to do the homework. To do our homework for us, we have the architects of this transformation today here on this podium. We have, for example, the builders of scale from JSW Energy and Vedanta. We have the legacy of excellence from Hindalco. We have the architect of strategy from PricewaterhouseCoopers, who knows where the global capital is coming from. And of course, we have the visionary of HR strategy, Mr. Bijay Sahu from Reliance, who knows that at the end of every balance sheet, there is a human being, right? So on that note, thanks again for joining us for this panel discussion. I hope it's going to be a short, snappy one, because I don't want to be between you and lunch. But on that note, gentlemen and Rashmi, let's dive in. Most of us in HR are very tempted to say that culture eats strategy for breakfast. But today, I think skill is the currency that will buy us our future. So on that note, my first question is to you, Abhijit. Vedanta has been a pioneer in Odisha's industrialization. And as you move towards green aluminum, smarter smelting, using IoT, automation, AI, and ML, what do you think is that one future skill that your workforce lacks today when we are looking at the Viksit Odisha objective? I think you need to switch it on, Abhijit. Yeah. Just press it once. If the light comes on, it's working. Yeah.
Yeah, I think good afternoon, everybody, and thank you, Bobby, for throwing out the first question to play as the first player in this particular game. I think the opening batsmen always remain in one strong point, that you have to build up a good score to the other fellow players who will be playing around the table for this conclave. Very right. So I think this is very relevant, the question, because one, the Odisha One Mission and multi-skilling, that's what the state is really moving into. And please try to understand, there are paradigm shift which is happening across this entire skilling process. And when you particularly ask me the skill, it is nothing but a knowledge plus applications. Unfortunately, we have been really getting into so much of struggle in industry when it comes to the application domain. The knowledge domains are fairly taken care by the country, be in the institution, be it the academics, the way the country's knowledge platform has developed over the last 100 years. That's phenomenal. But if you ask me a specific skill which is be missing for making this Odisha as a significant giant leap for a knowledge hub related industrialization, then I will certainly say it is artificial intelligence and machine learning. That's the skill which need to really come very, very significantly. You talk about IoT's Internet of Things, you talk about many advanced technological improvements. But today I think this is one of the skill, if we are not able to pick up, we find huge amount of differentiation when it comes to the application for an industry. Industry today no longer cannot run a conventional and manual and mechanical process the way it had been operating for many years. A time has come for that particular skill to really get inducted at Odisha level to really support, And this cannot just thinking about only a dream skilling, but it has to be packed up with a lot of policy framework and driven significantly into the 4 mission statement, into the 4 result orientation. And lastly, I must say that IoT as well as the artificial intelligence and machine learning skill will ultimately change 4 perspective of Odisha skilling methodology. That 4 perspectives are very significant. One is there that typically from an infrastructure, it will move this particular skill to the innovations. From a simply at enrollment to a particular industry, it will go into the employability of the Odisha. And lastly, from a geographical and as well as diverse dividend, it will ultimately shift the entire domain to a knowledge dividend. If unless and otherwise this skill is really practiced and inducted to our workforce, we are certainly going to face the music of the future. Today, if we are thinking about 500 billion of economy in 2036, 1.5 trillion of the economy, as in the inaugural session somebody said, in 2047, this phenomenal growth cannot be just taken care without a simple order of digitizations and regenerative instrument like AI and ML. This skill is a must skill for us to really take it forward.
Thank you. The opening batsman has really thrown the gauntlet into the fray, saying that AI is the skill that we really look forward to in terms of equipping our workers if we have to look at a $500 billion economy by 2036. I will take upon that, Abhijit, and go over to you, Ashish. So, Abhijit spoke about AI being the one critical skill that we must ensure that workers are skilled upon. As far as we know, JSW is betting large on energy transition, right? You're looking at green hydrogen and renewables and all of that. Now, when you are looking at that kind of a future, what is your strategy to upskill a workforce which might have been traditionally mostly trained on something like thermal power? How will you ensure that they are leading the green, clean revolution?
Good afternoon to all. JSW Energy, we have about 9,000 megawatt portfolio, out of which about 3,000 is wind, about 700 is solar. Then we have got hydro and about 4,000 megawatt of thermal. When we talk of green power, it has got various sectors. The first is the green hydrogen. Here the heart of the soul is the electrolyzer, which is a combination of, I will say, electronics with water chemistry. And as far as the electrolyzer concerned, there is transformer, the skill is available. There are IGBT and thyristors for which, yes, partly the skill is available in form of VFD and all things. Every industry has got that. Particularly those who are operating smelters, they have large exposure to IGBT and thyristors. So skill is available, but need to be upskilled for a higher thing. Second is the water part. Water part, we have got water chemists plenty available in the country. There will be RO plant. There will be various conductivity related things. With the skill is available, only we have to pick up the right candidate for the right application. The important part would be the hydrogen safety, because as you know, any thermal plant above 300 megawatt will have hydrogen cooling. So the industry has been handling hydrogen. But here it is large scale hydrogen with storage, so that safety is very important. That is a specialized area where the skill is to be upgraded. Second sector, solar. PV panel per se, it doesn't need any special skill, but it will have inverters. Again, electronics part, where people need to upskill. There will be smart grids, SCADA, which is already the industry exposed to. That's not a big deal as we feel. Third would be the wind. In wind, you have got 100 meter tall tower. On that, the blade will be about 60 meter wide. So it is the blade which is most susceptible for cracking and all things. So new sensors have come, strain sensors, IoT enabled, vibration sensors, all these sensors are there. So we are skilling people on that kind of skill now. The IoT enabled sensors, how to interpret the reading and take the corrective action. There will be vibration issues also, but the blades and the turbine are high up. So everything has to be IoT enabled to make it easier for this thing. Then we have got drone survey. With drone survey also we try to detect the crack and other things. Then finally coming to battery storage. Battery is something which has been existing in the industry for a very long time. We all know battery, even the garage people also know battery. So that maintenance is known to us, but when it is a large scale battery system, there are many online condition monitoring tools. So we are putting people on that upskilling. My final word. These are all for green power, but green power is disruptive. When they generate, they will start generation in the morning solar. They will start generation in the morning 9 o'clock or so. They will continue peak full up to 3 p.m. Then they come down, trickle down, become zero by evening 6. So during that period, this thermal cycle has to come down during daytime and then again pick up in the evening. See, the thermal plants are not designed for that. So they are designed to run as a base load. Once chalaya to chalaya. So ये जो flexible operation जिसको हम flexible operation कहते हैं, if the 300 megawatt unit has to come down to 100 megawatt, it needs little special skill, little bit more care. So that we are already upskilled. And this kind of cyclic load will give rise to some kind of fatigue failures. So some kind of condition monitoring techniques we have changed by which the parts which are susceptible to this kind of fatigue failure are taken care. So this is briefly how we are upskilling our team.
Thank you. I think it was very insightful, Ashish, how you've integrated, IoT sensors into ensuring that the workforce is taken care of as far as the technology part is concerned. It's great to hear how you're upskilling them to ensure that the future.
And one more thing, to all these sectors, from solar to wind to green hydrogen to even thermal, digital twin is the best thing to do.
Right.
So every plant of ours has got a digital twin. So we know by changing which parameter, what changes really. That is
Fantastic. It's a great answer. Ashish, thank you very much. On that note, I will come to you, Mr. Bibu. Hindalco has had a very deep legacy in the state. Now, I have worked in the mining and metal sector earlier, and I know that the workforce is fantastic when it comes to following a process. For example, in Nalco, we used to have this joke that the technology from aluminum pechine was so good that no matter what you put in the machine, what will come out is aluminum, right? But in the current scenario, when we are looking at whatever a $500 billion economy by 2036, how will we change the mindset of the workforce from simply process followers to somebody who will also kind of own innovation? How do we make that turnaround? Any thoughts? You can use this.
Good afternoon. See, big plants, when we talk about the big plants, what we are doing? We are trying to do extremely complex jobs, in terms of temperature. So if you think that the boiling water is 100 degree, maybe you generate steam at 200, 300 degrees centigrade. Okay, instead of normal atmospheric pressure, you do it 20 to 30 times high pressure. So when you deal with lot of these sort of things, you need a standard operating procedure. The standard operating procedures are the survival tools when we like Lilliputians, small ones, we take that big monster and we control. So operation discipline is following standard operating procedure, they are very important parts of running any big and complex organizations. So with that one, what happens, we also try to curtail the innovative part of the human mind. So that is always a challenge. But there are, the big companies now, they have their own way, and it is almost like a part of the culture now, that they bring in innovation in a certain way. Means it's a risk-free, so a lot of innovation will go through a lot of scrutiny, and then only the innovations can be implemented. Think about the Japanese quality circle. It may not be like, a Newton, finding gravity and doing the calculation. It may not be of that high scale, but these are all small innovations which keep on adding, and they give value to the company. So when it comes to improving quality, when it comes to improving productivity, many of these innovations, they help. I'll give one example of Hindalco. We have got a plant in Renukot. It is an aluminum electrolysis plant where energy cost and the specific energy consumption, they decide almost 40% of the aluminum price. So we buy technology. We have got new technology plant in with Hindalco. So the new technology plant which came in 2010-12, the specific energy consumption of that plant and the 1960 plant which is in Renukot, they are almost same. So it has happened because of the freedom which is given to the people. They have done the innovations, they have done the lot of quality control, small projects. With all those things they have moved. There is another thing also in the similar line. If you think, normally we talk about commodity. So we assume that aluminum commodity price, it is the same price. No. The way you buy potato, but you go for the nice clean potato, also in the commodity market, there is a quality related point. We produce in some of our plants a very, very high quality aluminum, which is again a lot of innovation together, and that has made it possible. And with that one, if the aluminum price is almost $2,000, $3,000, we get up to $300 premium, 10% premium in a commodity. That sort of things are possible with innovations. So it is a responsible innovation that we need to do, and we do that.
Fantastic, actually. I love the phrase responsible innovation, and the example you drew about your old plant and your new plant having almost similar cost as far as, it's a great example, actually. Thank you. Thanks, Bibu. Okay, so Rashmi, you as a consultant bring in a completely different view here. You are probably the one who has the big picture. When we talk about, 500 billion or 1.5 trillion, these are huge numbers. Much of this play has to also do around investments. And we would like to obviously be the preferred destination when it comes to this, as opposed to some of our neighboring states. As a consultant, as somebody who knows where global capital is flowing and how it's flowing, what do you think is the one human capital metric we should outperform on to remain the preferred destination for investment?
Thanks, Bobby. Good afternoon. This is a good question. So one word you're asking, so let it be skilled workforce readiness. Is that making sense? So why I'm telling so, because the age group from 15 to 29, which is really huge, should target, for the skilling or the training regarding AI, regarding green energy, or the semiconductor, or advanced manufacturing, and so on and so forth, rather than waiting in the queue for a job. If you do this, I with my experience and all, I can tell max 6 months is the time where you can boom yourself. So that's what I strongly believe that, and it is. Well, I have seen in an entire career of mine and being a mentor to various people and all, various kids and all. So I prefer that 15 to 29 is the right age. Please upgrade yourself and focus on these areas where we can. So if you see the target and all, so we decided that 98,000, green energy or green solar jobs should be there upskilling will be there by the end of 2025. So, but as per the PM KVY data, which is saying that 24 in 25, only 17,778 people have done in place of 98. So we are way lacking. So that's the first thing. Just imagine a kid sitting over here, imagining big and doing some AI code and doing some innovation or in the solar energy. Think about that. what he can do or she can do. So we have seen the example from here. I mean, in Odisha, the Oyo, Ritesh Agrawal and others, from a very small age. So just think about that. Tell our people, the kids, to go for that rather than sitting in a queue, going for a traditional job and all. Please upscale yourself. That's one. And, I know that the state like Tamil Nadu is doing excellent in the HCI, via superior education or health. But at least Odisha should target 70% by the end of 2030, which will definitely fuel, this Viksit Odisha dream and all. So that's.
Thank you, Rashmi. I think you just reiterated what we called out at the outset, that skill will be the currency for future. On a lighter note, you said that the age bracket is 15 to 29, so I am outside that age bracket, so I'm happy about that. Most of us are happy about that.
Bobby, I want to add, I have 2-3 master's degrees as well, but yes, last year in 2025, I just completed a course from Harvard Business School, which is Sustainable Business Strategy. Of course, I'm not in the age group of 15 and 29, so much more ahead than that. So I strongly believe upskill yourself. Age is not a bar. I'm telling 15 to 29 is the starting age. But upgrading yourself, tomorrow something else will come. Like today is this semiconductor. How many people of us know this? What is this green energy? What is AI coding? It is very easy. Trust me, it is damn easy. But people are afraid of that and not going.
Thanks, Rashmi. And thanks and congrats on that Harvard degree. You are inspiring us. So all of you, most of you would know Mr. Bijay Sahu. He has been a stalwart in the area of HR strategy and vision and been with Reliance for decades now. Sir, my question to you is, Reliance has always been synonymous with scale, and today in Odisha, they're rapidly expanding their footprint in the area of digital, in the area of new energy, in the area of retail, all of that. As you rapidly expand, how do we ensure the talent supply chain so that along with expansion, the quality does not diminish? The quality stays as good as it always was or even becomes better, because the numbers are going to be huge.
Odisha has always been a very talent surplus and very high quality talent. So Odisha never had a problem of lack of talent, neither in quality nor in quantity. So in regard to Reliance, so whichever businesses we have here, so we have very good people working for us. Even in our businesses outside Odisha, we have large number of Odisha professionals, engineers, marketing professionals, all of them are working with us. So we never face the problem of talent either in quality or quantity, that problem in Odisha, we never face. So, but essentially, I was just thinking, you have a much bigger mandate actually in your this discussion, like how Odisha becomes a $500 billion kind of GDP by 2036. From that perspective, if you take kind of look at the talent, this is not one Reliance which will do it, or one Tata, one Birla, one Vedanta, one JSW will do this for Odisha. It will be like, look at today's, I was just discussing that what is today's GDP. GDP of Odisha today is actually some $100 to $115 billion. And the budget outlay is something like, that is 9 to 10 lakhs crores, and budget outlay is 3 lakhs crores. That's what I was looking at the data. So currently the real challenge is, if you have to really make from $100 billion to $500 billion, that is 5 times, what is the talent need for that kind of an economy? And which all businesses will contribute to $500 billion? Which all economic activities, which all industry activities will contribute to that $500 billion? Actually, we all, each of us, should start thinking backward and then start preparing us individually and collectively wherever, whichever company or society we are associated with, how do we contribute to that mission? First, whether that mission is possible. Second is, I believe it is possible. I was just looking at the data, like if you grow at nominal 12 to 14% year after year, then you achieve that. And that's not a kind of no number. If you look at in the history of Odisha, Odisha has a history of growing double digit. And before that, if you see consistent of growth of Gujarat, they have multiple years. They have grown, double digit. And look at China, very large economy. They grew many years double digit. If you look at South Korea, during their growing years, many years they actually grew double digit. So I was thinking, which all industries contributed in last 2-3 decades for all these countries, whether it is I was looking at which are all $500 billion countries, which all are $1 trillion, $1.5 trillion. So if you have to be $500 billion, what all we should do? And then $1.5 trillion, what should you do? Like that's the way I was looking at it. But that two shifts have happened. One is what Abhijit Babu said about the AI. That is one shift. Another thing you heard about the industrial economy where people are working on digital twin, people are working on IoT. Actually, IoT has become AI IoT more than IoT. Now, the real business is metals, minerals, the real business is agriculture. Those are the real businesses. Now, there are two ways of doing that business. Traditional way Odisha did it, and Odisha has been where it has been. Very smarter way many countries have done those businesses, like Australia, etc. They have been where they are. So I was thinking more from the perspective of how do we leverage what we have resources and build the talent base in the country, in the state, and the mindset, both in the administration, the government, governance, and secondly the industry. Today, one Dhirubhai creates kind of $200 billion market cap company. One Gautam Adani creates that, and one Sam Altman creates $1 trillion market cap company in 5-6 years, and one Elon Musk creates a he is not the $4 trillion group. He's I think $2-3 trillion group. But if you look at say Alphabet, if you look at your Amazon, if you look at all these companies, they're all Microsoft. These are $4 trillion. Now, if you look at the history of these companies, how did they grow? What did they leverage as enterprises? One way you look at that. Second, you look at the economies, like the countries or the states. Countries like South Korea, Japan, which grew actually to a very large economy, but small countries. Look at the countries like, say, USA, which is a large country but grew. Look at China, which is a very large country and also grew. So what they did, they leveraged last 20 years all the emerging technologies. Now next 20 years, next 10 years, what are the emerging technologies? So one is AI, IoT, advanced robotics. Now how we, each of us, train ourselves to make ourselves to work 10 times than what we are doing today individually. Collectively our enterprises do 10x. Then our state can actually do 10x. The 10x mindset is the talent requirement. Like thinking I can do 10x is actually the talent requirement. That's the skill requirement. That is the belief we have to create in our youth. Thank you. I took a little longer time because the foundation you have laid, the discussions you have is much bigger than a small company somewhere. Okay, thank you.
What a fantastic point. I mean, his point is that the first shift is to happen in the mindset and work backwards in terms of where you want to be and where you are. Thank you, sir, for bringing the discussion to a convergence. I just want to take up on something you said that we have in Odisha traditionally done business the way we have done, and we are where we are. And you said some other country, maybe in Australia, have done the way the business they have done, and they are where they are. Do you think that we've done business in a certain way? I mean, for lack of a better word, is there an Odia leadership model or something? And is it that we have to just look at something much better of the same model, or we have to look really at global best practices, import them, and then how do we go about that entire piece?
you know, looks like if we continue to do what we are doing today, we will be growing at our current growth rate. It doesn't take us to $500 billion. We have to essentially double at the minimum to be the $500 billion. So to double, what we do? We do interventions. The interventions is AI. AI बहुत घिसा पिटा हो गया है. You know, people are talking to AI all the time. The video you are seeing, that HR video, that was generated by AI. That voice is AI. That video is AI. Anything you want to do now, suppose what I want to speak here, I can ask AI to make my speech and it will do much better than I do. And then I want him to speak. It will also speak on my behalf as my avatar. So what exactly AI does? AI Jio Bharat, the rollout, 96% coding was done by AI, Claude. Okay. You would have seen 3 weeks ago, all the IT companies world over, their share price dropped to minimum, including yours, Infosys and TCS. And yesterday also they dropped. Why? Because when the Claude is generating one kind of version of the code, the coding platform, they released code, the Claude co-work with the kind of 11 plugins. Then the Infosys, TCS, all of them could go down as much as it could, market allowed. And the next day, they add something else, like
COBOL.
2 days ago they said COBOL coding. COBOL is very difficult, business language it is. I grew up COBOL. I was the first COBOL code 35 years ago. So I used to do coding on COBOL. Now COBOL can be generated in machine by machine, okay? So again, share price. Now what is happening is, Anthropic started a company 3 years ago by some guys who came out of, ChatGPT group, OpenAI group. They have become like what? $300, $400 billion market cap, which you are trying to be in many years as GDP. Some young kids, 20, 30 of them could create $300 billion and they'll soonest be the $500 billion in this year. By the end of this year, 100% a $1 trillion company in terms of market cap, and the revenue will be multi-billion dollar. These are the breakaway. These are the different way of thinking. So how we start thinking in our own way? Can I apply AI? I apply AI every minute of my time. I do 10, 20, 30% work today, what I was doing a year ago. I don't depend on anybody. If I had 100 resources, I can myself do those 100 resources work. What does it mean? If these 100 resources also do 100 resources work, then it will be 100x. And our country has the potential, our state has the potential, opportunity for all the 100 people to be 100x. Because we are not a saturated economy. If you see, I was just today looking at all the largest economies of the world and their growth rate. They are 1 to 2%, 0 to 1%, and India grows 7 to 8%, 6 to 8%. India has potential to grow much larger. Odisha has can actually grow 14, 15%. So that growth will come from, we should not fear technologies now. We should embrace in both the hands. We are an agrarian economy. Somebody was telling we are Odisha is a place of rural area, the predominant Grama Bahula. That's an advantage. I come from a village. I now also live in my village. When I come from Mumbai, my village is away some 1 hour away from here. I don't stay in my Bhubaneswar house. I stay in my village house. Okay? And that has everything that anybody could do. Anybody could have my Malabar Hill house and my Mahadavastha house. It is the same. So what I'm essentially trying to say, now we have to look at embrace in both the hands with the technology, the rural development, agriculture, the welfare, the education, the infrastructure, the industry has already started doing it. JSW is doing it. Reliance is doing it. Reliance is becoming an AI native enterprise. Do you know what is AI native enterprise? like Intel inside for your laptop. So it will become AI inside. Anything we do has AI. So in AI, Reliance is doing it, Tata are also doing it, Vedanta is also doing it, JSW is doing it. Now the state has to start doing it. The moment the state starts doing it, then everything will change, and that's what the way I'm looking at the whole scheme of things.
I wish some of the policymakers of the state were here, sir, to listen to you. I think Dr. Shantanu and Sanjay Patnaik did try to get them, but this would have been really good if they had. Thank you, sir. That's fantastic. Okay, Diksha has given me time stinkers, which we will try to adhere to very quickly. So, Mr. Vijay Sahu has brought all the IT companies into the fore, and I will take it forward. This is like putting an axe to my own leg, but nevertheless. So question to you, Abhijit, very quickly, and Ashish, is that we've seen some brain drain which has happened in terms of talent from the traditional industry to IT. How do we make our shop floor so aspirational for Gen Z, so that the best of the people, whether it's from IIT or NIT, are coming and joining the metals and manufacturing sector? Any quick thoughts on that?
No, very quick. I think Gen Z's expectations are different. We must understand they are no more as a traditional generation. It's a generation which looking into more of a social integration instead of an branding and a typical, 60 years down the line when the only expectation was there only for roti, kapra or makan. And after that it came into a lot of branding, and today's generation is a social generation, and thereby to meet the Gen Z, expectation into the shop floor, there are many transformative, approach need to be created by the leadership. The first and foremost transformative approach is to need to really roll out a non-linear career progression for them. And I can assure you one thing, time and again, another 5 years, 10 years down the line, there will be huge delayerifications of an organization. Only two categories of the people will remain after 5 years, tech or non-tech. You forget about your specialization as a generalist, you forget about your specialization as a strategist, all these particular name will just go out from the world. You are a tech or you are a tech. These are the two categories of the Gen Zs which will remain in the system. Now, if to really meet them, you have to change the shop floor in a much more dynamic situation, much more digitalization. They need to really categorize themselves as their own performing mirror. And lot of, cutting edge technology need to come in. Your recruitment policy, the simple recruitment policy by way of simply advertisement and calling them off the recruitment will not work. You have to show your industry in a much digital forum. You have to connect them much more in an early stage, and as well as your entire social network should be for hunting this particular talent with the Gen Z. And one thing I must tell you, please try to understand, Gen Z follows a different type of leadership in the system. They are not a traditional leadership like us. We look at to our boss in our traditional way. We learned many things. They were our mentor. That's the way we moved in our organization. Gen Zs are basically connected to the social network to identify their leadership and mentor. Whatever the value that leadership and mentor will carry, if his follower are million in numbers, Gen Z will follow. Look at what has happened in Nepal. Look at what has happened in other countries. These countries are phenomenally face the problem because Gen Z's leadership identification is different. If I correlate the same thing in the shop floor, or modern shop floor, your leadership style need to be completely changed. We always talk about there is a question of right for information. But today's Gen Z have got right for work. They will not work in a very traditional atmosphere. They are qualitative minded people. Your infrastructures, your support system, your procedure, your practices should be world class into the system. If you are not able to do that particular era, they will say that I have no right for work in this organization. They will have a right to safety. They will right to environment. They will not enter into an organization if the safety is not properly taken care. They have a right to sustainability. They have to read green technology. They have a right to really cherish the phenomenal upgradation of the technological things which is happening into the system. And if you think about 3 years, one promotion, beautiful performance appraisal, sitting in front of him, lot of dialogues, you are good, you are outstanding, you are very good or average, that will not work. They have to see a non-linear career progression into the system. If they are not going to give this, the situation of the shop floor will continue to remain. The last word, not a traditional factory, it need to be a smart, enabled, agile factory. That's why Gen-Z will remain and they will survive. Otherwise, you are not going to get this talent in near future. Thank you.
I just want to add one anecdote to what Abhijit said. And it's a true anecdote. So there was this particular Gen Z person who was complaining to her manager that she has to do a lot of work and she's very stretched and all of that. And the manager said that I am equally stretched. You know, I am also working 12 hours a day. The organization is currently going through a difficult phase. So Gen Z person told her manager that this is like saying that if I am committing suicide, you also commit suicide. She actually said that. So thank you, Abhijit. Anything you want to add, Ashish?
Yeah. Quickly, one is that Gen Z looking at a lifestyle different from ours. So in our company, we try to change the subfloor environment, clean office, clean workstations, clean canteen, everybody laptop, vending machines for coffee and all things they want, this is done. Second important thing in subfloor, like when we grew up, I started a journey some 34 years back. My boss told me, look, listen and feel. What he said, don't sit in the office, go to the subfloor, look for any leakages, be it steam leakage, be it water leakage, be it oil leakage. Listen, you go up and down the boiler, see whether there is hissing noise and all thing. And third is, he said, feel, go, touch a motor, either a vibration, either something abnormality. So this is the way we grew. They will not. So what we are doing, wherever there is harsh environment, like a coal mill, like a pots, where they don't want to stand, we are fitting CCTV. CCTV with analytics, that is doing the job of look. As far as listen is concerned, technology has provided many acoustic transducers that we are putting so that if there is a boiler tube leak, it immediately caught. Then coming to feel, they won't go and touch motors and all things. So everywhere I put IoT enabled vibration sensors, which are quickly picking up that one and doing. The second thing, we have been taught to go to the equipment, take various readings. You know, we as a shift engineer, I have gone at night 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock and took the readings. They won't do it. So all readings are online now. It's come to the DCS. Third is that looking at the equipment efficiency, we have been trained to take readings and do complex calculation to find what is the boiler efficiency, what is turbine heat rate. We have mastered that, right? They won't do. So what do we do? Digital twin. Get all parameters, let them see the results. So these are few of the things that we have done in our company to retain that.
Thank you, Ashish. Thank you. It'll be difficult, Rashmi, if you and I are there on the podium and I won't bring up the topic of diversity. So there are actually, so a lot of Gyan generally gets talked about diversity, that it's just a good to do thing. There are studies which actually show that diversity drives GDP. There was a study long time back, I think about US banks, which showed that when you, these were longitudinal studies done over a long period of time, which showed that if you had women on the board, the bank is much less likely to go into bankruptcy as opposed to when you don't have women on the board. So there is a very strong correlation there. And my question to you, Rashmi, is that if that is the case, what do we do to get women into core industrial leadership roles in Odisha? We have maybe 48% of workforce is women, but how many of them are in leadership roles? Can we do something differently?
Thanks. This is a very good question. So, I mean, like, I'm seeing so many beautiful faces here. I'm sure they are into the leadership role and all. So, and every day what they are facing, what challenges they are really facing in the workforce. So, if we discuss that, I mean, we have to change certain strategies. So I strongly believe there should be develop a targeted talent pipeline, especially, and then, you know, implement the mentorship and support. While I'm telling a mentorship and support, if you give them a chance for more networking or keep them with the people or the leaders like us who are already in the female leaders or whoever in the office and all, so that they can shadow the boss. They will learn more. Give them the equal opportunities. Give them some flexibilities. When I'm telling the flexibilities, work hour flexibilities, maybe some infra flexibilities such as grades should be there in the industry. in those areas. Like some of the service industries followed that. So if the industry, the corridor also follow that, give them some family-friendly policies. And of course, which is also very important, that measure and accountability. When I'm telling this, the equal pay grade should not be like this. I'm going with my boss for a smoke outside, and discussing about the hike, the promotion and all this, and the girl sitting inside the office and working there, not getting the flexibility to talk to the leadership, because he or she is not smoking, right? So that type of flexibility, building a proper talent pipeline, shadow the boss, giving them more networking places, open up with them, give them the place, so that I'm sure this will happen. And policy, definitely, as I mentioned, some of the policy changes, like flexible hours, infra, craze, or family, if they can bring their nanny and the kid with the office, and they can be taken care, and she can focus more on her work. So yes, so that will help. I understand up to the mid-level, more female are there. In the leadership role, you can see here. So what is the percentage? So that's what I'm telling. It's always, before this also the dais, only ma'am was there, and the rest of these, where all the big people were male. So why the leadership role? Like everybody, I've seen in my organization, up to the director level, the girls are there. And in the MD or the partner level, there are very few. So since last 7 years, I'm in a sector, I'm leading only since 7 years. I have not seen any lady or upgraded to that. It doesn't mean that they don't have the talent. They may have some, old school people at home or in the office, or the family challenges. So we should give them more opportunities, more flexible hours with the infrastructure support and policy. That will definitely lead to this.
Thank you, Rashmi. Last question to you, sir. So they say collaboration is the theme of 2026. Now, these giants like JSW or Vedanta or Hindalco, is there any possibility that they can collaborate and share a talent pool from which they draw, rather than always fighting for a limited set of talent? I'm asking this question because years back, that is what the ITS companies tried to do. We tried to create a common database with NASSCOM, which is like background check clear, clean candidates which we can pull out from. It didn't happen for whatever reason. I don't want to go there. But is there something that these big giants can collaborate and do, given that they have sometimes similar talent requirements?
Yeah, I think, if you see in a lighter way, I started with Nalco, then Vedant, and then Hindalco. So I think this is already happening in the big companies also. Okay, but when you think seriously, see what sort of talent. If you think about the talent, there are a lot of soft skills. Okay, the way you communicate, the way you empathize. Okay, many of these skills. These skill sets can be taught together, and you can use the same best common resources, and you can take the advantage of that. So that is a lot of the common areas where all these big companies, they can work together. Then the other thing is that when it comes to even the hard skills, you will find that still in that also there are a lot of common things. Like, let's think about a maintenance person, whether working in JSW, Vedant, or Hindalco, has to do the same sort of maintenance practice. Okay, so same vibration monitoring, same lubrication, checking the equipments. So many of these things we can do together, and it's quite possible. It's a good opportunity. I think we need to. I think we have not done a lot, because normally many of these companies also, they work in these silos. For example, in Hindalco, the way our Aditya Birla Group, the way we break that silo is that many of these trainings, we have got a common place called Gyanodaya in Bombay, where all the people, whether you're from Cement, Ultratech or Hindalco, they all go there. Then we have got also the same promotion policy. So somebody gets a vacancy in Ultratech, you can apply for Hindalco, but this sort of things can be, while it is done in ABG, and same things can be done in outside, and I think that will be a very good thing to improve the economy of this state and give the best to the economy of this state and to the economy of the whole country. Thank you.
Thank you, Bibu. Before Diksha throws me off the podium, I would like to wrap up with one very quick question, 2-word answers, and open to everybody. If there was one policy change that you would like to request the Odisha government for to boost employability, one policy change, what would it be?
Technology and transparency in every governance they do.
Organizers to please make a note. Thank you, sir.
Diversify. Steel, aluminum alone cannot take $1.5 trillion. Go to ship making, go to electronics exports, go for chip making, go for data centers, and go for defense equipment, go for anything which Odisha has got. Steel and aluminum are not enough.
And this ties into the question you wanted me to ask, that where will growth come from? You wanted me to ask that question, right?
If you give me 2 more things, I can elaborate, but I think...
Thank you, Ashish. Thank you.
And I think one very significant move Odisha should really think about to bring a Odisha credit policy into education system. Because honestly speaking, the curriculum, if it is not addressed, the IoT or the coding and everything need to be really cultivated to the curriculum activity itself. And when I'm talking about credit framework, it's a framework of a specialization skill. Unless another skill is recognized at industry level and skill is recognized at academic level, things will not move in future. So that framework is a very significant framework to be worked on.
Thank you. And I loved your thing about, great curriculum. Some days back, somebody asked somebody that how do we build a world-class university? And the gentleman answered, you can't build a world-class university unless you have a world-class school system, right? Thank you.
I agree to all the panelists because already they have captured. So one is like, if there will be a AI policy and, it is a matter of the sectors. It is, whether it is a mine and metal or solar energy or a semiconductor or anywhere. So it should be a little bit of AI policy which will give the subsidized and all the other things. So that.
Thank you. Thanks, Rashmi. Yes. So we'll take one question in the interest of time, since we cannot ignore Mr. Sanjay Patnaik. He's the one who's giving us the lunch. You can take this, sir. I want to. Sir, you can take this.
No, it's brilliant deliberation. But one I had urged at the beginning is that when the panelists have been discussing about that, why can't they have 2 action points which they would like to actually champion? And secondly, what would they actually expect from all the 3 different stakeholders like startup ecosystem, industry, government, and the academia? What they would like to do as one of their action points. So this is what I had urged for. But one of the questions which actually leads to this kind of ecosystem is that there are people from different MSMEs, startup ecosystem, they are innovators, and I was just talking on the background, they have been doing fantastic job. But is that aligned to the industry problem is a big question mark. So what I'm trying to ask the question is that how are these people, these people are the contributors to the GDP of Odisha. The $500 billion economy which we are all dreaming of is majorly going to be contributed by the small entrepreneurs. How are they going to approach you? How are they going to access you? How are your doors open for them? This is what is my question. What is that they would like to? Can they open door? Can they access you? Can they talk you? Or you remain a distance dream for them? So that's my question.
That's a very hard-hitting one. So, anybody? Yes.
Yeah, actually, in regard to startup, they are always welcome to contact us. We will support in any which manner we can. In regard to the industry, the industry, they are doing their best in terms of embracing technology and growing the economy. In regard to government, government has to focus on governance. I'll go back again and again. Technology and transparency, what it does, it makes every single person prosper. I live in a village among farmers. How many times a farmer comes to the Tehsil office or the sub-registrar RI for his activities, one activity, and then multiple times and wastes his time living his field, how disappointed disproportionately he is in Odisha. Those are the aspects if we pay attention to, that is actually only technology and transparency can do. Collective productivity, collective saving time of each of those individuals, whether they're farmers, startup owners, industrialists or industries. If you add that up time is money, and that will actually boost the economy. Thank you.
We couldn't have ended this thing on a better note. I see people vying for questions, but Diksha has told me 110. What do you want me to do? Want me to take questions, not take questions? So ladies, I know you are very desperate to ask questions. I know your hand is up till the ceiling, but my hands are tied.
The Honorable Speaker and Mr. Kalyan Mahanti and others, they were talking about employment. Employment being essential part of the story of Odisha's growth. Now, at one level, we have heard of jobless growth in the country. So at one level, the technology, growth of technology, if not it displaces employment, it certainly challenges employment. So what we have heard throughout, and it is true, productivity has to come with boom of AI. But how do we reconcile the two? Because it seems at a very base level that AI is certainly going to challenge the employment opportunities in the country, which is already being talked about a lot. So any quick thoughts on that?
I am very tempted to deal with this. Elon Musk a few days ago, he said,
Can you keep it closer? Can you keep it closer?
Elon Musk few weeks ago, he said, every single activity human being is doing, whether it is in the factory or in the farm, anywhere, then the robotics can do. Now computer vision has come to robots. Ashish Babu was talking about cognitive capabilities. Like a human being has 5 sensory organs. Now it's already there. Like he talked about hearing, speaking, smelling. A test has come. MIT 9 months ago they released an IP on test, and one France company has already done a test sensor. So you have eyes like camera, here all these are done. So you integrate that with the robot, with AI as the brain. So every single thing a robot can do much better than a human being can do, given. So jobs for the factory and physical work, which was the last frontier, is gone. Yes, I'm coming there, sir. And go back, I talked about Claude, that 96% of the coding is being done by Claude, which would have been done by a human being. How did India grow last 40 years? India's biggest booster was the IT services industry. I come from there. I come from Wipro actually. Originally, when Wipro was a very small company, I joined as its HR head. And then actually we grew, I remember growing from 1,200 to 70,000 people in 4 or 5 years. And now it is few lakhs, Infosys is few lakhs. All of these used to be small companies. So what I'm saying, small companies have become bigger. Observe, you touch any family in Odisha, somebody relative is working in some IT service industry. If 96% code is being done by Claude with co-work, just imagine what will happen to that industry. Industry cannot endlessly pay. The reserves, cash reserves will get over. Now, with these two situations, joblessness in the current framework is a reality. It's given. There will be no jobs that we have been seeing last 20 years. But very new jobs are emerging. And those jobs are, what are they? how they can contribute to an individual, and how that will contribute to an enterprise and a nation. That is the matter for us to collectively think. Elon Musk gave a simple rule. He said the productivity will go up, economy will be surplus, food will be surplus, there will be no problem of food, clothing, shelter, which is the basic need of the people. But that will be earned by few large enterprises like Elon Musk, handful. In every country, 5-10 of them will do entire thing. So when that happens, what happens? It creates social upheaval. Because when you don't have anything to do, you have mental health issues. So now we have to think of what is happening to those aspects, economic aspect, social aspect, psychological aspect. Those are the aspects we should actually collectively start thinking, debating the intelligence of the, because innocent farmer, he doesn't know what will happen to his field. He's happy, tractor aaya, automated tractor will come, automated cleaner, everything will be automated. Digital twin in the factory with all sensory human organs put into the robot. New jobs, what kind of jobs will come? I have been researching what all jobs will come. Caring for each other, caring for the elder, caring for the people will be such an important job. That's one. Second is mental health counselors. You touch any software engineer in Bangalore, Bombay, they have mental health issues. You have seen people around you, they're very intelligent, very high IQ people, but tremendously affected by stressed by mental health. Why? They want to have a pride. They want also to be Elon Musk, and if they couldn't be Elon Musk, they have a mental health issue. Elon Musk also, if you see his life, many times he had himself mental health issues when he could not keep pace with his aspiration. So those are the things we have to deal with, the psychology, the sociology, the economics of the society. And jobs will come from those areas, not physically being more productive by farm worker or the factory worker, or the IT coding, because coding will be done by cloud. Okay, thank you.
After that terrific and sir slightly terrifying vision that Mr. Bijay Sahu has built up, I am in trepidation of Diksha. I have to close now. Ladies, I know you are very desperate to ask questions. We are holding our gentleman and Rashmi hostage during lunch. Please ask your questions at that point in time.
One aspect I missed. Are you observing on YouTube how many spiritual leaders are being followed?
Yeah. All babas and matas.
That will be the biggest job. That will be the biggest job. The spiritual leader's job, yoga teacher's job will be the biggest job.
So now you know what skill you need to build for future. Irrespective of 2036 or 47, you know what you have to do. Thank you, sir. Wonderful note to end the panel discussion on. I must thank the panelists for their candor, for wonderful replies which were insightful, holistic and funny. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here. Please don't go away. We have wonderful stuff coming up. And Diksha, finally I'm done.
Thank you so much. Can we have a big round of applause? What we heard today is not just a discussion, it is a blueprint. And if Odisha has to achieve USD 500 billion by 2036 and 1.5 trillion by 2047, it will require exactly this kind of collective leadership commitment. On that note, we would like to felicitate our distinguished panelists and moderator with a token of appreciation. So I'll first request Dr. Santanu Ratho, core committee member, co-convener, HRIR Committee, ICC Odisha State, to please present a memento to Mr. Abhijit Pati, ex-whole-time director and CEO Vedanta and Balco. We'll like to felicitate each one of them for taking out time from their hectic schedule and being a part of such a pivotal conversation today. I'll now request Shri Sanjay Kumar Patnaik, convener HR and IR Committee, ICC Odisha State Council, to present one to Mr. Bijay Sahu, Group President, Strategic HR, Chairman's Office, Reliance Industries. Good one. We'll then request Dr. Manoranjan Patel, MD, OKCL, to present one to Ms. Rashmi Dash, Managing Director, PwC India. We'll then request Mr. Sandeep Patnaik, Director HRO HPCL, to present one to Mr. Bibhu Mishra, Advisor Hindalco Industries Limited, Aditya Birla Group. He's already here on stage. Next up, Sir Ashish Patil. We'll now once again request Shri Sanjay Patnaik to present a token of appreciation to Mr. Ashish Padi, EVP and Head Projects, Odisha JSW Energy. And we'll once again request Dr. Santanu Rath to present a memento to Ms. Bobby Patnaik, National HRD Network BPI Chapter President, which is also our knowledge partner, and AVP and HR Business Leader Infosys, our moderator, who for wonderfully moderating the session, making it so interesting and engaging. We'll have a group photograph before we move to our next session. Of course, I'll request, since we are already running behind schedule, we still have 3 more sessions. I'll request all the moderators to please ensure to, keep the sessions finish the sessions on time. Thank you. As we set the stage, there's something that we would like to announce before we move into our next session. We have a video. So as we are setting the stage for it, we have a video from our knowledge partner, Odisha Knowledge Corporation Limited, that sheds light on how OKCL is actually building the skill resources at grassroots level in the state, and also gives an insight into how OKCL can collaborate with industries to build the required skill set. So we'll take a look at the video while we also set the stage for the next panel.
1960 मसीहा टाटा इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ फंडामेंटल रिसर्च केन्द्र रे प्रस्तुत होइथिबा भारतर प्रथम ऑटोमेटिक कैलकुलेटर आजिर आधुनिक जुगर कंप्यूटर आ कृत्रिम बुद्धिमतार मूल आधार। ओडिशा रे लोकंकु एही आधुनिक ज्ञान कौशल प्रयोग क्षेत्र रे सठिक तालीम देई दक्ष करी गढ़ी तोली पारिछि ओडिशा नॉलेज कॉर्पोरेशन लिमिटेड बा OKCL। फलरे लोकंक जीवन और जीविका रे आसी पारिछि विशेष परिवर्तन। कंप्यूटर शिक्षा सह एबे OKCL लोकंक हाथ पांतारे पहुंचाउछि भविष्यतर ज्ञान कौशल आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस बा कृत्रिम बुद्धिमता। लक्ष्य गोटिए AI फॉर ऑल, अर्थात समस्तंक पई AI। 2011 मसीहारे गठन हैला OKCL। ओडिशा सरकारक इलेक्ट्रोनिक्स और सूचना प्रजुक्ति विद्या विभाग अधीन रे परिचालित एही संस्था राज्य रे IT उपयोगी शिक्षा और सेवा प्रसार दिगरे निरंतर काम करुछि। स्वीकृति प्राप्त शिक्षण केन्द्र बा ALC ओडिशा रे डिजिटल परिवर्तन क्षेत्र रे OKCL रो एक मुख्य स्तंभ। सहर रु गाँ एमिति कि भौगोलिक प्रतिबंधक थिबा अंचल रे रहिछि एहार केन्द्र। फलरे राज्यर युवपीढ़ी आज सुविधारे नुआ नुआ डिजिटल ज्ञान पाई पारुछंती। युवपीढ़ी को प्रशिक्षण देवा पई तालीम प्राप्त दक्ष प्रशिक्षक एही केन्द्र गुड़िकरे नियुक्त होइछंती। एहा सहित शिक्षादान, शिक्षण एवं व्यावसायिक क्षेत्र रे अभिवृद्धि पई प्रत्येक जिल्ला रे रहिछंती जणे जणे मुख्य संयोजक। ज्ञान और टेक्नोलोजी मध्यरे सेतु भली काम करुछि OKCL। डिजिटल व्यवधान को दूर करने लगी नहीं अनेक गुरुत्वपूर्ण पदक्षेप। से मध्यरु एक प्रमुख कार्यक्रम हेउछि सरकारी स्वीकृति प्राप्त कंप्यूटर दक्षता पाठ्यक्रम बा OSCIT। फलरे डिजिटल दक्षता एवं कैरियर आधारित कौशल शिक्षा पाई आत्मविश्वासर सह आगकु बढ़ुछंती युवपीढ़ी। सेहीपरि OSCIT A, OSCIT A+, OCOC, e-school Tech Plus, OKCL Achievers सीरीज, AI फॉर ऑल, कंप्यूटर भित्तिक नियुक्ति वृद्धि एवं OKCL ओलंपियाड आदि कार्यक्रम गोटिए गोटिए माइल खुंट होई पारिछि। एहा द्वारा भविष्यत पई दक्ष मानव संबल प्रस्तुत हेउछंती। केवल सेतिकी नुहे, OKCL माध्यम रे ई शिक्षण, ई शासन एवं ई सशक्तिकरण क्षेत्र रे विशेष परिवर्तन आसी पारिछि। फलरे राज्यर सामाजिक और अर्थनैतिक विकास आहुरी गतिशील हेउछि। आज विद्यालय स्तर में OKCL रो ई कंटेंट 3500 रु अधिक श्रेणी गृह रे व्यवहृत होउछि। एहा द्वारा प्रथम रु दशम श्रेणी छात्र छात्री विशेष भाव में उपकृत होउछंती। ता सांगकु स्मार्ट छात्री को लाइव इंटरैक्टिव स्पोकन इंग्लिश AI एवं रोबोटिक्स तालीम मध्य दिया जाउछि। भाषा शिक्षा को सक्षम करिबा, सांस्कृतिक संजोग एवं भाषागत निरंतरता को सुदृढ़ करिबा लागि विकसित होइछि मु ओडिया एप्लिकेशन। यह ओडिया अस्मितार एक नियारा वार्ता देउछि। OKCL र विभिन्न सफल कार्यक्रम मध्य रही मिशन शक्ति विभाग अधीन रे लोकंक मत संग्रह एवं ओडिशा प्रशासनिक अधिकारी मानकु डिजिटल कौशल शिक्षा। डिजिटल साक्षरतारू निजुक्ति क्षमता, शिक्षागत समृद्धि AI, भाषा संरक्षणरू राज्य सरकारक विभिन्न जनकल्याण योजनार सफल रूपायन। गत 15 वर्ष रे विभिन्न क्षेत्र रे OKCL नेछि गुरुत्वपूर्ण भूमिका। समृद्ध ओडिशा और विकसित भारतर स्वप्न साकार करिबा दिगरे बलिष्ठ योगदान देउछि OKCL।
Thank you. Well, we will now move into the CHRO Roundtable, Human Capital Strategy for a Viksit Odisha, a conversation that lies at the heart of this summit. If CEOs shape enterprise direction, it is CHROs who shape the human architecture of growth. So I'd like to invite our panelists. A moderator is already here with us, Dr. Praveen Purohit, CHRO Vedanta Aluminium, Dr. Manranjan Puttal, Managing Director, Odisha Knowledge Corporation Limited, Mr. Sandeep Patnaik, Director, HR, OHPCL, Mr. Dilip Kumar Sinha, President and CHRO, JSPL, Dr. Debabrata Das, Head Human Resources, Eastern India, ArcelorMittal, Nippon Steel India, and moderator, Dr. Santanu Ratha, Core Committee Member and Co-Convener, HR and IR Committee, ICC Odisha State Council, Visiting Professor, HR, Exime University. This discussion today will focus on how HR leadership can operationalize large-scale workforce alignment, strengthen industry-academia collaboration, and prepare Odisha's talent ecosystem for global competitiveness. Because in the roadmap to Viksit Odisha, human capital is not a support pillar, it is the growth engine. I'll also take this opportunity to briefly introduce each one of them. We have with us Dr. Praveen Purohit, CHRO for Vedanta's Aluminium, Port and Mine Businesses, an HR veteran with over 20 years of global experience. He shapes the people strategy for a $30 billion global leader with a workforce of employees across 75 locations as a senior vice president and deputy group CHRO. He has been a champion of digital transformation, pioneering the first ever rollout of AI-powered assessment for over 15,000 employees. Has also been recognized as one of the 100 top HR minds in India and a recipient of the Economic Times Great Manager Award, among many other accolades. We have with us Dr. Manranjan Puttal, the Managing Director of Odisha Knowledge Corporation Limited, with a career spanning over 2 decades. He has been a driving force in education services and strategic planning within the state, holds a PhD in Business Management and a PGDM from Exime University. Before leading OKCL, he served as a state head of education services for Odisha e-governance services and founded Uniform Relational Logic Private Limited, specializing in ERP and CRM systems. We have Mr. Sandeep Patnaik, Director HR at the Odisha Hydropower Corporation, with over 3 decades of experience. He's a distinguished HR leader and skill development strategist who has navigated the complexities of the aerospace, defense, and mining sectors. During his tenure as executive director at HAL, he pioneered a unique skill development process for which he holds 3 copyrights. He also served as the chairman of the steering committee for the Aerospace and Aviation Sector Skill Council, shaping industry-wide skill initiatives across India. We have Mr. Dilip Sinha, President and CHRO at Jindal Steel and Power Limited, with over 29 years of experience in human resource management. He's a powerhouse in transformation management and digital leadership. At JSPL, he leads strategic HR initiatives and workforce modeling, while also holding responsibility for group security, CSR safety, and corporate affairs. His leadership also has been recognized globally with honors including the 100 Most Talented Global HR Leader Award and the Most Influential HR Leader of the Year. We have with us Dr. Debabrata Das, Head Human Resources, Eastern India, ArcelorMittal, Nippon Steel India, a distinguished senior human resource professional and culture architect with over 30 years of transformative leadership across India's premier industrial organization, including ArcelorMittal, Nippon Steel, Tata Motors, and ITC Limited, a PhD in HR Management and ICF accredited career coach. He combines technical engineering roots with advanced behavioral science to build high-performance, resilient organization culture. And the session, of course, will be moderated by Dr. Santanu Ratha, Core Committee Member and Co-Convener, HR and IR Committee, ICC Odisha State Council, and a visiting professor, HR, Exime University, a veteran administrator who previously also served as the Director of the Odisha Urban Academy and Director HR for both Odisha Mining Corporation and OPTCL. So he definitely brings a wealth of academic insight and practical board level experience to today's discussion. So I let him take this discussion forward. And I'm sorry I'm speaking at supersonic speed, but we are running a little late, and that is how I have to do it. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Diksha, for the wonderful introduction about the panelists. A very impressive lineup we have. You know, we have CHRO. In fact, after this CEO roundtable, you know, many of the themes have been covered, you know, in the previous session, and Bobby has literally stolen the thunders, you know. So I was trying to figure it out, I mean, how I will kind of structure this session. And at the same time, I'm standing between you and, you know, lunch again. So again, angry and hungry, Bobby. But you are all, good to see you all smiling. So that, you know, gives me a reason to extend the session with your kind permission for another 15 minutes. So let's, I think we'll keep this session very short and, you know, maybe sweet. And for 1 hour, it is now 1:30. So we should break maybe 45 minutes, yes, session. Let me see whether I'm going to do justice to this job or not. But yes, I mean, if you look at this panel, we have CHROs from, you know, aluminum power, and, you know, on my left, my younger brother, Devabrat, from, he's into steel making, and we have a PSU, you know, iconic leader, Sandeep Patnaik there also, who will be sharing his thoughts about the green energy, the energy of the future. And we have one CEO perspective, definitely, you know, the CEO who is heading a knowledge-based enterprise. You have seen this video also for some time. By this time you understand what this Odisha Knowledge Corporation, you know, how they are driving this knowledge, I mean, economy, maybe preparing the future-ready workforce. And I'm very thankful to especially Mr. Manoranjan Puthal for this reason, that this event is being live streamed, right? I think about 1 lakh people out spread over all districts and subdivisions. Yes. So can you just give us a estimate, rough number as to how many younger people, audience, they will be watching this event? Yeah. Okay. Okay, so that you know, gives us a good reason also to kind of speak our minds and thoughts, share our thoughts, so that we are also connected to a virtual audience out there. Just to start the session, the first questions will be very direct and brief. Like, if you were the CEO or the CHRO of the state, look at the state, you know, as an enterprise, not as a governance, from a governance perspective. If you are the CHRO, how would you prioritize the HR issues or the challenges to make the human capital future ready and industry ready? I mean, or two issues, two quick questions and quick answers also. I mean, Devabrat, start with Devabrat. Yes.
Thank you very much. So first thing, I should look to the demographic dividend of the state. I should look in the next 10 to 15 years, the kind of growth we are envisaging. What's the skill heat map? Using the AI advanced predictive analytics, looking to the sector, not only the metal and mining, everybody is talking about the big players like Tata, JSW, ArcelorMittal, whatever it may be. I will be focusing more on the MSMEs, because 90% of the workforce is coming from MSMEs. And I will, as a CHRO, I will make them certain capability, build them certain capability by institutionalizing a uniform skill board across state of Odisha, which will give them the uniformity to address the skill gap, make them capable for the future, so that we can build the talent Odisha itself with a tagline, skilled in Odisha. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Devabrat, for being so brief and also very concise. My next, I have a question for you, Mr. Dilip Sinha. And many of you, I'm very happy to introduce Dilip Sinha, CHRO of JSPL. He was an ex-IPS officer. So we have
IPS officer here also who has become an HR leader also. A huge round of applause for Dilip Sinha. So talking about, you have been Group CHRO Vedanta, also you have been, part of the HR leadership across different companies, FMCG, cutting across other verticals as well. So when he talks about the skill gap, I mean, is there some kind of are the industries talking to the academia in real sense? I mean, are they, or the academia, are they aware, okay, these are the industry requirements? And if you go back to our HR Nexus platform, that is what I was talking about. There is a talent disconnect somewhere. The engineering technicians, graduates, engineers who are, pass out with degree certificates or whatever, diploma or ITI trade certificates, they are not ready for the industries. As a result of which, the industries have to make huge investment in also learning development, right from their induction, onboarding, the skill-based training. This is number one question. So how you are going to, bridge this gap, the skill, or build a bridge, to talk to each other?
So this is very pertinent. Actually, if you put both metal and service sector, metal is of course a growth driver for economy, which we are talking about 1.5 trillion. There is a mismatch of 60% skill gap. For that, only solution is skilling, upskilling and reskilling. You have to create on your own. That's what we have done in metal industry. And we are churning almost 1,000 people every month. Specific training skills we are providing. It is based inside our locations, and we are creating those programs. It is one of the largest program we have undertaken. It is called Dakshata, and we are building a capable workforce for the steel industry. Which, just mentioning what is the quantum of need, if we are talking about 500 million tons per annum of metal, ferrous, non-ferrous, both I am talking, you need a workforce of around 5,10,000 trained people. Where do we create? It has to be created inside, and it is quintessential skilling, upskilling and reskilling. There is no way out, no choice.
My question was, are the academic institutions aware of this gap, or you tell them, look,
Yes, they are, and we have a tie-up. When I say we have created a skilling center, we have a tie-up with Center of Excellences, like C.V. Raman here you are mentioning. They are one of the partners. Lot of universities and original equipment manufacturers, they are partners for our training sessions and experts who train our people, specific to the production.
Okay, so now I guess, my question is to Mr. Manoranjan Puthal, who is the MD of Odisha Knowledge Corporations. Now that you are 15 years old, as an organization, and also you are into digital education, empowering the youth, also kind of making them, digital ready, future ready. So the kind of disruption that is happening all around, I think the CEOs, in the CEO roundtable, one thing came out very clearly about whether it is green energy, whether this is AI, or whatever IoT, the advanced emerging technology. So there is a lot of disruptions happening all around. And AI is one of the job destroyer as well as the job creator. Maybe we are not prepared for the kind of roles which is evolving faster, and the academia have any clue, nor the industry leaders also. We debate also what kind of roles we are preparing our future, workforce for. So in this, kind of a very disruptions and also disconnect, talent disconnect. Where do you think that, the role of Odisha Knowledge Corporations, driving this knowledge economy, for next 10 to 20 years, which I guess our previous panelist, Vijay Sahu was talking about, how the technology companies are growing exponentially, fastest. So how do you bring in all those automation skills, and to prepare, how do you prepare our youth especially, who are not employable? I mean, which adds to unemployment and underemployment also.
Yeah.
So that is precisely, if you look at this entire landscape of employment and the talent disconnect, and also that AI disrupting the entire ecosystems, how do you see the future of our youth? Whose potential needs to be tapped? If you want to become a big this $500 billion economy or whatever, so how do we leverage this potential, human capital potential?
Yeah. Good afternoon all. This is a very big question. We're supposed to divide into 3 parts. One part is how to skill people to meet the technology challenges, what is coming in front of us, disrupting the jobs, disrupting the industries. And second one is that how to push all those ideas into the academia and how to encourage the youth to adopt those challenging jobs through skill building. Then Odisha Knowledge Corporations is mainly created to bridge the digital divide and to bridge the AI divide among the common people. Then when we are talking about bridge the divide, then that divide is there in the common citizens, that everyone should know technology, everyone should use technology in their day-to-day life. Then in our cases at Odisha Knowledge Corporations, we are categorically working for the citizens and youths in a very different way. Means where we are working with the school students. When we are talking about the school students, we are encouraging them to start thinking about the emerging technologies. Therefore, I like to here place some points that Government of Odisha now trying to push emerging technology ideas through different kind of camps, that is emerging technology camps at schools. And our target is to demonstrate those technologies to 1 lakh plus students in each year from very early stage of their schooling. Then when a student at the school level start understanding what is the technology, what is the future, what is the disruptions, accordingly they will try to prepare themselves to face the future challenges when they will become the youth. Again, if we look into the NEP 2020 mandate, NEP 2020 is very much aligned inside a credit skilling platform. Then in that case, we are closely working with the universities, and through that universities ecosystems, we are creditizing different skills program and encouraging youth to join those skill programs and earn credits as their academic credits in the final reward of the certificates. Then when we are encouraging youth to learn skills, that is again helping the youth to work in the new technology what their industries are demanding. Then starting from the children to youth to universities, a ecosystem we are trying to create which will help to face the future challenges what is coming through the emerging technologies. Then when the emerging technologies are killing jobs, as well as it is creating wonderful jobs for the common people, it is creating wonderful jobs for the youth. To encourage those things, we are also pushing the use of technologies. We are also encouraging the use of technologies in governances. Also, we are encouraging to use the technology among the common masses. I hope this way, if every person in our society will adopt technology and use that technology in their day-to-day life, then some way we will able to face the disruptions what is coming to the industries. And apart from the industry, there is another that is a very wonderful gig economy. Then we are encouraging youth that you must do something in the gig economy. You try to explore jobs there. That way we are trying to bridge the gaps of technology among the citizens in our state. Thank you.
Yeah. So I'll come back to Mr. Dilip, Dr. Praveen Purohit, CHRO, Vedanta, Aluminium and Power. So as you go, walk into future, I've been talking about this industry 4.0, the smart manufacturing, what the Mr. Avijit Pati was also talking about. So this kind of, do you have a plan also to align your HR strategy also, your HR, kind of a L&D strategy, to prepare for this kind of future also? How, to what extent, how do you make your, engineers, technicians, and, executives, again, the future ready and also technology savvy also?
Beautiful. I think I have the simplest question of all. How technology, digital, something which I am using in my current setup that can help me in, bettering my business or maybe increasing productivity. But before I get into this subject, let me congratulate ICC for what a beautiful subject, the team. Since morning I have been hearing all the dignitaries, the CEO panel. One thing has emerged very, very clearly, that we all are thinking in the same direction in terms of how we can help people to grow in their career or to become better in the life. So I think that has come out very, very nicely. And in the previous session, many things has come in terms of what we can do together. But probably in this HR session, maybe if we can make it a bit pragmatic and say how we can do it. And exactly this is the question to me. Maybe abhi bahut hua, we have talked about AI, it will take job or this, that and all. But let me tell you, I have been part of many of the panel. I keep visiting a lot of IITs, IIMs, deliberating, debating with many of the, some of the sharpest mind. Abhi tak, India as a country, we only have opportunity that we need to grab. We have not come to a stage where we need to think of anything where we are losing anything or we need to be careful about something. This is the time for any level, irrespective of whether we are talking about the top or mid or the bottom of the pyramid, हमारे पास खाली opportunity है. And this is where probably HR folks or the HR system in the organization, they can bring that vibrancy in terms of how do we leverage what is there available in the ecosystem. I will tell you, it starts from the top. Today, my chairman, Mr. Anil Agarwal, he is so clear कि आप company में जो भी करोगे, and this is the message to the entire organization, not only to HR, to the operation, of course, CEO, operation people, logistics, finance, even for that matter, you take any of the enabling function, कि आपने जो भी पहले किया है, can you convert those things into the new age digital portal and digital system? Whatever you will do today, you have a capex of, hundreds of thousands of crore of project in pipeline. But whatever you will do, please ensure that unless and until it is digitally driven, we will not implement that. And that's the reason, Rat Sahab, you won't believe, and I am very fortunate, probably my team of 500 HR folks in Vedanta, we are very lucky that we have tone from the top कि जब तक डिजिटल और टेक्नोलॉजी यूज़ नहीं करेंगे हमको आगे बढ़ना ही नहीं है. तो एक हमारी सोच इतनी क्लियर हो गई है कि जब भी हम किसी से बात करते हैं, इवन व्हेन वी डेलिब्रेट विद इन द टीम और व्हेन आई टॉक टू बेस्ट ऑफ द बिजनेस पार्टनर, जो भी मेरे कंसल्टेंट है, पहली बात यही होती है कि जो भी हम प्रोजेक्ट करेंगे, वी नीड टू हैव 1, 2, 3 इन प्लेस. कैन यू प्रोवाइड दैट काइंड ऑफ सपोर्ट टू अस? इफ नॉट, आई थिंक वी विल हैव टू गेट इनटू समथिंग एल्स. सो द पॉइंट इज टोन फ्रॉम द टॉप मैटर्स ए लॉट, नंबर 1. नंबर 2, बातें कितनी भी करो नहीं होना है. AI, digital technology, come on, we can keep talking about it. But tell me what HR folks can do unless and until you have the support in terms of the budget. You need to allocate budget, because let me tell you, if you are not getting or venturing into this area, you will be left behind. आज की तारीख में, whether it is a small setup, mid-level setup, or the large conglomerate like Jindal or Vedanta or whoever it may be, you need to embrace technology. और उसके लिए you will have to shell out. You will have to have a budget. You will have to have that mindset happening. And again, I am very fortunate in Vedanta. Can you believe my HR budget for digital is 100 crore? And that's the kind of, the thinking and the confidence what we get कि हम कर सकते हैं. Then yes, I think there are a lot of things where you need to create awareness. You have thousands, as we speak, I have 100,000 people in my organization. I think it's very important first we build a kind of awareness in the entire ecosystem do we have appreciation of basics? Do we have appreciation of fundamentals, that how AI can help? For example, I will tell you what I did very recently, and probably this is the case study what India has seen. 15,000 people have undergone talent assessment. 15,000 people. एक जमाना था कि अगर मुझे 15,000 लोगों का assessment करवाना है, and many of you are HR folks, एक succession planning word होता था, आज भी है, of course. Succession planning करवानी है, if you talk to the consultant, they will give you a proposal which will be of amazing crores of rupees, and they will tell you that it will take, हम इसको 8 महीने में पूरा कर देंगे, 8-9 महीने में succession planning करेंगे. Come on, do we have that absolutely patience for 8-9 महीने? Can you believe 15,000 people, my team did assessment within 4 weeks time, thanks to AI. And that's the how part of it. कि कैसे करते हो? AI can help you. 15,000 assessment, नीचे आए, filter किया. I applied all my competencies and blah, blah, whatever, each of the organization, they have their own uniqueness. 3,000 say I applied another filter. I came to kind of top 500. And out of 500, whatever I need, I have today. If I need 100, top 100 I have. I can do function-wise cut, I can do location-wise cut, whatever. So the point is, do you have appreciation? Do you have tone from the top? Do you have that mandate? Unless and until you have the mandate, probably you cannot move in that direction. We can keep talking about it, but it cannot happen. Recruitment. आज मैं जब एक LinkedIn में ad डालता हूँ, can you believe how many people want to join Vedanta? Problem joining की नहीं है, problem HR वालों की है. वो आती है application, एक पोजीशन की application आती है 4,500. देखेगा कौन उसको 4,500 application को? एक जमाना था जब एक टीम 2 लोगों को बिठाते थे कि भाई CV खोल के देखो क्या मिलता है, एक Excel sheet में डालो. No, I think today LinkedIn provide that. AI is in place. Can you believe within less than weeks time, I can cut short all the slices and dices and arrive at what I need. Just मुझे खाली मिलना है. Finally, I need to meet top 3, top 5, whatever I need. So the point is, do you have that mandate very clear in your thinking कि मुझे करना क्या है? How do I practically want to drive the things? And yes, there are amazing opportunity. We will keep talking about it. We can keep sharing. Odisha especially, Vedanta, we have a huge investment. I think many of the folks who are sitting here.
Can you keep it brief?
We can talk more about it as we progress, but this is what I wanted to share in terms of digital. That's
okay, thank you. I think we'll quickly move to Mr. Sandeep Patnaik, at the other end. We have talked about mining metal. I think he is the one who is now heading a green energy, corporations. And Odisha Hydropower Corporation, one of the largest producer of hydroelectric power in the eastern India. And they have also diversified into OHPC in green energy also. They have a JetCall, another sister concern called JetCall. Mr. Patnaik, could you just tell us, Odisha has a very, huge reservoir of, water resources, which is still untapped. At the same time also, there are many, renewable energy or green energy. And the government has also come out with a very progressive kind of a policy about renewable energy. So if it is the energy of the future, how do you see that, to build a, future ready workforce, be it solar energy, be it wind, be it biomass, be it green hydrogen, because already Odisha government has entered into some kind of a MOU with NTPC. So there are many, aspects of green energy. I'm not trying to, touch all those aspects which was in the earlier sessions. I think Assis Padhi also was talking about it. So can you give us a understanding of what the future, what the vision of this green energy, how it is going to look like, and from a human capital perspective also, in terms of making them ready, kind of. So obviously there'll be a lot of demands coming. So how do we align? I mean, do the institutions, located in Odisha, do they know that these are the kind of skill sets required for managing such huge green energy enterprises?
Thank you, Santanu Babu. And thank you for selecting me as the 5th batsman. And all my predecessors have scored very well. So a lot of burden or pressure has come up. So coming to the point, the green energy and what we are in green energy. Odisha Hydropower Corporation is a green energy company, and if you see the policy of Government of India and aligning with that the policy of Government of Odisha, you know, the Government of India has targeted 2070 will be net zero, and from that, you know, we have fixed our target at different milestones, like in 2036, what would be the non-fossil fuel, how much will be dependent on that, and in 2047 there is another milestone, then 2070. So if I'll mention about the target, so in 2030, 52% of our energy requirement will come from non-fossil fuel, and in 2036, it would be 61% will be dependent on non-fossil fuel, and by 2047, 70% of our energy requirement will come from non-fossil fuel. So with that objective, what is required? You know, we have lot of resources so far as energy generation is concerned. Lot of you know, infrastructure which you can build, which you can really make into hydropower generation, and we are diversifying. You know, in the traditional way we used to generate energy. Now we are diversifying into pump storage projects, and in the time to come, we are going to add around 1800 megawatt of pump storage project to our requirement. Along with that, we are going to, you know, harness the solar power for our energy requirement, which is going to really cater to the sustainable energy requirement of our country and also our state. And what it means for us, if I can say, the green energy sector has a potential to create 10 lakh jobs, and it will not be the traditional jobs what we are seeing it, and with the application of AI, what would be, we think that the jobs will go, but it will come in different forms. So if I can say, what are those jobs will be? The jobs will be, you know, in different names. Maybe, you know, the jobs will be green hydrogen process engineers, carbon accounting professionals, AI-based energy forecasting analysts, storage system engineers, and renewable project integrator. So that would be the scenario we are looking forward to, and what is required as a HR professional, how we'll build that skill, where we are at present in our skill level, and what is required to upgrade ourselves to acquire that skill. For that, what is required is that lot of research is required, and what are the competency level is required, we need to find that. And thanks to Government of Odisha is going to establish a renewable energy research center at Bhubaneswar, and that will give lot of input to us for taking forward this new skills to train our people so that they are job ready for the future for the energy sector.
Thank you. Thank you. That's wonderful. Good to hear that, you know, Government of Odisha is very alive to the future needs. Coming back to Devabrat again, I think he also represents a company ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel, right? I think, from a cultural lens, this is ArcelorMittal is basically a kind of a European, yeah? MNC having its European footprints and the technology from Nippon Steel. So how do you look at it from a cultural lens? The culture, when I say cultural lens, the Japanese are known for their, eye for quality, high productivity, right? And I think that is how, we are aiming to become a developed economy like Singapore or Japan, which, after 70 years of independence, Singapore became a developed economy. We are still struggling. We have the potential, but we have not, we want to get into that, stage. So if you look at it from a cultural, perspective, how do we build our workforces, to match that international standards in terms of quality, in terms of productivity? That is my number one question. The second question is, now that, what I saw in your website also, you are encouraging the MSME ecosystems in a big way to create 1 lakh jobs. Want to strengthen also the supply chain partners as well also. So these are the two, questions. The first question is a global standard. How do we build a workforce which matches the global standards in terms of their productivity or quality? And the second question is, how do you think that, to envisage creating this MSME ecosystems also, to see that, they are also capable of kind of producing or giving back to you something which you need, maybe the downstream or maybe their supply vendors or the supply chain partners. So how do you make sure that their also products or their workforces are also match your standards, quality standards?
Thank you for asking this question. See, this is very, very simple, but sometimes it becomes difficult as well. If you look to the AMNS India context, there are 4 cohorts. When I say cohorts, one cohort is ArcelorMittal itself, which is one of the largest steel player, we all know. Second cohort is Nippon Steel. And if you look to their relationship earlier, they are rivals. So this is a classic example, 2 rivals coming together and setting up an ambitious journey in India in terms of a company that is called AMNS India. So who are the 2 other cohorts? One is ArcelorMittal, another is Nippon Steel. Third cohort, we have a legacy also. All our assets in India are taken from SR Steel. I think you might be aware of it. So the third cohort is the persons who are continuing us with certain legacy practice, certain legacy value systems and belief, that is SR cohort. And fourth cohort is a person like Dr. Devabrat, who has come from the open market. Since I have worked in steel industry and mines industry for a long time, probably I have been selected for this role to drive the ambitious journey. So what is the mandate before us? The mandate is that today we are operating at 8 million ton capacity at our plant at Hazira, but by 2035 we are expanding to 40 million ton. And in East it will be 20 and Hazira will be another 20. Having said this, what Sir has rightly said, culture is nothing but it is a collective behavior of a group. So how can we bring that collective behavior? The first focus that we are bringing now is safety. So for the safety, whatever you do, for your vendors, for your employees, everybody, every stakeholder, the safety is predominantly important, and we have got a highly defined system for the safety management across all our project sites. If you go to the difficult terrain where actually we are setting up slurry pipeline, you will be amazed to see the height the people at work and what exactly the safety practice they are adhering. And this is through a common mandate. Here we call MC, Management Committee, where we have representatives from ArcelorMittal, Nippon Steel, and laterals, people like us who are collectively brainstorming for this. And one major mandate is, arising is safety. Second important thing is that, how can we actually evolve a structure that will address your scale and your sustainability? The best of the best technology. We have got a central design unit at ArcelorMittal. In India also we have a system concern that is called AMDEC. So with their help, we are bringing the best technology for steel, which will be helpful to maximize, optimize our productivity with the right manpower. So the manpower mapping exercise is already done with the example of a common standard that is set up based on the agreement. That's exactly what I am doing now for our IP project at Vizag. There is a place called Anakapalli where we are going to set up a 17 million ton steel plant in 2 phases. And next we will be coming to Paradip and Kendrapada. That is our vision. So the point is that for everything we are not confining ourselves to the best practices. We are exploring the next practices. The next practices might be available with ArcelorMittal, it might be available with the Nippon Steel, or it might be available with a person like me who is come from a lateral, and also it might be available from a SR legacy. So respect for all has become a common value system for us, which is actually helping us. Second important thing, one of the earlier speaker in the CEO panel, he has rightly pointed out about the non-linear career. This is what exactly we are doing now. We believe in a principle called capability for business and career for individual. Therefore, we feel the thinking capability is the most and the one biggest differentiator going forward. So the way we are grooming people, the way we are grooming our OJTs and GTs at the entry level, that is absolutely different. Traditionally, what has happened in manufacturing sector, even if a woman GT or woman diploma holder is joining, you see after 5 years or 10 years, they are being shifted to support functions. You can find many lady leaders working in procurement, finance, all this. But technically, you can find rare leaders in technical functions who have become the real leader. So now we have driven a manufacturing excellence program for our women leaders with a target that, we need to achieve 25% of the diversity across all our, locations, including Odisha. And we have identified certain positions for them. After 15 years, they have to take up their leadership positions. So this is what the fundamental principles of our culture, the way we are grooming people, and more importantly, our ecosystem, the ancillary systems. The ancillary system growth is important for our growth. So far as our logistics is concerned, so far as raw material procurement is concerned. So we believe is one principle that our quality will be ensured if our value chain, across value chain, the quality will be ensured. So we have initiated a lot of initiatives like vendor capability building program, doing surprise quality checks. So many times we are going and we are actually ensuring them that they are doing the right thing according to our expectations, and more importantly the safety, which cannot be compromised at any stage. So this is certain examples I want to give, and the fundamentally one thing is very clear, it is one team and one vision. Even if there are four cohorts, together we are working to achieve our dream of 40 million ton steel by 2035. Thank you.
Devabrat, giving us a different perspective altogether. Now I come back to again Dilip Sena. I think we'll talk about the labor codes at large, the compliance management issues, even though the Government of India has notified in November 2025, but the rules are still, I think some of the states are ready with the rules, and we are also trying to understand as to how this compliance can quickly happen, because if you don't, then there is a huge fine waiting for you, in terms of penalty. So this is where precisely from a larger perspective you have a larger lot of contractors working at the site, right? That is one from a compliance management point of view. The other could be also you can think loud. What my colleague Mr. Sanjay Patnaik was trying to talk about, as HR leaders, can we kind of mentor these entrepreneurs of MSMEs, because the MSMEs normally they come across challenges of huge compliance burden, regulatory issues. They don't have that luxury of hiring a big professional HR team, nor they can buy out HR products, software products for automating their HR transactional functions. So how do we build? I think as HR leaders, we are also responsible for kind of sharing our gyan, also sharing our expertise or insights. To, for example, Devabrat being one of the very young leader, young CHRO, who is building that entire MSME ecosystems. So can we somewhere kind of mentor these entrepreneurs at some point of time, so that they they don't feel that HR is maybe a very specialized functions. And we in the morning we talked about building a HR nexus or the platform. So that is a different product altogether. We are not trying to kind of promote that product in this forum. But what I am trying to say here is, Can we build a kind of a consortium, industry consortium kind of thing where we can counsel, we can kind of advise the young entrepreneurs or the startup entrepreneurs where they distinctly lack that HR vision or HR expertise?
See, this is a very fantastic policy which Government of India has done. It is employee friendly, definitely, and a lot of provisions are pro-employees. It is meant for those companies who are not very large. All large companies, almost they follow the rules what they have defined. Of course, one part is that cash outflow will go up by 8 to 10% if you follow the guidelines of the wages. That is one part employer has to set. But overall, this is a very good policy. And for your information, in our industry, we have already started a month back. We have already started propagate and teach all these MSMEs and contractors working with us. It's most welcoming by them also, which is benefiting them. That's a good part of it. So we can create a consortium where we can share our knowledge with other companies, those who are not compliant or partially compliant, especially in terms of making a structure of the compensation, which is most critical part, settling the amount, which is also very critical part, otherwise you get huge penalty. So we can make a consortium, keep on talking to each other, maybe monthly once we can publish the problems and the solutions. They will be benefited. Thanks.
We are running short of time. Sanjay, you also advised me that we'll also have some Q&A sessions. But before I hand over to you the sessions to the floor, I have a rapid fire also. A few questions for all panelists. So what do you think the biggest risk is to build this $1.5 trillion economy? On the one hand, we will be losing talent. Mr. Vijay Sahu told that we are talent surplus or in Odisha, and those talents are moving away to other cities, tier 1 cities also in search of better jobs, better roles, and we are not able to kind of retain them. On the other hand, we have another dilemma, kind of a skill gap. We are churning out many products, students who are not, industry ready. So what do you think is the biggest threat to build this economy? The talent drain going away, not able to retain them, high quality talent, or the skill gap? Devabrat?
So I will view it from differently. I think we have to be very, very practical looking to the Odisha context. So we have to go to each zone, each industrial zone. The realities of Sundargarh and Sambalpur is different from, from Paradip. So particularly the skills emerging in that area, like we cannot ignore maritime is one of the important industry for Odisha. Textile, in energy. Look to the scenario. People who have gone to Surat, why they have gone? Yeah. So my point is that. So my point is that it is our inability to assess the real-time need. If we actually assess the real-time need and we provide a growth path for the individuals, we can really achieve our dream. But it has to be very, very practical. It has to be pragmatic through a structured process of skill building.
So skill, okay, well said. The next question is about technology. Will AI replace the HR administrator by 2036? Because we are talking about agentic AI, anthropic, somebody talked about, automating the entire legal, finance, sales functions across all functionalities.
Yes. So you heard.
And HR, do you think HR is feeling threatened also?
No. Not at all. I don't feel that anybody will be threatened.
And why?
You heard the CEO session also, and we also equivocally say that wherever you require AI, you require human intelligence also. So it will increase your productivity drastically, but human intelligence will be still relevant and pertinent.
Okay, next question to Praveen. Praveenji, can we talk about building a skilled? We have something called Skilled in Odisha, which is a brand. World Skill Center, I think you must be aware of. It's one of the world-class training facility. They're also kind of creating students or skilled workforce who match the global standards. So what defines the brand Odisha for global talent? If we want to become an economic powerhouse by 2036. What would define the brand Odisha? Something like skilled Odisha from a human capital perspective.
No, I think the sheer amount of size and scale what this state offers, that's something which will be the defining, and it can provide the best of the global opportunity what one would want to look outside, they will be able to experience. So I think I see that opportunity lies here, and maybe with some more work which we all are doing together, I think that can be achieved and people can experience that.
Okay. So we move to Manoranjan Puthal for a quick rapid fire. You talked about building the digital workforce across the state. Even the rural youth also mainstreamed into your ecosystems. So are Odisha's rural youth ready, or they are raw talent to be developed?
We need to develop the talent among the rural youths. Definitely, there is a size is very big. So we need to emphasize to go to.
But you have a network, right?
We have a network of 1,000 centers. Each year we are trying to train around 1 lakh students, and we are targeting to train skilled around 5 lakh students by 2030. And we hope that they will truly contribute towards a great economy of our state.
Okay. So another question for Labour Code to Sandeep Patnaik. What do you think this November 25 Labour Code, does it simplify compliance or complicate compliance?
Yeah. So as the 10th batsman again, so
no, you are Hardik Pandya, not the 10th batsman.
So I have
you saw Hardik Pandya, no?
Yeah, yes.
Last evening, yeah.
So I have to do the job of Hardik Pandya.
Right.
So if I don't mention make certain points here, I think in this industry forum, it will not do justice.
No, we have hardly any time left for the Q&A.
Yes.
The audience are waiting for you.
I'll just give a little experience of mine in the course of my.
Can you keep it short, please?
Yes, visit
all
to
lunch is, people are hungry.
Yeah, just allow me 2 minutes. Okay. So while I was in HL, I used to visit Sunabeda often. So what I find is we have the best of technology in Sunabeda, because that is a engine factory, and best of precision machines we have. We have competent engineers, and we have here world skill centers, CTT, and we have our steel manufacturing, aluminum manufacturing. But what is that paradox? The reality is HAL for Sunabeda, we used to small components we used to bring from Bangalore, Hyderabad and Pune. So what is that paradox? What needs to be done? And we are thinking of, we are seeing that there are different industrial corridors, defense corridor, electronics corridors. But what is that Odisha should do so that we have that ecosystem, ecostructure, that density of ecosystem need to be here in Odisha, so that there is vendor development, there is employment generation, and what I feel the most important requirement is leadership. And me and Devabrat was just talking, once we discuss, this forum is over, things will just go to cold storage. So
no, not at all, I think.
So what needs to be done? We
Mr.
must
Sanjay
deliberate.
Patnaik has got a lot of
It has to
ideas for
be
you
taken
to
forward.
keep you busy for next 3 years.
It has to be taken forward so that और skill के बारे में बात कर रहे थे.
But you didn't answer my
I'll
one-liner questions. Whether Labour Code complicates or simplifies compliance.
It is a win-win things. Employers are happy, employees are registering, and it has really helped for doing the ease of doing business. Certainly it has contributed. And before I conclude, I'll just tell another paradox so that it will be a takeaway. लोग बोलते हैं उनके पास काम नहीं है, इंडस्ट्री बोलते हैं उनके पास लोग नहीं है, और जो लोग हैं वो कोई काम के नहीं है. So that is the paradox we are facing in skill development. So how we can address that also as employer and professionals, we must look into that. And another, the future jobs, what HR can bring is empathy, human touch. AI, we talk a lot of AI, but where is HI? What is required is AI plus HI, and so that we can go to the next level, and lot of creativity and innovation.
You took away my last question. Thank you for answering, I think. So the last, rapid fire could be for Devavrat, one of the youngest panelists, sitting next to me. Complete this, one Odisha, one mission, and what is your way to?
Together as CHRO, we are going to be the talent architects. Let's move on.
That's a very good, line to end with. I think I will leave the sessions for the quick Q&A sessions. I think Sanjay.
I just have one question, and that question is going to, be with me and be with the audience, and especially with the ICC, to take it forward to the develop a next 3 years mandate. And it's not going to disappear when you go out of this particular place and everything is getting evaporated. We would not like that to happen. That's what the resolve is for today. And all of you getting in, you have signed a document there, the whiteboard, that gives us the commitment that your signature is there. We will chase you till you are here, and all those actions are going to get done. So that is the reason we have done it. Awarely, unawarely, ignorantly, you have signed on that paper. So now the question comes. When the HR leader speaks, the passion flows, and it's very evident. While Praveen was saying he was non-stoppable, and Vedanta brings and infuse that kind of energy in all of the guys who have worked there. So the point I'm driving is that all of you are growing, all of you are building your organizations. Your organizations are really doing good and big. But for me and for the people who are sitting here, the entire Odisha is the organization for us. So we are concerned about Odisha, and today's debate is going to make Odisha big and achieve its dream in 2036 and 47. So if that is so, then there are four verticals. One is government, another is you, and second is the startup ecosystem, the entrepreneurs, and the fourth is academia. How all of you are getting those functions together and building one organization for which is ours, that is Odisha. And I would like any one of you, all of you, just give us two action plans today or tomorrow, writing or through email. We will capture that and take it forward. Believe me, that is going to take us from here to there, and that is what we need to do. Thank you.
Is it possible to ask one question? Okay.
My question will be coming back.
No, I think thank you very much. Very, very elaborative and very thoughtful session of this. A very simple question to any of you is that how the HR leadership in Odisha is going to shift from a degree-based hiring to a skill-based hiring. Otherwise, nothing. All this dream which you are talking about.
Devrat, you like to take this?
Sir, perhaps I have given certain examples during deliberation, but my fundamental thing, what I believe is that we need to look to the demographic today in the Odisha. See, if you look to the demographic, 26% of our population are younger populations who might not have a formal degree, what exactly you are saying, right? They may not, also don't know school dropouts, these segments. But considering this, if you look to the total incubators that is existing today in Odisha, you will be surprised that the number is very less. I have got only 25 to 30 incubators today. This is number one thing. Number two, if you look to the formal education also, let's talk about technical institutes existing in Odisha. Today there are 337 technical institutes, both degree and diploma, where 1,40,000 students are studying. And you know the placement rate is only 45% if I look to the statistics. So the bigger thing is that if we look to the skill-based system, one competency that we need to develop, irrespective of their qualification, is the thinking skills. We should envisage that power of the thinking. A typical product like Katak, Dahibara and Aludam can also create a global identity. And we need to do that mentoring across all the regions of the state. The dynamics are different. Mining dynamics is different, the coastal dynamics is different, Sambalpur dynamics is different. But we must encash the thinking skills, and to encash the thinking skills, I think we need to expose them to incubators. So all our academic curriculums and even industries, we should believe in propagating number of incubators across the state where we can identify brilliant ideas, and we have to give them to go-to-market strategy so that they can contribute to the startup as a entrepreneur systems. It's not only necessarily degree-based hiring, but if you look to my industry dynamics today, you know, day by day, when I started my career in 1995, and today I say the curve is like this. Because the technology coming, the way of operation is becoming smarter and smarter, and my requirement is going down. So that is not the only option, but unfortunately, the parental mindset, the person's mindset who are doing the curriculum, most of the times, they are looking for a formal employment. So there has to be a paradigm shift in the third process, where we as HR leaders have to first reorient ourselves and also the talent available across the state. That is one agenda I need to take. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Just one sentence I'll do. Industry academia for sector-based approach is required. Like we created a steel university, like that you have to create aluminum university, zinc university, then you will get the required leadership what you're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, I guess, it is a reality we are going to live with, because see now the internet smartphones took more than a decade to reach 1 billion users. And the AI took only 2 years. 2023 we had ChatGPT, now we have a lot of AI tools. So it took 2 years to reach 1 billion users. See the kind of adoption that is happening, the speed of change that is happening. Perhaps it is too early. We can't see we can't do crystal ball gazing, but we can't see the future also. It is, we know everybody is disrupting, and we are talking about moving away from degree, certificate, formal qualifications to a kind of a skill-based roles. So this is precisely where the industry consortium can, they need to come together to create kind of a platform where you can come up with your requirements. If this is the technology, this is the skill sets you require, I guess you can put it up. That is how the academia can realign. I think, they can redesign their curriculum. They can also think about adding more skill-based, training or kind of a, focused competency-based courses. So that dialogue, what he was trying to emphasize, I totally echo with him. Somewhere we have to create that kind of a platform to get this conversation going. It will be a one-off event to come back and answer your questions. This will be a continuous kind of an engagement to figure out to see the futures, how we are preparing ourselves. So this is a responsibility of HR leaders, collective responsibility.
Just add one sentence, but it has already been created through Sector Skill Council, what Mr. Santanu has suggested. It is already created. Government has created 32 Sector Skill Council, and I was driving one Sector Skill Council, that is Aerospace Aviation Sector Skill Council, where the industry leaders and academia and the employers are together. They decide what is the requirement, standards should be for industry ready. But there are a lot of loopholes in that. Actually, the trainers, the assessors, so what is lacking is integrity. While we choosing the trainers, we do it in numbers to show the records. Assessment done very casually. Ultimately, what happens? Quality downgrades. So what is required is integrity in every action we do. Then we can take towards Viksit Odisha and Viksit Bharat. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this wonderful, insightful discussion. A big round of applause for all our panelists. And of course, as is the mandatory practice, we would like to felicitate our panelists and our moderator. So I'll first request Ms. Bobby Patnaik, National HRG Network, Bhubaneswar Chapter President, AVP HR Business Leader, Infosys, to please join on stage and present a token of appreciation from the ICC family to Dr. Praveen Purohit, CHRO, Vedanta Aluminium. And let's have a big round of applause for each one of them as we express our gratitude to them. Yes, we will. Yeah. I'll now request Sri Sanjay Patnaik, Convener HRIR Committee, ICC Odisha State Council, to present one to Dr. Manoranjan Puttal, Managing Director, Odisha Knowledge Corporation Limited. Sri Sanjay Patnaik to Dr. Manoranjan Puttal. I'll after that request Sri Abhijit Pati to also join on stage, Exo Time Director and CEO Vedanta Balco, to present one to Mr. Sandeep Patnaik, Director HR OHPCL. Yes, I know we'll not let you be hungry or angry anymore, just a matter of a few more seconds. So a big round of applause. I'll request Ms. Rashmi Das, MD PwC India, to present one to Mr. Dilip Kumar Sinha, President and CHRO JSPL. I'll request Sri Sanjay Mishra, co-team member, HRIR Committee, ICC Odisha State Council, to present one to Dr. Debabrata Das, Head Human Resources, Eastern India, ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel, India. And I'll once again request Sri Abhijit Pati to present one to our moderator, Dr. Santanu Ratha, core committee member and yes. Yes, and while we are also having the group photograph, we would like to let you know that our post-lunch session is going to be very, very interesting, because we are starting with a skit, and we'll start at 3:15, ladies and gentlemen. So we're expecting everybody to grab a quick lunch and come back for the skit, and please be there for the session. We are expecting your full attendance and participation for the same. It's going to be a very interesting session, and a group photograph before, like we've said, we'll neither let you be hungry or angry. Yes. Yeah. Yes, I've said skit. I've already mentioned that we're starting with a skit, so it's going to be very, very interesting. The session will be on diversity, equity, inclusion and belonging, from intent to impact, HR in the forefront. So it's going to be, yes, and as we talk about it, diversity should also be represented on the stage here. And we'll of course end with the Innovation, Entrepreneurship, Academy and MSME session before we sum up the summit. So lots to look forward to post-lunch as well. Like I said, starting with a skit, which is going to be very, very interesting. Once again, expecting all of you to be back in 45 minutes, rejuvenated, no longer hungry, no longer angry, ready for the skit at 3:15. Thank you so much. So please join us for lunch.
करते रहो, होप देते हैं मुझे, पर मैं फिर से वही आ जाती हूँ, वही रिजेक्शन वाला लेटर लेके, HR वाला स्माइल, we will get back to you soon. सपनों में
मैं भी देखो सुबह से आके यहाँ बैठी हूँ, अब तो शाम भी हो गया, लेकिन इंटरव्यू का कॉल नहीं। सीनियर सिटीजन्स को लेना ही नहीं है इंटरव्यू में, हो कि एलिजिबल फॉर ऑल एजेस। मेरे पास भी 10 साल का एक्सपीरियंस है, पंक्चुअलिटी है, डिसिप्लिन है, सब कुछ है, नहीं बस यंग।
आपको भी रिजेक्ट कर दिया पहले?
हाँ, कई जगह। Ma'am, you are overqualified. Ma'am, you cannot add with your team. तो इसका मतलब क्या corporate
तबीयत खराब नहीं फिर भी इंटरव्यू देने आना पड़ा। एक्सक्यूज मी, कोई चेयर है यहाँ?
हाँ हाँ आइए आइए आइए, यहाँ बैठ जाइए।
थैंक यू।
ये क्या आप भी इंटरव्यू के लिए?
यस, कंपनीज बोलते हैं वी प्रमोट इंक्लूसिविटी। इंक्लूसिविटी सिर्फ नाम के लिए, अंदर एक भी टेक्सटाइल नहीं था, ना ब्रेल में कोई इंस्ट्रक्शन। रिसेप्शन तक पहुंचते पहुंचते 3 बार टकरा गई। और इंटरव्यू में पूछते हैं हाउ विल यू मैनेज। अरे मैनेज करने के लिए एनवायरनमेंट तो दो पहले। हॉरिबल एक्सपीरियंस। इंक्लूसिव एनवायरनमेंट सिर्फ कागज में होता है।
सही है।
एक चाय बनाना, वो आपकी कड़क वाली।
1 cup less sugar.
ये लो बेटा, तुम्हारा कड़क चाय।
Thanks.
आप लोग हंस क्यों रहे हो? I mean, you all are here for interview, right? सब पढ़े लिखे हो, right? But you're behaving like illiterate.
Really? All of you? यहाँ पे इंटरव्यू के लिए आए?
हाँ क्यों? I'm also qualified. I'm also educated.
Qualified? कभी खुद को मिरर में देखा है?
कुछ तो करो। मैं तुमसे 10 साल ज़्यादा क्वालिफाइड हूँ।
मैं आपका उम्र का लिहाज कर रहा हूँ, वरना देखिए, मैं सच बोलूँ, मेरे से बेहतर यहाँ पे कोई नहीं। Perfect communication skills, perfect presentation, perfect personality.
हाँ, हम तो एग्जिस्ट ही नहीं करते तुम्हारे इस परफेक्ट वर्ल्ड में।
राइट।
अरे मैडम, हम एनजीओस को डोनेट करते हैं, आप वहाँ पे कंफर्टेबली नहीं सकते हो। Why struggle here? मैं रेफर कर दूँ एक अच्छा एनजीओ।
Dude, I have done 3 front desk jobs. Great at client management, great at crisis management. I'm equally eligible. Stop being this bully.
ये कॉर्पोरेट वर्ल्ड है बॉस, तुम्हारा ब्यूटी पार्लर नहीं, तो थोड़ा नेल पॉलिश कम और प्रोफेशनलिज्म ज्यादा।
How dare you?
Me? Because I am the perfect candidate.
But why?
ऐसा क्यों?
Hello everyone. Hello. Thank you so much for waiting since morning. We really appreciate your patience, but we are really extremely sorry for the inconvenience. The perfect candidate for this position has been selected.
फिर से गया।
Namaste, Jai Jagannath. This is Santosh Kumar Rawlo. I am working as an agriculture expert and an actor. So in today's play, I played an office representative guy. So thank you so much.
Hello everyone, I am Om Pransav Raut. I work as an associate at TechBiz. And in this play, I played the role of the perfect candidate.
Hello everyone, myself Lopamudra Behra. I am JE in OTTC and I have played a Pooja role in this character. Thank you.
Hello, Namaskar. I am Sashmita Mishra, a homemaker, but at the same time I'm a creative artist. I played the role Maushi, Chai Bali Maushi in this play. Thank you.
Namaskar, Mujayasri Gowda. In this play, I was playing the role of a senior citizen.
Hello everyone. I am Sagar Sethi. I am a homemaker. I play the role of Aarti, who is a blind girl today.
Hello everyone, I'm Biswajit Das. I'm a co-founder of Bonalapa Creatives. I played the role of a effeminate man. Thank you.
A big round of applause for the incredible performers. You did not just act, you held up a mirror. So you showed us that exclusion does not always shout loudly. Sometimes it smiles politely, sometimes it hides behind, you are overqualified, sometimes it is just that you do not fit our culture, and sometimes it is the most dangerous one, which is we have found the perfect candidate. So the question arises, what is perfect, who is perfect? Perfect for what? Perfect for competence or perfect for comfort? Thank you again. The idea of the play was, the idea of showing you the play was to make you aware of the kind of biases we have on a daily life. Because if we are not aware of the bias, we will never be able to remove it. Okay. Now, how many of you have seen something like this happening in real life? Body shaming, age bias, gender stereotyping, and fake inclusivity, tokenism. All these things exist not only in boardrooms, in interview halls, in our offices, around us. And if this continues, then DEIB will just remain a slogan or a poster on the wall. It cannot be an economic driver. So today we move from emotion to action, from bias to belonging, and from intent to impact. And we have with us very powerful 4 voices. We have with us, joining from London, Dr. Anika Zain. She is professor at Royal Holloway, University of London, a globally respected academic, disability advisor, inclusion advocate, speaker, author, and a blind leader redefining accessibility and inclusive management. Hi Anika, welcome.
Hello.
We have Pramodini Raul. She's an acid attack survivor, TEDx speaker, campaigner, winner of multiple awards, activist, change maker with Chao Foundation, and a voice of resilience and economic empowerment. Pramodini, you may come and take your place on the stage. We have with us Sadhana Mishra, the first trans woman of Odisha to be issued a passport and a highly qualified trans woman to be employed by a private organization. She is founding member of Sakha that works with and for trans community of Odisha. She is an alumna of the prestigious International Visitors Leadership Program by the US Department of State and has received multiple awards and recognition for her contribution to society, representing courage beyond boundaries. And we also have with us Mr. Umakant Mishra, founder of Trai Consulting, a leader who raised his daughter single-handedly from the age of 2, redefining caregiving, leadership and masculinity. We are also greatly honored to have with us industry leader, Dr. Prashant Kumar Hota, President and High Impact Social Development at Jindal Steel. So let us, Mr. Mishra, please. You see, I have been a teacher, so I'm very strict about the questions and the answers that I'm expecting. So since we have Diksha, who is always going to show time, so we will keep the format simple, in which please answer very short and crisp answers, and that is what I'm looking at. So my first question, like we saw in the skit, who is a perfect candidate? Sadhana, who would you describe a perfect candidate?
It's me. It's
Wow.
you. And it is about your humanities, how you express, how you accept, and what are the space to acceptance for these situations.
Wonderful. प्रमोदिनी, आपके लिए perfect candidate कौन है?
मैं ये मानती हूँ जिनके अंदर टैलेंट है और करने की क्षमता है, साहस से आगे बढ़ने की, तो हर कोई वो टैलेंटेड है, परफेक्ट कैंडिडेट है.
Anika?
Yeah. The perfect candidate is someone who has their skills, capabilities to fulfill the job, has the values, and is given an environment to thrive and fulfill their potential.
Yeah. Thanks, Anika. Mr. Mishra, who according to you is a perfect candidate?
Well, whoever has the talent. Sorry. Hello. Yeah, the perfect candidate will be, whoever has the talent, irrespective of the race, religion, or age, gender,
Okay, thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. And this is what we wanted to hear also, that the perfect candidate is not something which fits into a definition, but anybody who has the qualities and the talent to be there. My next question is to Anika. See, Anika, we know you wear many hats. You are a professor, author, speaker, writer, mother, wanderlust, the list goes on. And in this play that we saw, Aarti says that inclusivity exists only in brochures. So in your experience, have you experienced any gap between promise and practice?
Yes, is the very short answer to that. So in many ways, we always see that whether there are disability laws, disability policies at an organizational level, they're just paper. And if they're not lived, there are discrepancies. I constantly experience discrimination personally, and I see it in my research all around the world. Just because you are protected by law doesn't mean it's going to change. Just because an organization has the policies doesn't mean that it's lived. We see globally, for instance, that persons with disabilities always rely on their line manager to provide them with reasonable adjustments. So whether or not you have the right access to your work depends on who your boss is. And that is not how the policies are set out, but that's the lived reality of people.
Yeah, we have. I have also read many posts of yours on LinkedIn in which you have narrated stories about how you felt excluded in spite of informing the organizers or the property owners beforehand. Thank you. Mr. Mishra, so you have led an organization, and most importantly, you have raised a daughter single-handedly from the age of 2. So did raising a daughter make you a different kind of leader? Does being a single parent change the way you lead?
Well, it helps a little bit, but I think leadership can come from many different environment, I'm sure being a single father raising a daughter definitely helps to understand the sensitivity among people. So, so it helps me when I founded my company, dealing with the employees, mainly women or other, to make sure that I understand their issues and all. So it definitely helps me.
So it makes you more empathetic. Has it made you more empathetic?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, thank you. Sadhana, my question to you is the next one, which is like most of the time in the society, transgenders are looked at very differently and they are looked at with prejudice. So at workplace, when did you feel truly respected, that you belonged and not just tolerated? What does true belonging feel like?
It's very honest, very practical. For my own experience, I'm working in the organization Keaton Caves, so with 15,000 number of staff. So till now, last more than 10 years, I don't feel any negativities or any things different, because the organization gave enough space to working, to prove myself. And the space is created by the respected founder, Dr. Achita Samant, who create an example in all over the world. So I'm grateful for the Keat and Keys and Keeps, and I thought the positivity and negativity, two sides, were the reality that I want to first accept myself being a Satya Sundar to Sadhana Mishra. So this is the journey where I want to include or inclusions myself only, because nobody can invite you for, for working. If you work and prove, I take many more classes for the many more universities. The students are really very happy and comfortable. For a day, regularly I'm interacting 3,000 number of patients in games, and everybody are very quite normal to dealing with me. The patients are satisfied. I deal with the delivery wards, labor room, pediatrics, gynae, skin, eye, many more patients, and in front of me one of the person who is example to see me in the hospital. I say hello, hi, so everybody is enjoying to my beautiful services, not look about what my gender. They really want to enjoy the voices, but in the same times, my suggestion is that how the organization policy, how the organization is very comfortable, make space for acceptance you and open up you. So my organization, I am great to working for this. They are very open up, very exclusive. 15,000, being a transgender employee, they gave me the transgender policy for any, my employment code is the transgender. So I am enjoying. And the Keat and Keems is the first organization who create a mile history in the Odisha. Till now the government is recognized, but more than 2018 it is creating the history.
So Sadhana, this has
transgender.
been your, the way people have perceived you, has it been like this from the day one, or was that day one different from now?
See, when I entered, maybe few people thought that she may be clapping, she may be have a louder voice, she may be very rude characters, but when I entered my job, I am the best person to prove my professionalism. So how I deal, I work, I prove. Even I also said my organization authority, if you are discomfortable in 2018, if you are discomfortable with my working attitudes, you may inform me within 7 days I resign myself. But still now the 8 years is complete and my promotion is going on and going on.
Very good.
So
Wonderful.
this was, yes, there are negativity energies are coming because 15,000 number of staff, maybe somebody look like you very different way, but within your characteristic, within your working attitude, your presentation, it was a matter of concern to acceptance of the peoples. I see my all over the changes, my life is very open, even I'm more spacious about my responsibility, right? Always kept your responsibility, social responsibility. So I love my duty, I love my organization's norms and value, and respect to Dr. Achyuta Samant.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Coming back to you, Annika, and being more focused about the topic today. So I want to ask you, see, globally, DEIB is now being linked to productivity and profitability. In fact, in the morning, we had 2 wonderful sessions where even Bobby told about a research paper where US banks have linked DEIB policies to productivity. So you tell me from your research, how does inclusion become an economic force multiplier and not just a moral argument?
I believe that goes through different channels. One of them is, well, you just frankly have a bigger talent pool. If you don't exclude certain people just based on however their body or their lived experience or their circumstances are different to the mainstream, you miss out on talent. You also miss out on innovation because research really shows us if diverse teams put their heads together, that's how great innovation come about. We've seen that companies who have diverse boards, have diverse leadership, are more likely to weather storms. They perform a lot better in crises, and we live in a world of polycrises at the moment. So there's lots in there. And also we can learn more from each other. Colleagues can learn from each other because different people will bring in these different experiences, skills, capabilities, competencies, all of that. And that's how we can move forward. Also, frankly, in the UK, we have a concept that we call purple pound, because purple for us is the color of disability. That's also why my nails are purple. And that is all the money that companies miss out on because they are inaccessible in their service provision, or their products are inaccessible, or the processes they provide are inaccessible. And in the UK, that amounts to about £2 billion a month that families of persons with disabilities and persons with disabilities themselves cannot spend or do not want to spend because the service is not accessible. You always have to remember, if your company, your product, your services are not accessible to a person with disability, most likely all their family and their close friends won't be your customers either. So that's another factor for productivity and performance, just having a broader customer base.
Okay. So Anika, if Odisha wants to invite global investors, what DEIB signals must our industries be sending out?
I believe the signals that need to go out are, we are open, and we are thinking of our society, of our residents, as the mixed bunch of diverse intersectional people they are, and we aim to cater to all of them, because that will give the international community a clear indication that you're using the entire economic potential and the creative potential, the artistic potential, the intellectual potential of all the residents, and whether they're staff or put into customers in your community. And I think that's an important signal to send out, that you're not excluding parts by design, but you're including them by design.
Thanks, Anika. In fact, that is what one of the panelists in the morning had said, that Odisha does not lack talent quantitatively or qualitatively. So we have plenty of such talent. And another thing, I didn't know that purple was the color, because I was always under the impression purple is the color of royalty. That's what in UK, isn't it?
It is also, but in the UK we have annexed the color for disability as well. So for International Day of Persons with Disabilities, we light everything up in purple. And it's also the color of Disability Pride Month, which is July, and then everything is purple.
Okay. Thank you for informing us about that. And Mr. Mishra, so you were talking about how you were sensitized to being a leader, a different type of a leader, somebody who's more empathetic because you brought up your daughter alone. So one question to you is, what must the male leaders unlearn? What is it that the male leaders know and they are doing it, but they must unlearn?
Well, there are a lot of things they need to unlearn. I mean, sometimes, see, the problem is sometimes we do things without knowing that we are doing the wrong thing, you know. That's, I mean, you have to evaluate yourself before you evaluate your employees, you know. So the list can go on. Definitely to start with, respecting the different kind of person, like, I mean, we think what I'm doing is always right. My community is great. My city is great. No, you have to be inclusive. Okay. And you have to understand what the other person is going, go through when you discriminate somebody. Right. That's why what happens sometimes, I think you must have heard that, they create videos, I don't know what they call, they put you in the same spot like a minority, you know. So then you get to know that how it feels to be a minority. So
Okay. So being more inclusive.
Yeah.
Okay. So this.
So there's a lot to unlearn. Yeah.
No, I was thinking in a different angle. So if men normalize caregiving, does that automatically improve the gender equity at work? Like, will that affect the female labor force participation in the office?
I mean, in my case, since I had a daughter, obviously, I was sensitive towards, and I also know the problems the girls go through. puberty, adolescence, all those things. I know, there are times they will be not 100% productive. So I understand that, So instead of being rude, I, try to,
No, what I was asking is, like, most of the time, caregiving is supposedly a very, very, an area where only women shine or work or are expected to do that. But caregiving is not something very normal for men, especially in our society. But you made that normal.
See, that's why.
And you excelled.
Yeah, no. That's why, since I did the women job, so at workplace, so I understand, that what women, they do and how to handle them, those kind of things.
Okay.
So it definitely helps to understand the women mind.
Okay, that is.
And their constraint. Because, even we have gone a long way, but I still think there are still lots of discrimination against, there are other discrimination, including the gender, So, practically we have a long way. It may be in the paper and all, so
you're saying theoretically a lot of things are happening, but practically we still have a long way to go.
The leader has to show the path to the employees. Unless you behave properly, your underneath managers, they will not. So instead of giving long speech, you set the example at the office, and which I learned because I had to raise my daughter. So definitely it helped me.
Thank you. So here now we take a short midway poll, wherein I have 2 questions for you. You have to take out your phone and keep the scanner on. The Mentimeter will show you the questions. Please scan it, and then you will be able to answer it there itself. Devadatta, could you please plug that in? Can you read the question? The tracker is there. You could scan the QR code. The question is, if you had to track only one inclusion metric monthly, what would it be? So I've given you 4 options. Even I am not able to read it from here. It should be visible on your phone. You can choose one answer. Most of them are going for pay gap and some for grievance resolution. So the options are reported discrimination cases, diversity ratio in the monthly hires, pay gap across all levels, and grievance resolution. I think the maximum votes have come to pay gap. So this is one metric which you are going to be monitoring. We still have more respondents. Many responses are flowing in. Some more. People at the end, are you able to scan the code? So I think pay gap. So the leaders out here, you know what you have to monitor on a monthly basis. Okay, let's go to the next question. At CXO level also, if you are saying paise de do, what will the others do?
What I'm saying is, we have Equal Remuneration Act 1970.
Yes, but all those are gone now. We have just, yes.
What I'm saying it is an age-old legislation, but then still women are discriminated.
Yes, that is true. So the next question, Odisha wants high female labor force participation. What is one bold move industry must implement in the next 5 years? Creche facility, flexible shifts, equal pay, transparency. I can't see the rest. Any other ideas is the last one. Safe transport. No, I think you can take multiple answers. Safe transport. Okay, then I think you have to choose one. You have to choose one, yeah, because the question says one bold move. No, it does allow for multiple answers also. Yes. This one it didn't allow, but otherwise I have done earlier where it allowed for multiple answers. So the maximum votes have come for flexible shifts. I guess if women are, I mean, if you have flexible shifts, then especially for the women, it becomes very easy to be in the workforce and not resign and not leave the job. So the leaders out here, I know two of the indicators which you're going to leave the room with, which Sanjay ji had told me that there should be some takeaways for the people who leave this room. So the two takeaways, you know, be mindful of the pay and also try to give them flexible shifts. Okay, moving on, Pramodini. वो प्ले में आपने देखा ना कि रिजेक्शन होने के बाद कॉन्फिडेंस टूट जाता है, जैसे आरती बोल रही थी, तो वैसे आपका तो बहुत सीवियर एक अटैक हुआ, तो उसके बाद आपको स्ट्रेंथ कैसे मिला, वापस आप सोसाइटी में आए, काम करें, सबके साथ मिलें, एंड देन यू आर अ वेरी हैप्पी वुमन विद अ नाइस फैमिली, सो हाउ डिड यू गेट दैट स्ट्रेंथ?
ऑनेस्टी में मैं बोलूँ, ऑनेस्टी में आपको बताना चाहती हूँ, जैसे कि मैं जिस समाज में पली बड़ी हूँ, जिस एनवायरनमेंट में पली बड़ी हूँ, वहाँ पे लड़की जब पैदा होती है ना, उसको बोझ माना जाता है. तो आई लॉस्ट माई फादर व्हेन आई वाज 4 years old. तो आई हैव ओनली 2 sisters. तब से एक लड़की होने का जो बोझ ना हमको सुनने को मिला था. जब मेरे ऊपर अटैक हुआ था, इतना फ़र्क पड़ा कि मेरा चेहरा चल गया, लेकिन वही जो बातें हैं ना सुनने को मिला कि एक लड़की है, क्या होगी उसके साथ, कौन शादी करेगा, भूतनी बन गई, बहुत कुछ ऐसे बातें. लेकिन हमेशा मेरे दिमाग में यही था कि जब मैं गलत नहीं हूँ, ये समाज मुझे क्यों गलत ठहरा है. मेरे ऊपर अटैक हुआ, जिसने अटैक किया उसको मुँह छुपा के चलना चाहिए, मुझे समाज क्यों ऐसा बोल रहा है. यही दिमाग में रखकर मैंने अपनी ज़िंदगी की जो स्ट्रेंथ, मेरे अंदर जो हिम्मत है वो बढ़ाई और आगे बढ़ने की कोशिश की. क्योंकि अटैक कर यही सोच के ऐसे ही डाला था कि ये लाइफ में कभी फाइट बैक नहीं कर पाएगी, 4 दीवार के अंदर सड़ के मरेगी, उसको सोसाइटी रिजेक्ट करेगा, और ऐसा ही हुआ मेरे साथ. लेकिन मुझे उसको अपोजिट प्रूव करना था. अगर मैं हिम्मत हार गई, लोगों की बातें सुनने को, बातें को दिल पे लगा के बैठ गई, तो मैं ज़िंदगी में सर्वाइव नहीं कर पाई. बस एक ही बात थी मेरे दिमाग में, मुझे लड़ना है, आगे बढ़ना है. जब मैं आगे बढ़ूँगी तो बहुत सारे अच्छे लोग भी मुझे आएंगे सपोर्ट करने के लिए, तो इसलिए मैं आगे बढ़ गई.
तो उसका दैट्स अ वंडरफुल मैंने स्पिरिट विच यू हैव. तो उसका मतलब ये कि अगर हम चाहते हैं डिस्क्रिमिनेशन ना हो, तो लॉट ऑफ इट ऑल्सो डिपेंड्स ऑन अस. हमारे ऊपर भी निर्भर करता है कि हम डिस्क्रिमिनेशन ना होने दें, हमारे अंदर उतना स्ट्रेंथ हो कि हम अपने लिए खड़े हो पाएँ या फिर बोल पाएँ. जैसे आपने कहा ना, वो चाहता था आपको बंद कमरे में ही आप फिनिश करें, बट यू फॉट बैक. सो दैट मीन्स टू अवॉइड डिस्क्रिमिनेशन यू ऑल्सो नीड योर ओन पर्सनल स्ट्रेंथ एंड नॉट जस्ट द सोसाइटी हेल्पिंग यू.
एग्जैक्टली. जैसे साधना माँ ने कहा कि एक होता है ना नेगेटिव साइड, एक पॉजिटिव साइड. एक होता है ना कि फैमिली में भी कुछ लोग सपोर्ट करने वाला चाहिए. आई हैव ए वंडरफुल मदर. तो मेरी माँ हमेशा एक, हाँ, उनको पता है, वो भी एक महिला है, तो उसको पता है वो उसने किसने चैलेंजेस को फेस किया है. वो बचपन से ही उसने ऐसा बढ़ाया कि हम लड़की है, हमारे सामने बहुत सारे चैलेंजेस आएंगे, लेकिन हमें उसको पॉजिटिवली हैंडल करना है. एवरी सिचुएशन में पॉजिटिवली. लोग तो ऐसे बातें करते हैं, जैसे कि अभी तो लोग मुझे जानते हैं इसलिए थोड़ा रेस्पेक्ट मिल रहा है. मैं हमारी मीडिया कम्युनिटी या हमारे जो सोशल कास्ट कम्युनिटी के लोगों को छोड़कर जो बाकी लोग होते हैं, नेबर्स, रिलेटिव्स, या रोड पे जाती हूँ. लेकिन जो शुरुआत में मैं कैरियर में रोड पे चल रही, या मेरी टीम को लेकर हम जहाँ पे भी पानी पूरी या कोई भी स्नैक्स खाने जाते थे ना, लोग ऐसे रिएक्ट करते थे जैसे कि हम अलग दुनिया से है. ऐसे पानी पूरी वाला ऐसे फेंक के देता था. तो बहुत कुछ रिजेक्शन हमें मिले, लेकिन वो रिजेक्शन को ना हमने अपना चैलेंज बनाया कि हमें उसको प्रूव करना है. हमारा चेहरा जला है, मन नहीं जला है, हमारी बॉडी डैमेज हुआ है, हमारा सपना नहीं जला है. हम कुछ भी कर सकते हैं, लेकिन लोगों की सोच अगर बदलाएंगे ना, हम खुद को बदलना जरूरी है.
वंडरफुल. यू आर अ वेरी वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग वुमन. वी आर हैप्पी टू हैव यू हियर. तो ये बताइए कि हाउ कैन हायरिंग मैनेजर्स रिड्यूस बायस.
हाँ जी.
ये रिक्रूट करते वक्त ना, आपने कहा आपकी मम्मी ने आपको जो सीख दिया, तो आपके घर में आपको बहुत साहस मिल गया. लेकिन आप जब कभी मान लीजिए, और बहुत सारे सर्वाइवर्स हैं जिन लोग कॉर्पोरेट में या फिर फॉर्मल सेक्टर में काम करना चाहते हैं, लेकिन उनको भी वैसे डिस्क्रिमिनेशन फेस करना पड़ता होगा ना. तो ये हायरिंग मैनेजर्स जो हैं, ये HR मैनेजर्स जो हैं, जो हमारे यहाँ बैठे हैं, लीडर्स, वो कैसे ये डिस्क्रिमिनेशन को ओवरकम करें या फिर रिड्यूस करें बायस को, एंड मैंने ऑल द थिंग्स आर मोर streamlined and not discriminatory.
मैं जेन्युइन बताना चाहती हूँ. जब लड़की गोरा या काला पैदा होता है तो उसको कितना रिजेक्ट मिलता है। आप एक लड़की हो, आपको पता है यहाँ पे जितने भी सारी गर्ल्स है, जब चेहरा जल जाती है ना, अब मैं सच में बताऊँ, फार्मा सेक्टर है या कोई प्राइवेट सेक्टर है या कोई गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर, जॉब मिलना बहुत डिफिकल्ट है, बहुत चैलेंजिंग है और जेन्युइनली मिलता नहीं है। मैं बहुत सारे कॉर्पोरेट इवेंट अटेंड कर चुकी हूँ। मुझे बस इतना रिक्वेस्ट है सबको कि इम्प्लीमेशन ज़रूरी है। बात होती है लेकिन काम नहीं होता है। हम अगर कॉल सेंटर या मॉल पे या कोई भी सर्वाइवर, जैसे कि बहुत सारे सर्वाइवर ऐसे हैं कि अनएजुकेटेड है या कम एज में उनके साथ अटैक हुआ है, जैसे कि एसिड सिर्फ चेहरा नहीं जलाता है, शरीर के डिफरेंट पार्ट्स को डैमेज करता है। आग अगर मैं जिंदा हूँ आपके सामने, आई वो ओनली 20% इन माई लेफ्ट साइड आई विजन, राइट साइड आई मेरा आर्टिफिशियल है। ऐसे ही बहुत सारे ऐसे सर्वाइवर से पूरा कंप्लीट ब्लाइंड है। मैं वन कान से सुन पाती हूँ, एक कान से नहीं सुन पाती। ऐसे जो फिजिकली डैमेज होता है तो उनको डिफरेंट सेक्टर में डिफरेंट तरीके से जॉब मिलना चाहिए, लेकिन जब नहीं होता है, जब नहीं मिलता है। मैं भी खुद एक एंकर बनना चाहती थी। मैंने जब ट्राई किया, मुझे फर्स्ट कहा गया कि मैम ऑनेस्ट, उन्होंने पूरा पोलाइटली बोला कि मैम फेस वैल्यू बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। हमेशा यही रिजेक्शन मिलता है, फेस वैल्यू। हर जगह में ही रिजेक्शन मिलता है, फेस वैल्यू। सर्वाइवर्स को जॉब नहीं मिलता है, इसलिए हमारी टीम ने खुद ये प्लान किया कि खुद कैफ़े रन करेंगे। आज हमारी इंडिया में 7 कैफ़े है, 2 इंटरनेशनल नोएडा स्टेडियम में अंदर है और एक लखनऊ में, एक आगरा में, एक एमजी रोड में है, एक दिल्ली में, एक पुणे में। तो वहाँ पे सारे एसिड सर्वाइवर्स उस कैफ़े को चलाते, सब जानते हैं, सीरोज हैंगआउट कैफ़े, उस कैफ़े को चलाते हैं सो डैट कि सोसाइटी को एक मैसेज दे पाए। कैफ़े इसलिए हमने बनाया क्योंकि समाज के लोग, जो लोग खाने के लिए आएंगे, लोग जानेंगे सर्वाइवर्स के बारे में, वो क्या चाहते हैं, एक अटैक के बाद सर्वाइवर्स की ज़िंदगी कैसे बीतती है, वो किस तरह से सब कुछ फेस करते हैं, वो जानने के लिए हमने ये कैफ़े बनाया। आज हमारे अंडर 300 सर्वाइवर है, 86 सर्वाइवर्स, एसिड अटैक सर्वाइवर्स कैफ़े के अंदर काम करते, क्योंकि उनको अलग सेक्टर में जॉब नहीं मिलता। अगर कोई
एक मूवी भी है ना,
या छपाक, हमारी एनजीओ को लेकर।
that is a nice one. Anyway, thank you very much for your bold
Thank you.
statements. Acha, Mr. Mishra, as a founder, do you evaluate empathy and emotional intelligence as seriously as technical skills?
Absolutely. Is it working? Hello? Absolutely. In fact, I take that as a first quality, then talent. The technology.
So how do you check that?
I check that. That's my instruction to the HR team. To be honest, 50-50. I won't say priority. Okay. I give a lot of importance to the empathy. But the reason being simple. See, the team productivity increases when you have a happy environment, and when people care for each other. Bonding starts there. So people distance themselves because he's different kind. There's no bonding,
Right.
And like somebody told, inclusive workforce is definitely more productive.
Okay. So I'll now ask you one important question, and here we have the leaders as well as many would-be fathers or fathers who are going to be benefited by whatever you are going to say, or who are going to take this very seriously as to what you are going to say. So should paternity leave be normalized across the Odisha industries?
Well,
How much
there
of
has to
paternity?
see. I'm not saying that say at par as maternity leave. What?
How much of paternity
No,
leave?
no. See, I have a paternity leave policy in my company,
Oh,
but
that's
it's
good.
not as longer as to
Maternity
be honest.
leave.
Yeah.
Okay.
See, I'll tell you. See, there are. We talk about single parenting and all. There are instances where a child, be it son or a daughter, taking care of an ailing mother. Those things has to be also taken into account.
Caregiving.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. So not just paternity leave, also caregiving leave is what you're implying.
See,
That's wonderful.
the problem here is in Indian society, we live in used to be at least, in a joint family, where the husband doesn't need to really help his wife, but to check that bureaucratic process, whether that person has a joint family or not. So like Santanu said, I think we have to have a paternity leave policy.
Fine.
Yeah, right.
That's
But there are instances where they have joint family, so they don't need paternity leave.
Yeah. That's what
Yeah.
he's saying, caregiving. That's why
Yeah,
he said
yeah,
caregiving.
yeah.
Okay, so your daughter recently got married, and when you look back at raising her alone, what is one message that you would like to give corporate India about supporting single parents? I know that's an emotional one, so.
Well, I mean, I think we already spoke
Because-
about that. I mean, you
No,
have to have.
usually what happens is we talk about empowering women, but rarely do we talk about re-educating men. So there are a lot of single parents. It's not just a single dad. There are a lot of single moms. We don't talk about single moms because caregiving is natural to the moms. But we are talking about single dads because caregiving is not natural to them, and especially to a person of a opposite sex. I mean, to a daughter.
No, you're talking about corporate message from a dad having a daughter or generally single parent?
Single parent.
Yeah, I mean, there has to have some kind of policy in corporate world, to same with single parents, be it, transgender or, any other, like a disaster survivor, So we have to have the policy. Yeah. And going back to, corporate message, I would say definitely you have to have facility in your organization to, in case a single mother carries a baby, like crèche or, and see the advantage nowadays, when I did that, now with the fast internet, you could able to work from home, which is not the case when I was raising my kid 20 years back. But now, most of the time people work from home because the internet speed is so nice. You have the Microsoft Teams meeting, the bandwidth, everything makes the remote work so much easier now. So there is not much need for a lot of facilities at work for a single mother. I mean.
Right.
So, but they have to have something in case somebody wants to come here, because a lot of jobs don't. It can be remote, right? Cannot be remote. So they have to come to office. In that case, they need to have those facilities in place.
That is, thank you.
Single, there's a movie.
Single Papa. Okay. We'll watch that. We'll watch that. Coming back to you, Annika. See, policies are easy, but culture is hard. And as leaders like Dr. Hota know that global investors, first, when they come to invest, they ask about inclusion policies more than what is the production rate. So how can HR move from writing DEIB policies into creating more measurable impact? Like, how can HR measure belonging?
That is a good question. I think there are various ways of doing this. One is definitely using staff training to really make sure that everyone in the organization, no matter which level they work on, so whether they're entry level or in the executive suite or whatever their role is, that they are aware of the importance and of these DEIB initiatives, but also that they understand whether they are and how that can be used. The other bit is to ensure it's really on the organization's agenda, because one of the things we see a lot is that HR policies just kind of sit there, but they're not lived, as you just said. So, for instance, making sure that protocols are in place, that in every decision, these topics, inclusion is considered, that it's part of the agenda, that every new product, service pitch, or anything needs to show how this has an impact. For instance, how this impacts inclusion. Does it have a positive impact or not? Which groups might be more impacted than others? Does this impact women more, mothers more, parents more, those with disabilities, those from rural backgrounds, those in lower hierarchical positions, and all of these questions, if that's really included in daily decision making from big to small decisions, that's one of the ways to make a difference. And then, yeah, you have to monitor it. It is about collecting a lot of data to understand who is applying to us, who gets shortlisted, who gets the job, how long do people stay? Do they stay because they really like it here, or do they stay because they have no other job alternatives? Something we see a lot with persons with disabilities, they sometimes stay because this is a good place and they don't have the other alternatives. But it's also, we want to make sure people, are staying with us because they want to. So, and all of these, it's also, who gets promoted? How quickly do people get promoted? Where there's other people? Who is in decision-making committees? Do we have different voices represented? And that's even more important, do we listen to them? Because the last thing you want is people to just sit in a working group or committee or something just to fill the quota. You want them to then be able to actually express their voice and be listened to. And all of these things can be monitored by HR and then tell parts of the organization off if they're not doing their bit. But it's also constantly understanding, where do we stand? What do we need to improve on? So not just doing a review of inclusion once every blue moon, but doing them regularly and then committing to small changes and the big changes, and then reporting back to the organization that they've actually done, as well as collecting the data from the organization to see that the different parts of a company actually did all of this. So that's how you sort of move from the abstract policy in really creating culture. You need to be bold, and also if there are parts of the organization that really are contra, you also sometimes have to be quite bold and decide, what does that mean? Do you continue with those individuals who are really actively boycotting your inclusion efforts, or how do you work with them to understand what it is? Because sometimes the resistance comes from lack of knowledge, can also come from fear that maybe their job security is in danger. So again, something we need to understand, and really collecting,
So what you're saying is procedures, policies, monitoring, systems, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I've already got the reminder to wrap up soon. That's why I was interrupting you, Annika, because we are almost towards the end of our session. So before we end, I have a few rapid fire questions. Whoever wants can take this. I will not direct it to anyone in particular. So question is, one practice that truly creates belonging. Pramodini, if they are not answering, then you have
diversity.
I'm opening it to the entire hall. To everyone.
Psychological
to everyone
safety.
present in this hall. Yes. Okay. Okay. So maybe after this rapid fire? Okay. So the first question is, one practice that truly creates belonging. Yeah? Abhinash? Caring and sharing. Wonderful. And one policy that looks good on paper but fails in practice. Annika?
Sorry, couldn't quite hear you.
One policy that looks good on paper but fails in practice.
Oh, there are too many to name.
Maybe one, just one. DEIB policy, someone says out
just
here.
doing one-off trainings, and then stop there.
Okay. And hiring and promotion. Okay. How can technology help make workplaces more inclusive?
To more number of involvement of all the gender peoples. I will answer it.
Okay, yeah. Having more number of people involved. Wonderful.
Because the need to change the gender policy includes more number of gender involvement.
Okay.
Only the pen paper not.
No.
Practically involve the
Practically
communities.
you have to bring in more DEIB. Okay. So one simple change HR can implement tomorrow. HR leaders, only one simple change which you can implement right from tomorrow. Well, the HR leaders are not answering. Wonderful.
Open all the gender.
It should be there already.
Okay. So some last minute question. Diversity without equity is dash. What is diversity without equity? Diversity without equity is dash. Nothing. Okay. That's a good one. And what is HR's biggest excuse today?
Too much work.
Yeah? Oh, your resume is rejected. The future CEO must be dash.
Community friendly.
Friendly, okay. The most overused word in corporate India. I was hearing it a lot today morning. The most overused word in corporate India. We will get back to you. I was hearing a lot of leverage today. So I thought that was one of the words. And what is the most overused word in corporate Odisha?
Hey Jiva.
Hey Jiva, dekhiwa. Actually, I googled this and I got the answer Bhaina. Okay, so I think in the interest of time, we have to close here. And Sanjay ji was saying you have some questions. After Dr. Hota, you will speak. Okay. Yes, of course. So actually, as we come to the end of this panel discussion, what I would like to just sum up what we were saying, that we cannot make it a $1 trillion economy if we have a $1 trillion bias, and we cannot attract global capital if we are having local exclusion. So, and what we discussed out here, it's more important not to have just policies, but also have to have systems in place which get monitored regularly.
Yep.
That is most important, because DEIB is not what Bobby was saying, it's a good to have thing, it's no longer a good to have thing. It is the competitive advantage, it is GDP, it is innovation, it is inclusion, and most importantly, it is dignity. And that is what we want, because people will perform only when there's a sense of belonging. And this belongingness is what we have to start inculcating. And let's stop searching for the perfect candidate, instead have perfect systems. Thank you all the panelists. Thank you, Annika. Thank you, Mr. Mishra. Thank you, Pramodini and Sadhana, for this wonderful session. And now I would invite for some leadership vision, Dr. Prashant Kumar Hota, who is the president, and I lost his card.
आपण समस्त को नमस्कार आउ थरे समस्त को नमस्कार this is first I should really start with compliments and congratulations to Kavita ji for organizing such a beautiful and very nicely weaved session, where diversity is actually coming to the forefront. Actually, today morning when Sanjay sir called me, I asked that who all are there. So respected Abhijit sir, Sanjay sir, and Shantanu ji, all those names surfaced there, whom I know. And many people name which I did not hear, I found here. So, frankly speaking, though I am not a typical HR person, but I felt drawn towards this program, despite all the preoccupations and compulsions I had. I will take you to a different plane altogether, because I am totally a subject-oriented person, and I was jotting down all your discussions. And I am just underlining the word leadership. Because here we are, and I feel everybody who is here, they're leading something. They're at the forefront. So that is the reason I'm addressing to the leaders. Am I wrong? So when I'm addressing to the leader, I'm first talking about diversity. What a better example and what a lively example you have that we all are Indians. And what more diversity you want? We speak 317 dialects. We practice 17 religions. We have got 11 agroclimatic zones. And we speak, and we are not only language-wise, culture-wise different, but also racial. Aryans, Proto-Aryans, Dravidians, Proto-Dravidians, Huns, Mongoloids, name any race in this world. It is in India. Still, hum Hindustani. When India fights, India is in the cricket ground, or something happens on the western border, I don't think every man, every Indian, irrespective of caste, creed, religion, thinks of my country. And that is belongingness. So this, I never find that we are in dearth of that kind of problems of diversity and belongingness. What we have a problem is inclusion and equity. That's the fact, actually. Which, when Sanjay sir spoke to me, he mentioned me one line, one word rather. That Hota sahab, aapko jaise pata hai ki inclusion is a challenge. And that attracted me here, to be very honest. And now I will come to that this session I was very closely monitoring, I was rather observing that with a play perfect, it started. And perfect, there are several answers. Accepting. Then I thought, what? Accepting what? Accepting the organization, perhaps. Then talent. Talent for what? Talent to change, certainly. Change for better. But then for diet, once we are talking of diversity, inclusion, equity, belongingness, for what? One thing is missing, Sanjay sir. The purpose. What is the purpose? Madam Kavita ji told that every institution says for profit and productivity and everything. Madam, it is certainly more than that. It is for a Atmanirbhar Bharat. It is for a Viksit Bharat. It is for the increasing the happiness index. Gone are those days when the shareholders were thinking of the business. Now it is a triple bottom line. Profit, planet and the people. More than that, that is a purpose. More than the GDP, more than the income, we know that we are now thinking of happiness index. More and more the income, your purchasing power parity is increasing, the happiness index is decreasing. With more income, we are able to buy very good food. Sir, are you able to buy appetite? No. With more money, we are able to buy very good bed. We are still dependent on sleeping pills for a sleep. We are not able to buy sleep because happiness index is decreasing. That's how the HR comes, and I will come to that I will be really talking about not policy but the compliances. Because the truth is very simple. The culture is not created by the HR. HR is just an architect. Culture is created by the leaders like you. So putting everything on the HR's basket is wrong. It is maybe we are overloading the HR. It has to be created by and what is our Indian reality? Certainly we are merit driven. We are equal opportunity employers. We talk it like you told, that what is in paper and what is not. Yes, I wanted to tell you that it is in paper, we are merit driven. We are equal opportunity employers. We value diversity. It is on paper. But let's be honest. Ask yourself. Avijit sir, you are also here. How many first generation professionals are senior in leadership? Very few. How many women lead the revenue roles? I'm talking of revenue roles. How many voices in the meeting are truly heard? How many? When you are having a meeting, how many people prefer to be silent because of whatever reason? Because of the culture of the organization, their own security, own job, but how many? How transparent is our promotion decisions? And how many organizations, this is a very candidly I am speaking, so please take it to your heart, it is not confined to one organization. How many organizations do not have the advantage or disadvantage of old boys club? Always there is an old boys club who are sitting at the hem of affairs, they may be invisible. So intent is not the issue. Issue is the impact. And after impact, what is missing here is the purpose. What is the purpose? What is the greater thing ahead? So the philosophy of leadership is extreme ownership. If the team has failed, the leader has failed. Leaders own everything in their world. Please don't blame the team, because if inclusion is not happening in a function, it is not because the team is bad. It is because the leadership has not created the right environment. So friends, take it to your heart. Everything is discussed here. I am not reinventing the wheels here. I am only reminding you of your responsibility. It is because the leadership, you are not creating a right environment. The women are not given the role which they deserve. What is a better CEO have you seen more than your mother? I have not seen, to be very honest. I have not seen more than my mother, any other better CEO who manages my grandparents, managed my husband, my father, managed myself, managed the animals, managed the workers, managed the agriculture, managed the irrigation problems when there was a drought, managed the fuel, managed the drinking water. What kind of CEO? What kind of MBA she has done? It is extreme ownership, my family. So HR means you are the architect. You are the architect. I have learned from that. I have learned from that. Then I'm telling you, whenever I stand I always look at the leaders and their upbringing. Most of us, maybe not this generation like the youngsters sitting there, but most of you, your parents, you all are in Odisha at least. We all are from an agrarian background. We all are. Every one of us has a village, isn't it? Please raise your hand who doesn't have a village. Who knows only Bhubaneswar or Cuttack? You have a village. Village is a perfect ecosystem. Inclusion, if you want to learn, go to a village when the Brahmin, the Kshatriyas, the farmers, the carpenters, the cobblers, the whoever it is, the blacksmiths, the weavers, they are interdependent, interwoven to each other. Nobody can think of a marriage function. Bhandari to arambha kari brahmana jaye, samastankar darkar achi sethi. That is inclusion. What kind of inclusivity you want? I have always seen when I was working with Dr. Manmohan Singh in the farmers' suicide control mission. Then they asked about something like landed and landless. I told one sentence, landless people are more fortunate than the landed people. Then everybody smiled, everybody said, what this? Then somebody told, what this young boy is telling. I told, they have the option of migrating. I don't have, because I have the pseudo pride of having land. My father had 12 acres of land. We are 4 brothers. Still I tell outside I am having 12 acres of land. My son is going and telling I am having 12 acres of land. So the point is, inclusivity is something which is admitting the fact that we are interdependent. If you don't get a cup of tea in your chamber or whatever desk, then you feel what is inclusion. The maid servant, you think of, very, very blunt question. Think of Santanuji, you are here, Sanjay sir, you are here, or senior people. Look at your wife's mood the day the maid servant doesn't come. That day you are the worst person. You are the worst manager because the maid servant has not come. So what kind of inclusivity we have to learn? Everybody is dependent on each other. So let's find out the constraints. My mother has been always looking at the constraints, so that is the HR leader. What we call is the theory of constraints. Theory of constraints, everybody knows. I don't have to really discuss about Goldratt's formula of the theory of constraints. What is the weakest link in your chain? What is the weakest link that you see? What is the weakest link? Whether people are demotivated because of promotion. I think we talked of the pay parity or something. We talked of many issues like the right environment to work, right, the discriminations, right, there are so many issues. What is that constraint? That is the weakest link in the chain. That means you are wearing a very good gold chain, but one particular knot is weak. So you will lose that chain because of one knot. So let us work upon the weakest link. What my mother was doing, what you should do, and we all are doing, that is why the ecosystem will run well. If the promotion bias is the constants, then we standardize evaluation. We calibrate, we measure, we hold leadership accountable. Focus, if you focus on that, that beats fragmentation. And once you beat the fragmentation, you get the inclusion. What better example you can see? And the diversity, inclusion, equity, and the belongingness is embedded in this set of systems. When you look at things from where you belong to. If you look at the things that I am the boss of the organization, then you do not belong to the organization. If you think that you are leading the organization, then you belong to the organization, then everybody belonging to you. Once you create a pyramid and go to the top and sit there, remember you are always lonely. Because the man who is sitting on the top of the pyramid will remain lonely. And don't forget your vulnerability. If the bottom line sinks, you fall fast. So belongingness is a compulsion. So what else you need there? You all know better HR than me. If a leader treats DEIB as a business strategy, it will transform us. If it is taking as a policy, a compliance, you do not really survive in that. The leadership discipline and another thing, one thing. Let me just little bit time, 2 minutes, 3 minutes I require. What was the one thing in Mahabharata? Can anybody tell? One sentence. What was the one thing in Mahabharata? One thing. Because you know there has to be one thing. Isn't it? There is a 80% and 20% domain. You must have known one thing, philosophy, if you know. That means what is that 20% you will do, so that rest of the 80% you do not have to do. It will automatically fall in line. That domain effect. You just click one, rest will fall. Okay? So you cannot chase 2 rabbits at a time. Can you? You cannot chase 2 rabbits at a time. So what is that one thing of Mahabharata? Itna kuch hua na, 62, I think, lakhs of people died and what not Mahabharata. There are historical proofs now. Earlier it was a myth, scriptures. Now it is a fact. Hastinapuram has been proved. There was only one thing, dharma sansthapanarthaya sambhavami yuge yuge. That was the one thing. Rest, whatever happened, that is all in Ekadas Skanda. Pasyami devang stapadevadehe brahmani misang kamalasanastam. That means when the maya and moho of Arjuna was not broken, what is in HR? The bias system. Let everybody should admit this. We have some bias somewhere embedded in our subconsciousness. Whatever bias, whatever Pramodini ji was talking about, whatever Sadhana ji was talking about, that bias is in us irrespective of the fact that we become very cultured and very civilized to express it in a different way, in a platform. But once it comes to a desk, it is a very different kind of moho and maya. So, finally, Sri Krishna had to show the Vishwarup to Arjuna after 10th chapter. You see, 10th chapter Karma Yoga, Sankhya Yoga, Wo Yoga, Ye Yoga, बहुत कुछ समझाया, नहीं हुआ. Finally, he showed what is there. See, then what is he saying? That everybody is dead. You know, this Duryodhana, Karna and everybody is inside. Absolutely, you are only dramatic role playing, somebody told here. I think Sadhana ji told that how best I am doing my role. So Arjun, you are only doing the role playing. That's all. So the role playing has to be perfect. The basic thing is this. So if that one thing we have to see, that all HR leaders, if promotion parity is the issue, that is your one thing. Work on for 12 months, 6 months or whatever it is. Okay, if pay parity is the issue, please work on that. If hiring the women is the issue, then please work on that. But one thing at a time, 10 things if it has become your inner, the goal of your inner conscience, you cannot achieve it, you only please your boss. As Pramodini ji rightly told, मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा, that हमारा चेहरा को जलाया, मेरा सपनों को नहीं जलाया. Like that, if one organization is rejecting you, don't worry. They are not killing your talent. There is somebody waiting for you outside. If you are committed, if you are really, you have got a talent alive in you. Don't worry of that. Your commitment is there. Your conviction is there. there are windows for you. Don't worry of that. So आपको कोई fire कर सकता है. Before somebody fires, you can fire the organization. I always believe in that. Before you leave me, I am leaving you. Why do I give you a scope to leave me? Why do I give you a scope? So issue is this, we have to be very convinced that the world has changed. The world has changed. Somebody was telling that with the AI, you are making, AI is taking jobs. AI is becoming everybody unsafe. I just told him one thing. भाई जब दुनिया आगे बढ़ा ना, किसी ना किसी का सपना था. When my mother was holding on my lap, I was looking at the moon and I was thinking one day I will reach the moon. My father was thinking that every day from Puri to Cuttack, 2 hours, how people are going to Delhi. He had a dream of flying, Then one day he flew and every week I am flying. So if somebody is dreaming, the first thing that has come in life to change the life, to change the civilization, to change the quality of life, it is a dream. So AI can do everything. AI cannot dream. You dream and AI will translate into it actuality, reality. So AI is your slave. AI is your tool. AI cannot be your boss. It's not possible because AI cannot dream. AI cannot dream. It's not possible. Okay. So my point is, DEIB is not an HR initiative. Not at all. It is a leadership responsibility. Whoever you are working in blast furnace, you are working in IT, you are a banker, you are anything. But if you are a leader, that is your main issue is this. You have to make it alive. We do not run diversity campaigns. We in HR have to remove the constraints. That's all. The leaders have to take it forward. If it is our commitment to India's talent potential. And finally, if my super conscious is with me, if the Krishna is with me, what is Krishna? Krishna is super consciousness. If my super consciousness, that is DEIB, diversity, inclusion, equity, and belongingness. If that is with me, with a purpose, my super consciousness is Krishna, and I am the executioner, Arjun. What will happen? Last line of Bhagavad Gita. Jatra Yogeshwara Krishna, Jatra Patha Dhanurdhara, Tatra Si Vijayar Bhuti, Dhruvanetir Mater Mamaha. वहीं पर तो विजय ही होगा. If the super consciousness of diversity inclusion is there in my mind, and I am a good executioner, unbiased executioner, without Maya Moho, Arjuna is, and there is a purpose. What is the purpose? Not only that Dharma will, have the Vijay, but also Draupadi is waiting to tie her hair. कब से खुला है? There is a passion, there is a purpose. Purpose का महाभारत का तो एक ही purpose था. Not only dharma संस्थापनार्थाय संभवामि युगे, that was the super consciousness purpose. What was Arjun's purpose? What was Yudhishthira's purpose? There had one thing. Draupadi authare bala bandhivo. She was disrobed. So here no Draupadi is going to be disrobed because our HR is alert. But remember, HR is the architect. But our leadership, they have to make it happen. So it is the living reality for everybody. HR is not the final answer. Everybody is a leader in their own domain. Let's start changing. Let's changing ourselves. Somebody was telling that what we are doing is more important than we are talking. I think let's do what I am talking here or whatever you have done. But again, compliments to you for a beautiful session. Thank you so much. Yeah, please.
I'll just put one sentence. It was really amazing. You have conducted the session very well. And connected each of the dots. The dots you are connecting was actually meaningful, and it was creating some kind of messages to the people here. And Hota sir, every time I have heard him, my goodness, it's just mesmerizing. I have just lured or glued into whatever he says, and it is fantastic. Thanks that you. I know there will be a complaint that why did you not come in the morning? This would have been a budge, but however, thanks for coming, and it's a brilliant, this session. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you.
So a big round of applause. I think this was truly an impactful session, has left us with some food for thought, how DEIB can actually move from intent to measurable impact. I'll first request Shri Abhijit Pati to please join on stage, ex-Whole Time Director and CEO Vedanta Balco, to present a token of appreciation to Dr. Prashant Hota for his leadership talk. A big round of applause, indeed very inspiring, sir. I'll now request Shri Sanjay Patnaik, Convener, HRIR Committee, ICC Odisha State Council, to present one to Ms. Sadhna Mishra, Social Officer, KIMS Hospital. I'll request Sanjay ji to do the honors. I'll request Dr. Santanu Ratha, Core Committee Member, Co-Convener, HR and IR Committee, ICC Odisha State Council, to present one to Ms. Pramodini Raul, TEDx Speaker, Social Activist, Acid Attack Campaigner. We are really, really grateful to each one of you for your presence here today with us and sharing your inspiring stories with all of us. I'll once again request Shri Pati ji to join on stage and also present a token of appreciation to Mr. Ushakanta Mishra, MD Tri Consulting Private Limited. And now one to the lady who held this all together, starting from the skit to the panel discussion to the leadership talk. A big round of applause for our moderator, Ms. Kavita Ray, Joint Secretary, NHRD Network. I'll request Ms. Bobby Patnaik to join on stage. Yes, the President of the NHRD Network, BBI chapter, our knowledge partner as well, to do the honors and present a token of appreciation to Kavita ji. Very wonderfully moderated. Yes, yes, of course. And of course, a group photograph before we quickly move to our next session. I'm fine here, sir. Wonderful. Thank you to all our panelists once again. Indeed, a very moving session this was. All right, as we set the stage, ladies and gentlemen, without any delay, I would like to set the context for our next session, our last one, in fact, but a very critical session: Innovation, Entrepreneurship, Academia and MSME, Talent, Enterprise and the Knowledge Economy. We all know that the transition to a US dollar 500 billion economy by 2036 and US dollar 1.5 trillion by 2047 requires deep synergy among entrepreneurs, academia, MSMEs, industry and government. This is not about isolated excellence, it is about ecosystem alignment. This session will focus on bridging skill gaps, enabling entrepreneurship, nurturing research-led enterprises and strengthening academia-industry partnership. So as we are setting the stage, I will take this opportunity to talk about our panelists so that we are saving time. So for this session, we will have with us Dr. Ajay Kumar Naik, Pro Vice Chancellor, Centurion University of Technology, Mr. Avinash Samal, Rising Sun of India's Motivation Award-winning anchor. We'll have with us Mr. Abhijit Tripathi, Chairman and Managing Director, Preseo Software Private Limited. And the session will be moderated by Rotarian engineer, Mr. Sitanshu Mishra, founder, Job School. While we are setting the stage, I would also like to take this opportunity to introduce each one of them so that, like I said, we can straight dive into the session. We have with us Dr. Ajay Kumar Naik, Pro Vice Chancellor of Centurion University of Technology and Management, brings over 30 years of distinguished experience across public administration and academia, having served as a senior OS officer from 1989 to 2024 with a PhD in personal management and industrial relation. He has held key government assignment as Joint Secretary in the Higher Education Technical Education Department of Odisha, is a passionate advocate for rural empowerment, skill development, and the preservation of Odissi culture. We also have for this session Shri Avinash Samal, a presidential award-winning anchor, the former head of HR training and development at TCS, Bhubaneswar, with over 2 decades of experience. He's a specialist in AI governance, policy and regulation. He has held leadership in corporate training roles at global firms, including IBM, American Express. He's known as the rising sun of Indian motivation. His expertise lies at the intersection of strategic HR, employee engagement, and the evolving landscape of AI ethics. We also have with us Shri Abhijit Tripathi, founder and CEO of Softwares, a recognized expert in voice AI for enterprises, named as one of the top 100 future leaders of India. He's an entrepreneur and a PhD in artificial intelligence, serves as the co-chair for Deep Spear at TIE Bhubaneswar, and has made significant contribution to the tech ecosystem as a researcher and mentor. He brings a gold medalist in engineering, in fact, and the author of 7 startup lessons. He brings a deep technical perspective on generative AI and startup scalability to our discussion. And the session will be moderated by Rotarian engineer, Mr. Sitanshu Mishra, an edupreneur and employability expert with over 18 years of experience, the founder and CEO of Job School and Poji CTS, both recognized by Startup India and Startup Odisha. He has represented India on global, as a mentor of change with Niti Aayog. He has represented India on global platforms from Vienna to Vietnam and specializes in bridging the gap between industry and academia through innovation and meaningful mentorship. So that is our panel and our moderator. So now that the stage is set, without any further delay, let's invite all of them onto the stage with a huge round of applause from all of you. And without any further delay, I'll request Rotarian engineer, Mr. Sitanshu Mishra, to take the session forward from here.
Good evening once again to one and all present here. Thanks for your patience You are still there, glued to your chairs. We were just waiting for Ajay sir to join us, and he has joined. So very interesting session coming up. As rightly said by Hota sir, just before this session, AI cannot dream. Although we are going to talk about innovation, AI, technology, digitalization, and different other aspects, how the HR leadership can be taken forward with the help of technology, AI, and different other aspects. Of course, AI cannot dream. Of course, human beings have to dream, and AI can be just a tool in hand to enable us to take the things forward. So the topic or the title that we have been assigned with is Aligning Talent and Innovation Ecosystem, including all the important stakeholders, industries, MSMEs, startups, and academia. I think we have a lot of students, aspiring entrepreneurs, faculty members. I can see one of the ma'ams from C.V. Raman University, sir from KT University, and of course we have with us Pro VC from CUTM. So let me introduce the panel. First of all, I am Sitangshu Misra, the founder of Job School Consulting Services Private Limited. And we have with us Dr. Ajay Kumar Naik, Pro VC of Centurion University of Technology and Management, Dr. Abhijit Tripathi, the founder of Precious Softwares Private Limited, and one of the practicing HRs, very well known in the society and in the ecosystem, and the founder of Rising Sun of India's Motivation. And the sun stands for SUN, not SON, right? Of course. So before we move on to the question, first of all, I would like to know that each one of you 30 seconds. What do you think about it? What the title has been assigned to us, aligning the talent pool with the entrepreneurial ecosystem or the innovation ecosystem. 30 seconds to each one of us, then we will be having the questions. Over to you, Dr. Ajay Kumar Naik.
Thank you, Sitangshu. For me, I think it is realizing the full potential among our youth, because every young person is a dreamer. He has the dream, he has the potential. Just we have to ignite it and make it fully expressional and help her this and create an ecosystem to realize or his dreams.
Right. Thank you. Next, Dr. Tripathi, setting the context.
I'd like to mention that there are different stakeholders to make it possible that the right talent pool is mapped to the right opportunities. So I'll be focusing more on the rules of the stakeholders here. Maybe that is academia, or we're talking about the industries, we're talking about HR leaders, as well as company founders and everything. So that is my bit, that we play an important role in the entire ecosystem for making this happen. So yeah.
Thank you. You can pass on the mic, please.
Good evening, all of you, and Jai Hind. So this is a very intriguing topic, and it's ongoing and I will go by Hota sir, where he said intent and purpose for another topic, of course, but the base, the foundation of this topic has to be intent and purpose. Because theoretically, if we talk about case studies, if we talk about a lot of requirements that are happening or required by the corporate, vis-a-vis what is being done to fulfill that kind of intent and purpose. And the most important thing, corporates are not willing to hire freshers. They love to hire EPs, experienced professionals. But what does this EPs come from? They start as a fresher. So how to mold this journey or this bell curve from a fresher to EP, or directly from, we can call a fresher as an EP. Has some experience, not experience in terms of profession, but hands-on experience about the client, the company, the business, so that he is business ready. So that's the journey we need to cover, maybe in this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, three of you. And now that I've heard three of them, like one question bothers me. I know Dr. Naik has served in the government for a long time, and now that he's on the other side of the table, before I come to you, and the question that he left me with, that how these experienced professionals would be coming up, right? So let me tell you, apart from the Job School Hire AI, we have also introduced very unique program called JILP, Job School Internship Live Project and Placement Program. It is, it's a very unique story. I will keep it very short, 20 to 30 seconds only. And it is inspired by one of the leading companies of India. I think Bobby ma'am is sitting in front of me. The company is none other than Infosys. Because my sister got selected in Infosys and Wipro both, but she preferred to join Infi, and she was trained in Infosys Mysore campus, now that she is serving in Cognizant. But I could know that what Infi can come up with in those 6 months of training. The brilliant campus that they have with all the amenities and everything, that not only grooms the candidates, but what happens to those who don't qualify in the last exams? They get into some other companies. Of course, that's what Jill brings up. So you need to visit our site to know more about it without mingling much into it. So coming to other part of the thing that we also discussed about, as Dr. Naik is from the government earlier, now that into driving the university from the forefront, how the students or the aspiring entrepreneurs can be groomed. Who is going to set the benchmark for them? This question also bothered me 10 years before. I was also a faculty in one of the engineering college, and I thought, why to bother the students? Why not to get into the entrepreneurship ecosystem myself, to set the standards, to set the benchmark? I may fail, but at least I will come up with something, learning which can be influential and can be inspiring, as well as can also motivate others to get into entrepreneurship. That's how my journey as an entrepreneur started. I've struggled, I have hustled, I've gone through hell in these last 9 years, but today I gave birth to a baby. Being a male, you must be astonished. How come it is possible? I was really amazed when the product was getting launched today, the soft launch of Job School Hire AI. It's just a dream which came true. We had conceived the idea 2.5 years or 3 years before, but today we delivered the baby. Also, as founders, we don't consider our organizations as any product or any, like any other organization. As founders, we are really, really passionate about the company. We don't consider it to be a company only. We consider our members to be the family members, not as employees. That employer-employee mindset is not there, because we want each of the stakeholders to be having the entrepreneurial mindset, or they should be entrepreneurs by nature. That mindset has to be there. Coming to Dr. Naik again, I know you are leading from the front the CUTM, which is one of the popular universities when it comes to skilling, because I have visited both of your campuses. I have been imparting different sort of trainings over there. On 14th of next month, I am going to be there in your Parla Community campus. I would like to highlight upon the skilling, apart from the skilling part, what exactly you are bringing onto the table for the students, so that that mindset of entrepreneurs can be created, and what kind of support you are giving them to become from the student, not just a job seeker, but can be a job creator. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Just taking a cue from you, let me introduce my university. This is Centurion University. It's India's first skill university, and perhaps the biggest, because when I was in government, I had the fortune to serve in the skill development and technical education department also for a pretty long year of 4.5 years. At that time, I have seen all the skill universities of India, and in ex officio capacity also, I was in board of all NIT, IIT, and all other Niger, and all other institutions, leading institutions. The difference creating a skill ecosystem that you were mentioning is that it gives the students a hands-on experience about the technology they are learning as a student. So that is how the spirit or the mindset of an entrepreneur is inculcated among them. Just now, Shantanu Bhai was telling me about in the morning session. I missed it. I am really, it was, now I am thinking, after hearing all of you, I am thinking it was really, I missed it. But he was telling me about in the morning session, there was a discussion that degree is becoming redundant. Now the skill is taking its shape. But also the skill, once upon a time we were telling that labor is a perishable commodity. Now even the skill is getting perishable, because all those new age technologies coming up, and the it is changing so fast, and though now there are those prophesizers who are prophesizing that 90% of jobs will go away within next 5 years. Of course, that's not very true, because they have started forecasting this in 24, I think, with already in your second or third year. Not all jobs are going away, but the nature of job is changing. But in that context, this skill is also becoming redundant nowadays. So that's why we are telling about multi-skilling, reskilling, upskilling. Those type of things are becoming more relevant. In that context, now also the National Education Policy 2020, that is NEP 2020, that is also prescribing that skills should be integrated with all type of higher education, starting from engineering, medical, law, or whatever profession, management, everywhere. The skills should be integrated. Every student should take 4 to 8 credit of skill training every year, each year of the academic session. That is the new thinking, and we are all going to implement it, because Government of Odisha has accepted decided to implement NEP 2020 in full scale in our state, and other states are going for it. So that is one of the answers to it, giving the students an opportunity to learn hands-on, and with that it's later on there, as the Singaporean people say, hands-on, heads-on, and hats-on. Those things will naturally follow with when we give a students to experience something in the practical lab, when they are associated with the production process and other things. But there lies a gap. For that, as you told now, just you are telling about internship and apprenticeship and other thing. We have good provisions on paper. Throughout all the session, we are discussing what is the difference between between the what is on paper and why we are practicing. Actually, though we have made provision for giving internship opportunities, apprenticeship opportunities, which can bring out the entrepreneur's skill or the spark out of the students, in reality, our industries, the corporate sector is failing. I am sorry to say, because I had the opportunity to serve in the beginning of my career in the corporate sector, then 30 plus years in the government, and now I am leading an educational institution and university. I am sorry to say that the corporate sector has failed to meet the aspiration of the students and the universities, because though on paper we say we shall provide apprenticeship, 1 year apprenticeship to the students, which will make them professionals, true professionals. But barring few public sector companies, in Odisha scenario I am saying, because I was handling it, I was also part of the higher education department. Barring few public sector companies, most of the private sector companies, they fail to provide any apprenticeship opportunity. And even if we talk about this industry academia collaboration, and that's a very nice word to say, and everywhere we discuss about it. But that there also you find even the public sectors, not only private sector, in the public sector, when you tell somebody that you run some courses for the local youth or the youth of the state, something like that, to make out the real professionals, engineers or something like out of them, no corporate sector accept that challenge. They say, as now just before our ma'am was telling, that drama they were enacted by that group, they were saying, oh, you are a blind person, we shall give you some charity to your NGO. You go to an NGO and stay there. That is the approach of the corporate sector. When you ask them, oh, can you run an ITI or polytechnic in your area, they say, sir, we shall give you 10-15 crores. You set it up. Or in the bargain, we may go up to 20 crores, 25 crores, 30 crores, if as per the bargain, as per their requirement. Till there is requirement of land and other things, they shall abide by you, your dictate. But thereafter, nobody is taking any responsibility.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. I've got a quick follow-up question for you only. Related, as a policy maker, when you see that, before joining CUTM, you were on the other side of the table, but now you are in the academic side. So what differences you could have brought, but you are now regretting that these things are not happening?
Yes, that way, I think that way I was also trying that this industry academia collaboration should have a guarantor in the form of government. Government should intervene to guarantee it. Otherwise, all this, even now you are talking of this inclusivity. Inclusivity industry is still, till now, industry tells it as a domain of CSR, not of HR. No HR people, there is no HR policy to guarantee inclusiveness. They think it is a matter of CSR. We can give some charity, some funds to some charitable organization who are looking after all these wasted attacks or any other problem.
I slightly beg to differ, sir, but few organizations I have seen in the recent past, those who are also not giving only money, they're also coming up with various employability skills program. They are funding those programs, and through that they are trying to spend the money in the right way. So coming to Mr. Abhinav, thank you so much, sir, for your answers. So coming to Mr. Abhinav, my dear friend, you have been going to various academic institutions in the past few years, right? You have enhanced the numbers gradually. So gradually you also thought that why not to become a motivational speaker, and because you have been doing that, why not to officially announce that? So what was the idea behind coming up with this, the rising sun of India's motivation, and how through that, how you're going to motivate the Indian youth into entrepreneurship rather than getting into becoming a job seeker?
Definitely. The rising sun of India's motivation is just not a thought, it was a journey. My first email address when I was in academics was avi_the_rising_sun@yahoo.com. Yahoo.com. So it was there. It was always there within me. Since my childhood, I would say, because I've seen a lot of phases of life in a lot of folds. So I always tried, my ambition, you could say, or one of my motto of life is to behave like a squirrel in the Ram Setu Bandha. I may not be a Hanuman or a Jamband or a Sugriv.
That's a common line I hear quite often from you.
Yes, definitely. Because as I said, that's my motto. Right, and motto cannot change. So I just try to be a squirrel in the Ram Setu Bandha. So that brought up. Now, I don't represent any corporate, I do not represent any organization. I stay aloof of it. I was in a position, I was in a head position, so I was representing and I had a global approval to come, but now the position and the role and responsibility that I'm delivering in a global chair, I would say, I am not allowed to publicize this in these kind of forums. So the page unfolded, the rising sun of India's motivation as a motivational speaker. Now, why motivation? Being in Odisha, or let's say in the land of India, we have a big factor of fear, and fear is never good for great. Now, when I say fear, log kya kahenge? Even Sai Ram ne bhi, Sai Baba ne bhi bola tha, दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा रोग क्या कहेंगे लोग? And that fear kills a lot of entrepreneurs in themselves, on their pillows, on their mattresses, in the night, in the day, in the afternoon, or in their hostel beds, wherever they could. You know, lot of dreams are there. Lot of passionate people are there. But the only goal that they have grown up with is a secured job. Maybe that was a parental history. What parental history? Maybe Papa government job mein hai, Chacha vagera, they are doing something which is very secured. The retirement is secured, the future of the children are secured, the family monthly income is secured. So they grow up with that kind of mentality that I need a monthly secured salary by which मेरा राशन पानी, मेरा डीजल पेट्रोल का खर्चा, मेरे कपड़ों का, मेरा शौक और कभी-कभी holidays fulfill हो सके. Now, do we go beyond that? The way that I think today that I want to be a squirrel in the Ram Setu Bandh, and by trying to be a squirrel, you never know, I get some protein and grow up and become a Jamband or a Hanuman. Maybe, with God's grace. I'm trying. But this effort lacks in the youth of today's world. The effort of tearing out the fear and coming up to the forefront to create jobs rather than applying for a job. One individual, if can just imagine that you have all the intellect, you have all the intelligence, and if you can bring it to the plate of the society to create jobs, you will be an absolutely different person. But what happens? अरे ये क्या करेगा? मिश्री जी का बेटा यार पढ़ा नहीं, ड्रॉप आउट था, ये क्या बिजनेस करेगा? डुबाएगा, बाप का पैसा डुबाएगा, अपना पैसा डुबाएगा, लोन लेके घर बिकवाएगा, these kind of comments and criticisms always keep popping up and hitting hard on the youth. So ye dar hamesha hai youth mein. Now, this motivation, when everything is there inside the youth, what do? I just, spark the lighter in front of a gas burner so that the fire burns nicely. And sometimes I have a pin to plug in those holes कि जो भी dirt और grim है वो clean होके कैसे आग या तो मशाल जो भी जिसका capacity है सही तरीके से जल जाए. That light may cook food, that light may show path to several numerous other youth.
Hopefully you can enlighten the Indian youth, especially in Odisha, and change their mindset, which is much needed.
Much needed.
Right. Thank you for the articulation. And coming to Dr. Abhijit, you have been a technocrat yourself. You have been into development of various softwares. If you can highlight upon that. But another follow-up question is, you have been also part of various startup ecosystems, right? Just like my friend Avinash said, I've also conducted several boot camps on behalf of Startup Odisha just to change the mindset. But what happens? Hardly 2 to 3% we find they come up and try their luck. If not, they get into corporates again. What is the bottleneck you find in the startup ecosystem that, literally stops the entrepreneurs from getting to the next level?
Okay, so the question that you have asked me is a question that every entrepreneur should ask themselves. What is stopping me from going to the next level? So many of time, we as entrepreneurs might be looking this as a problem which is popping up because of our environment, because of our connections, because of the government, because of the policies, n number of things are there, right? But these are not the actual reasons. Let me reverse engineer this for you. When we are developing something, sir was mentioning that there has been some internships and other opportunities in the campus. So let me tell you, like I've been associated with a lot of universities, central universities, IITs as well. So what I have seen, the mindset is in a reverse engineering position. What I mean to say, normally what happens, our teachers tells us that come up with something innovative, build something, and after that we will take your solution to the market. That is the wrong procedure. That is the wrong method. You should not develop something first and then go to the market and see if you can sell it. That's entirely wrong. First, you should go to the market. You should see what is the problem. Based on the problem, you should develop something. That is when there is an opportunity to scale something. The problem with most of the entrepreneurs who are coming from academic background, because I started my company when I was in college. So I do understand this, what is the problem that happens in academics. There are attendance issues, there is something, the academic background you have to keep in touch. But let me tell you, I had a very good attendance. I was a gold medalist by President of India, and still I had my company and it is going well. So I must tell you that the problem lies in the mindset. It should be always in a reverse way. First find the problem, then develop the solution, rather than first developing the solution, applying for the patent, and a lot of things that academics do, which I personally do not promote. So what happens in our case, you have mentioned, this was the answer for the follow-up question. The first question that you have asked me, that what type of softwares I have developed. So let me tell you in that way, in the reverse engineering way. So I went to the Ministry of Electronics once, and for one of the events, and I saw they had a very good problem that all these agriculture people who were working with cattle behaviors and all these things, they had this problem of having a band in the cattle's neck. So that band, sometimes that band is costly, sometimes that band stops working, and a lot of other problems. So the ministry came up with a problem that, is that band really necessary? So I was the person who proposed a solution to the ministry. Right after 2 years, the band was removed. It was only through cameras. Entire, body vitals of the cattle, the livestock, were monitored through artificial intelligence. So there is a problem. I came up with a solution. I'm not coming up with a solution just because I know computer vision or artificial intelligence. Right? So that is what I wanted to tell, that it should be always in a reverse engineering way. So yeah.
Good one. Nicely orated. Sir, Dr. Naik, coming to you, you know, again, instead of talking about the Jatni campus, I don't know why Parla Community campus attracts more, although I have been to the Jatni campus more often. If we can just highlight upon the tribal village or the urban village that you have set up over there, and I think the kind of ideation you have, your founder, your visionary has, lot of stuff, starting from beautification, bakery, or tribal village, to cattle farming and different other stuff. If you can just throw some light on that, and how you, instead of coming only or talking about technology, how that can be a model change of innovation. Especially, sir, in the university arena.
Yes, sir. Before coming to that, let me have a word here. All the HR leaders are there. That is my experience also while I was on the other side, and the government also after joining here. Rural area really throws up more talents, I think, than urban area. Rural guys have more clear fundamentals. They are more ethically and professionally committed, and there is a lot of spark inside them. Well, I am telling about an experiment under Subroto Bakshi. We had started that when he proposed something like nano unicorn from ITI students, pass out students. He proposed to give them 1 lakh each. We gave them with no condition attached. You may return it, may not return it, you may pay interest, you may not pay interest. It is free. It is up to you to pay back. So government did not fund it. We raised some charitable donation from around 3 crores and gave it to 300 ITA pass out boys. You can't believe there was such a wonderful result. Almost 70 to 80% of them succeeded, which is much against this our startup trend of in startups. If there is a 10% success, we feel very happy. But among ITA boys, whom you consider at the bottom level of the educational system, those जो उसका थर्ड डिवीजन होता है वो ITA जाते हैं. That was the earlier trend. Now it is of course changing. So there is, in rural areas, there is spark, there is talent, and there is ethical and professional commitment. So that's why we decided Centurion University has its campuses. All our 6 campuses except Bhubaneswar are in the deep tribal and almost left-wing affected, Naxal affected areas. There we had connected with them. In Parla Community campus, we have agriculture, veterinary, and fishery subjects are also there. So more than around 7,000 farmers are tied up with us. We give them all sorts of inputs, and now we are teaching them how to raise vanilla, how to raise saffron also, and dragon fruit, all these things they are already started raising. So newest technologies, but we are getting very surprising result, how quickly and how efficiently they are adapting to it. So that is the spirit. When you give them exposure and hands-on exposure particularly, that is the philosophy behind Centurion University. We say, if somebody writing some history and political science can be called a graduate, then why not some mechanic who is assembling a motorcycle engine and running it, why he should not be called a BSc or BTech graduate, or some girl, weaver girl printing all these stanzas of Gita Govinda or Gita in a sari, why she should not be called a postgraduate? That is our motto, and for that we have fought all along. And when I was also in government on behalf of Centurion University, I had fought many arguments with in central government level also. Let's say recognize them, and now government is recognizing it in terms of RPL, recognition of prior learning. Means the traditional artisans or whatever they have learned through inheritance, let's recognize it and convert it to degree, convert it to credits, and through that credits let's give them the degree so that they can come back into mainstream with confidence and they can be molded into good entrepreneurs. So that is our approach.
I think that model can be replicated in several other universities.
Yes,
that,
that is the spirit, sir, now under NEP 2020, and that's why number of universities, government universities are also coming to us for collaboration, because creating such a skill infrastructure is a very difficult thing. Centurion University has done it over 15 years, it was established in 2010. So now it is on the 16th year. So over a period of time it was built up, but now we are also mentoring other. Recently this Assam government, their entire team, their principal secretary, their vice chancellor, a lot of people have come there. We are handholding them and mentoring them, and we are mentoring number of skill universities around Odisha, and we are mentoring the number of universities in government in public universities in Odisha also. to create that skill ecosystem, so which can give them some hands-on exposure to the students.
And Dr. Naik, you also know that I'm quite a good hardcore follower of Mr. Subrata Bakshi. I admire him as an entrepreneur, as a role model just after Dr. Kalam. That's why even in my DP since last several years, he has been there in the DP itself. So thanks for coming up with that. Because I also, I was also part of this Nano Unicorn project. Not directly, but indirectly. Because usually Mr. Subrata Bakshi promoted those entrepreneurs, those who were dropouts, but have built something, and they were the mentors for these ITA students.
Yes, exactly.
And I know because I was part of the Kalahandi dialogue also, where people like Mr. Sam Petroda and others were also invited, but the Honorable CM couldn't visit there and had addressed, from the Secretariat itself.
Yes, sir.
And it was a huge thing. A person from Bhavani Patna becoming the mentor for others.
Yes, sir.
The sweet seller,
yes,
if you remember.
In Kalayandi, that Ramakrishna Mission School, there we got a lot of beautiful young guys proving their success. So,
thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Coming to Dr. Tripathi, if you can highlight upon, you mentioned about that strap, on the necks of the cattle and all, even that came on Shark Tank, right? It was probably those founders might have sold several straps, but when it comes to becoming part of various ecosystem enablers like TIE, NHRD, or ICC, CII, we have been part of several ecosystems commonly.
Yes.
Do these ecosystem enablers are really helping the entrepreneurs to scale from ideation to investment and go to the next level?
Okay, so now I can answer this question on a perspective of the ecosystems that I am a part of, which I am not a part of, I cannot answer. So based on my experience, I've been into chambers for Chhattisgarh, BNI for Chhattisgarh, here in TIE, Bhubaneswar, and a lot of other organizations as well. So what I see is these organizations provide a good platform to network with a lot of good people who can guide you, who can give you the opportunities, who can transform the way you are looking into your business. And also, as you mentioned, sometimes there are funding opportunities as well. Sometimes there are partnerships which are going overseas, and a lot of other things are there. But it all depends upon the entrepreneur and the sector he or she is working on. So now if someone is coming to, let us assume, coming to a ecosystem where there is no manufacturing people, right? And he's having a manufacturing startup or something. So I think nobody can guide him, right? So that's the case, right? Whoever is the entrepreneur, he has to be a little bit diligent in deciding which ecosystem he or she should be a part of. And depending on that, he can take the privileges of that ecosystem. But as I said, networking is basically a step to build your net worth. So of course, why not be a part of a lot of ecosystems, be a part of a lot of people's story, and be a part of enablement of the future. So yeah.
And when it comes to enabling entrepreneurs, I think collaboration is the key.
Yeah.
Just the way we have, I will be coming to that in the next question.
Yeah.
We have helped each other. And apart from that, founders consider their among themselves as a family. Hardly they find any proper, people in the family or in the society. They consider them to be somebody, coming up with different aspects. They're thinking they're on their own. If you agree with me on that.
I agree with you, and I would like to repeat what Hota sir has said. The person who is sitting at the top is always alone. So that's true. And whoever is alone, do not feel so bad for yourself, because the top always brings loneliness to people. But yeah, I agree, these ecosystem enablers gives you a family to share your problem with, and family to discuss what can be done to overcome such problem, because there are many other peoples in the ecosystem as well who has already covered up those problems. They already know.
Okay. Sorry to keep it short.
Yeah.
We are running short of time.
No
So, although we were supposed to have Dr. B.K. Sahu here talking about the IPR, patents, and different other aspects, I would prefer to throw those questions to you, so that the audience over here can have some glimpse of it. Okay. So let's say for any entrepreneur, any founder, having those IPR in place, how does it matter for the scalability purpose in particular?
It matters a lot. I personally hold 3 patents and a lot of research papers, other designs and copyrights and a lot of other things. Why it matters is the technology that you are bringing to the market can be copied. And once it is copied, your idea is gone. So IPRs are necessary. But see, having one IPR is just technology readiness level 6. And in technology readiness level 6, TRL 6, no business happens. Business happens after you go TRL 8 or you go reach to TRL 9. So only having the IPR, only having the copyrights, patents and all these things will not bring business to your table. It is you who is going to knock the door of the customer, sell your product, sell your service, and that is how business comes.
Of course, founders have to be the first salespersons.
Yeah,
That's what
of course.
Mr. Subrata Bakshi has also taught. If you don't have the conviction, if you don't have that, you cannot convince a couple of people. If you're not branding yourself the way you should be, job school over here, and nobody is going to sell it for you.
Yes.
It is the founder who has to become the first salesperson in the organization, because it is the founder himself understands the product, platform, service, whatever it is,
That again
in the best possible way.
That again verifies the line that at the top you are always the alone and you are
Absolutely.
the chief everything officer for your company.
Coming to Mr. Samal, as you have been mostly interacting with the Indian youth, is it the youth who is not willing to get into entrepreneurship, or the parental pressure, societal pressure stopping them from getting into it, and what is the solution for it, how the mindset shift can happen so that people can become more job creators than job seekers?
See, I would not blame any entity for this, because if I'm in an era where I don't know what's next, or if I don't know what AI is, what am I going to dream about? I can only dream about something that I know, that this thing can happen. But if I have grown up in such a mindset wherein failure is not learned as a lesson, it is rather criticized in a very demoralization format, that getting over it becomes very difficult. For example, as Pramodini madam said, that मेरा चेहरा जला है, मन नहीं, right? So यहाँ तो यार मन को भी जला दिया जाता है. आपके फेलियर नहीं होता है. मान लो 12th क्लास में, 10th क्लास में, मैट्रिकुलेशन में कोई फेल हो गया. अरे भाई साहब फेल हो गया है, अच्छा स्टूडेंट नहीं था. कैरेक्टर सर्टिफिकेशन उसको देने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है वहां पे. You just need to make sure, you need to make an environment. And let me tell you, this is not only the parental pressure we talk about. Even, upon the parents, there is a big pressure of society. Iska beta, uska beta, ye marks, wo marks. This has been a trend in the Indian society. Log kya kahenge? Sabse bada rog, log kya kahenge log? This has been a trend in the Indian society. If we pick up the sociology books and read through our history from ADs and BCs, this has been a trend. A person who has come up with the evolution of the wheel, जब उसने पहले पत्थर हथियार हुआ करते थे in the Stone Ages. And then what happened? Then all of a sudden, out of a blue, a person sees a stone rolling over. An idea comes, a dream comes to the mind. कि यार, इसको हम काट बना दे, बुलक काट बना दे, कुछ बना दे. Did it happen at a go? What kind of criticism he might have gone over at that point of time? Only that person knows who created the wheel. But thereafter, what happened? We had been learning lessons. Our generations had been learning lessons. आज मुझे कोई नहीं पूछता when I am in a position in a corporate sector, या फिर whosoever I am individually.
They don't dare to ask.
They don't. No one asks कि भाई कितनी बार फेल हुआ है, फेल हुआ है कि नहीं हुआ है, परसेंटेज क्या था तेरे, तो आपका 10th में क्या परसेंट था, करियर फर्स्ट क्लास था या नहीं था. अब अजम्पशन हो जाता है, अच्छा इस कंपनी में है तो करियर तो फर्स्ट क्लास होगा ही, क्योंकि वो तो उसके नीचे लेते नहीं है. But are these factors really going to matter? We need to come out of this whirlpool. And this whirlpool is such a bad stream that it drags motivation, that it drags innovation, and that it drags the whole society of youngsters and students to literally to such a bottom quartile that it becomes very difficult for them to step up. And as Sir Santanu sir and Hota sir said, to be at the tip of the pyramid to see that they can create a foundation, although alone. Doesn't matter alone. Alone is a big strength. Okay? Today, I am alone. I am alone. I don't have a team. I don't have an office. I don't have anything. I am an employee. However, if you ask me individually who I am, on a charitable basis or out of passion, out of motivation, self-motivation, I am a motivational speaker. What am I doing? I'm driving. I don't know what future I'm going to create with that. But I have a dream. I have a dream to be a Pied Piper. Similarly, every youth present in the nation, present in the world, have to have a dream, an objective, a passion, some goal that he can visualize and make sure, as very rightly said by Avijit and Sitanshu, that अपने आप को sell करना सीखना पड़ेगा client के आगे. अब business क्या है? ये नहीं कि मैं दुकान खोल के बैठ गया.
Sorry to interrupt. Let me add one more point to you.
Please.
Founders को बेशरम भी बनना पड़ता है.
Absolutely.
कुछ चाहिए तो चाहिए. लेके ही रहेंगे.
उड़िया में एक कहावत है. I hope everybody understands Oriya. ओडिया रे गोटे कहावत अच्छी बेहिया परम सुखी. And this is actually a fact. Sir, मो बापा जेजे दादा मानकटू शुणी आछि किछिटा मो सांग मानकटू शुणी आछि आ मो भी टिके टिके बेहिया होबा चेष्टा करे सुखी होबा पे. आ बेहिया हो to be honest guys, बेहिया हो मो नडा हे गलो.
Otherwise you cannot become a good salesperson.
Absolutely, you cannot. And behiya hai ki gote kotha koibi. To support my words, what I said. No offense to any bad person sitting here, with due respect. I prefer to be called as a Nonda rather than being called as a Chonda, so I am Nonda. It took me a great deal of courage to come up to this level. In 2013, when my army friends forced me, "Arey ganje tu saaf kara yaar, अच्छा लगेगा, साफ करा." Thank you, madam. Thank you so much. And trust me, it worked for me. I am in front of you all. First, there was parental obstruction. Jhadu, lathi, everything. Gorubar, jio mane bapa deveni. I have a beautiful wife and a beautiful daughter. Sorry, bapa mane, I am so sorry. I got emotional, Bobby. Bobby, madam, I got emotional at this point. But thank you for correcting me.
Nicely so.
Bapa mane jio deveni. Actually,
right.
But it happened and everything
Thank
as
you.
per time.
Thank you.
So, one line closure. It is all in you. Don't let the spark die, and don't let external matters or even matters inside your parental structure pull you down. Rather, use it as a motivation to prove yourself that everybody is wrong. I was right with my dream and my vision.
Absolutely.
And you can do it.
And founders also tend to become passionate, and with passion, a lot of emotions also come out, right? We started with Dr. Naik and we'll end up with him, and a quick 30 seconds to each one. That much time we have. Thank you so much. So because we have to seek permission, otherwise, she will just kill us.
Of course.
Sir, I'm really jealous of you. Why so? Not only you, because I keep on saying it to Madam Sanjogita Mishra and even Mr. Pinaki Patnaik, who are supposed to be part of the panel today. Because all three of you were very close associates of Mr. Subroto Bagchi. Now that we, for the very first time, we met at World Skills Center, if you remember, and had Mr. Patnaik been here, he would have also highlighted on a couple of things, which I want you to highlight, because you have worked very closely with all of them, that how your university and the vicinity that you have worked with all the associates, transforming few of the entrepreneurs and taking them to the next level. I will just give you a hint also. From CUTM Jutney campus, EV company, from Bhubaneswar soil to Australia. If you can highlight on that.
Yes, that EV company, we have incubated 2 of our students, and within 5 years they have touched a turnover of 20 crores. And now they are exporting EVs to first world countries like Australia also. And in addition to this, some neighboring countries, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Nepal and other, because they could ensure cost with quality. The same quality of like Yamaha, but they're selling at almost 60% of the price. So, and the golf carts, everything. So, but how we created that ecosystem, we are giving handholding support to the local youth in all our 6 campuses in Odisha, and we have one more campus near Vijayanagaram in Andhra. We are targeting this very local youth, and it's I am happy to inform you that Centurion is the only university where a graduate or postgraduate is definitely they are welcome, but we also welcome a school dropout or a college dropout with equal dignity, and we mainstream them with the help of National Open School, because National Open School is the only organization which accepts skill as a subject, because most of the school dropouts that you are mentioning, it happens due to out of fear or English or mathematics. English, mathematics, though are failure, they are dropped out. But National Open School doesn't force you to appear in English or mathematics. They accept skill also as a subject, optional, and they give them pass certificate of matriculation or class 12 certificate. So once some student is mainstreamed, he gets a boost in confidence. He thinks, yes, I can, and I can prosper in my life. So that is one of the very initial boosters. And then handholding support, giving them market linkage, all those things which the government or the organizations like ICC and we are supposed to do. We are also, as an university, we are also doing the same thing. And now we are encouraging other universities to also create the same ecosystem, because talent is the spark only, but university provides the fuel, no? And the industry provides the oxygen, they say. And so we should all work together, because there is a lot of things which organizations like ICC can do to bring the industry and academia together. That is that is easier said than done, but we are striving it, but still not getting successful. Once they work together, I think we can create a lot of entrepreneurs and lot of at least best world-class workers at least.
Thank you for highlighting all the aspects, sir. Last 30 seconds to you, taking your vision, mission and policy, whatever you are thinking on, based on the title, whatever you think, 30 seconds to each one of us, starting with you.
That's the thing, this, as I said,
transforming talent, to the
through innovation.
Yes.
Yes, that I said that the talent is the spark, but the innovation is the flame. So transforming a spark to flame, as in the words of APJ Abdul Kalam, we have to add wings to their dreams. And once we do a little bit of handholding, little bit of patting on their back that you can do it, then it makes a lot of difference. So that is the role of educational institutions. And then industry can provide the support and the real-time exposure and industrial exposure to the students. A lot of transformation can happen.
Thank you so much, sir. 30 seconds to you, Dr. Abhijit.
So basically, if you ask me about this talent gap and that thing that is happening with the industries, I'll tell you that as academia is a big part of the ecosystem, so all the academic peoples out there, please promote your research and development people to take their product into the next level. Do not stay only with research papers or patents, because I must tell you, I have commercialized all of my research. If you see in Odisha, we are the only company who have a conversational voice artificial intelligence for the Odia language. In the world, nobody have this. Yeah, and we recently showcased it in
10 seconds on our collaboration.
Yes, we recently showcased it in today's morning that you saw the job school hire AI platforms. Odia and all these languages are powered by us. We also recently showcased it as one of the companies in India AI Impact Summit that happened in New Delhi last week, right? All the 5 days. So I must tell you, this is part of commercialization of my own research. I have done efficient research in transformers. All this is that is powering artificial intelligence in today's date. So I must tell you to all the universities out there, all the academics out there, all the startups out there as well, that we should always promote how to commercialize research. In other countries, not in Bharat, in other countries, commercialization is a part of their research. In our country, commercialization is taken as an option. That is the problem. Once we implement, instead of 5 research papers in PhD, why cannot we have one commercialized product when you complete your PhD.
I think
that will change the entire infrastructure of the country. We try this method, and this will change how products are coming into the market.
I
So yeah,
think
my 30 seconds
I think
is-
Dr. B.K. Sau could have been highlighted more on that.
Yeah,
Because I have visited his Vizag office also,
Yeah.
and he talks about
NRDC
the similar
is doing
thing.
great job in promoting research and development. So
Right.
yeah.
30 seconds to you, Mr. Samar.
Thank you. So basic things, 3-4 points. If industry needs EPs, experienced professionals, they need to get down to the grassroots level, invest in academias, get into, bring up small, lab kind of setup where they could invest small amounts to make sure the students get a hands-on research and development environment, not only to theoretically act upon case studies, but literally take up the case studies, see the failures, and challenge the solutions as well, to come up with solutions. And we should also have an environment in the academias where the failures are not criticized but are celebrated as learnings. Third thing, the most important factor, MSMEs are like 30% invested for research and development. They are not able to try more upon the technological factors or not able to adapt, I would say. So that percentage really needs to grow up, which will gradually support the entrepreneurs and supporting the corporates and the big industries, which will create a lot of employment factors for the nation and a lot of entrepreneurs at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. As I've been collating all the points from all the speakers, I'll be doing so. As Dr. Naik talked about the pain point of apprenticeship, we are in discussion with AICT very soon. We may also come up with the solution, and we'll be definitely working on it together. Not only CUTM, but also other universities. Talking about Avijit, I think Dr. B.K. Sau could have highlighted more and more on that, whatever ignition he has brought in, because IPR, rest of the things, and scalability, these things, he keeps on talking. It's not about R&D only, how you can take the product to the next level. Research only cannot help. You have to bring investment also. And talking about your mindset change, mental ability change, and of course that is necessary, and it's not about only the entrepreneurs or aspiring entrepreneurs, it's their parents, the society, and the ecosystem. Coming to my points, I think we should not blame government always, because I have seen a lot of good people in the government also. Talking about, I should take this opportunity, 30 more seconds I will take, Diksha. So, I'll be very glad to mention very few names openly. Mr. Manas Panda, when he was the CEO, previously prior to that, he was supposed to be here today also. He unfortunately is not there. But in his absence, I must admit that our product which is live today is because of him and the team of STPI. Because we are virtually incubated there. It's just, and the motivation, blessings of people like Santanu sir, Sanjay sir, and everyone who keeps on pushing us. You do well. We are there to connect you with other HRs, other companies, and our NHRD family, which I call family instead of an ecosystem or just a forum. So, and what I've learned from Mr. Manas Panda is, we might be having a lot of contacts, but how to leverage those contacts, contacts to contracts. That relationship building, rapport building is necessary. That's, you will find in most of my talks, because that's what I have learned from him. From contacts to contracts, you need to keep on building that rapport, relationship, and that has to be on frequent basis. Then only you never know those people are there. If you keep on building unconditionally the relationships, people will definitely help you, because that's what I have learned in my journey. And apart from that, when I told about, we need to be Besharam, of course we need to be Besharam, because founders don't have any shoulder to, rest upon and show their pain. It's the founders forum, we keep on meeting, and from here, we never know. We have 2 more meetings to lined up. One is the, open mic, another is Deep Spear, and we have been doing a lot of stuff unconditionally. We never know when we are going to sleep, because, of course, as entrepreneurs, we have taken the pledge, miles to go before we sleep. Thank you so much, everyone. Diksha, over to you.
See, I don't have any questions, but I must thank all of you, and I'm really sorry that we could not provide, the audience or the people who would have actually been enriched their knowledge after listening to you. I must admit, all of you are so credibly talented. What you said is so much I learned out of that. Sitting here, the audience or the people would have been much more enriched by those thoughts. But this was, I think, out of all these three, this was the most insightful, sessions I could witness and experience. And then to do that justice, I think we will have to set up another, not only this kind of conference, but more interactive conferences, which the people can learn out of your experience, out of your feelings, out of what you said. It is not only wisdom, it is lived experience, as the word I learned today. These are all lived experience, and it will be fantastic if that could disseminate to the people who really need it. So, of course, but so what I said is for this session, but I should also conclude by saying that if I don't conclude, probably there will be nobody else to hear to me, and I will be thanking to ourselves only. So I think it was exciting, very enthralling, and very knowledge-driven session. But that is where we are not going to stop. We are going to develop some white papers, some actionable points that we are going to compile and take it to different stakeholders. But one thing which is talked here and which was actually the purpose of this particular summit is that how we can develop a synergy between all those four stakeholders which are actually important and the driving force in Vision 2036 and 47 really happen and becomes true. So who are those stakeholders? Are they? You said that industry has to take interest, and that is what we have also been trying. While in the industry, out of the industry, it will never happen. We will have to, somewhere we'll have to sit down and don't leave each other to get escape out of this. You are struggling, industry has to come in, collab, and they have to share the solutions. One thing which is really, painful is that the market is just not Odisha. The market is also beyond the employment market. The industry is coming here. They also don't depend on Odisha. So Odisha actually shouldn't even depend on the industries that has come to Odisha. So these are some of the learnings. These are some of the resolve we must take with us. And in the previous session also, I had a question that should we actually, everybody are individuals and everybody has got dignity. Should we depend on the industry, and we do not want this summit to be industry focused alone? If there is no industry, our life is finished. That's not the way. We as an individual, we have the talent, we have the potential, we have the experience, we have the knowledge, and we as an individual will make things happen. The dream is here, and we will make it true. I think these are some of the learnings which I am taking it with me, and these are some of the things which we will be doing it by compiling, and will come back to you again and again, and therefore this HR Nexus is a platform which will bring all the stakeholders together to talk, to deliberate, to discuss, and to bring certain agenda. Not only be in this room. This will take the whole thing out of this room and get all the stakeholders together. Let's join hands. Let make this Vision 2036 a reality. So that is what this is what we should end, or anything you would like to say, or yeah.
Good evening. Myself Dr. R.K. Das, Director Student Relations, KIT University, simultaneously co-convener of Skill and Education Committee of ICC. Now it has been very pleasant discussions So what I mean to say that in the year 2016, I forwarded a case to the PMO office. The research and means what I mean to say that education quality and quantity cannot run simultaneously. So to groom whether quality of students has been deteriorated or faculty has been deteriorated, that's a question mark. To run a medical college, hospital is mandatory. So why not to run an engineering college, ITI diploma, industry will be a mandatory. So of relevant subject, suppose NALCO, he wants to open engineering, civil, electrical, mechanical, not leather technology, not aerospace engineering, not marine engineering. That was my proposal to PMO. It has been highly accepted. Similarly, so the segregation of faculty is also there. So 40%, so Bhavi madam is there, Bhavi madam is there. If IT and computer science, Infosys or software firms, they are going to open IT or computer science, it will be more practically effective. The students, those who will be passed out from that organizations, they'll be more effective in industry personnels. Similarly, 40% faculties must be from education line. Their promotion should be in education, means teaching, feedback of the students, result analysis. Rest 40% from the research lines. Their patent, how much patents they are doing, how much R&D they are doing, what is the PhD, how much books their journals or funds they are bringing from the government, and 20% from the industries. And they will be for 6 months from the industry, they will come from 6 months to the institution, and remain will be, because industries are running very fast to cope up with the global standard quality and quantity wise. If the students is not going to see the CNC machines, and if they will be going to the industries, what they are going to learn? So this, to bridge the gap, I have given this proposal 2016. So now it has been implemented, and AICD chairman, chairman, Sastra had given a very good reply, very good ideas, but presently we are not going to implement. We are going to implement whatever is feasible, we'll brainstorm, and whatever is feasible, we are going to implement. Yeah. They have implemented this thing just 1 year back, professor practice name. Then 20%, same 20% they have given to the institution can hire 20% from industry, they will give training, after that they will back to the industry. So it will be win-win situations. So by what I mean to say that similarly means faculty, everything you have to streamline. Student also, the means you have, I have given proposal many things. So this is the right time to discuss all these things. How the quality of education should be there, how learning classes will be there, everything will be there. So thank you for giving me a scope. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Fantastic. Actually, these pen points will be our engagement. So we'll do that. All right.
Thank you.
With your permission, Diksha,
yes,
just
yes.
5 more seconds, not
sure,
more than that.
Sure.
Apologies.
No worries.
हमारे देश में कितने टाटास, बिरलास, जिंदल्स, मित्तल्स कितने हैं? बहुत कम, राइट? अडानीज कितने हैं? बहुत कम है, राइट? करोड़ों का देश है, उनके पास एम्प्लॉयज कितने हैं? करोड़ों हैं. क्यों? क्योंकि वो करोड़ों जनता को ना दर महीने तनख्वाह चाहिए था, बट टाटा बिरलास को वो नहीं चाहिए था. जस्ट इमेजिन इफ वी इनबिल्ट दैट काइंड ऑफ थॉट प्रोसेस विद इन आवरसेल्व्स, विद इन आवर सोल्स. जस्ट इमेजिन, अपने आप को भूल जाओ, अपना देश कहां पहुंचेगा. जस्ट इमेजिन दैट एंड देन थिंक अबाउट विकसित ओडिशा एंड विकसित भारत. जय हिंद.
Thank you. A wonderful discussion indeed, and Sanjay ji has very wonderfully concluded everything. So a big round of applause for our panel and our moderator. And as is the practice, we would like to felicitate each one of them. So I'll first request Dr. Santanu Rathore, Core Committee Member, HR and IR Committee, ICC Odisha State Council, to please join on stage and present a token of appreciation to Dr. Ajay Kumar Naik, Pro Vice Chancellor, Centurion University of Technology. I'll request Shri Sanjay Patnaik ji to felicitate Mr. Avinash Samal, award-winning anchor, the rising sun of India's motivation, and everything he spoke during the session was indeed very, very motivational. Proudly calling himself a bhaiya as well during the session. So I will request now Sri Sanjay Mishra ji, core committee member, to felicitate Mr. Abhijit Tripathi, Chairman and Managing Director, Presier Software Private Limited. And finally, I'll invite on stage Ms. Mobby Patnaik, President NHRD Network Bhubaneswar Chapter, to felicitate our moderator, Rotarian engineer, Mr. Sitanshu Mishra, founder, Job School. We'll have a group photograph, of course.
Guys, last announcement, all this would not have been possible had it not been for our wonderful, MC, Diksha Tiwari. And do you know, she was, she didn't sleep last night. She was having low BP. She was literally fighting kind of thing. And look at her energy, the kind of energy she has brought.
I think that's come from this summit.
Huge round of applause for Diksha.
Thank you.
And
Thank
a
you
small
so much.
memento to recognize all your efforts.
Thank you so much. Means a lot.
Please accept it. Accept this from Sanjay Patnaik ji. So all aspiring MCs, किए कोथले करिए बोली अच्छा विनोदिनी से भी कोथले सीखियो है ना that can they how do you do that anchoring and all. I'm sure. The mentoring पाई गला था मेरा mentor. You got your mentor.
To felicitate Mr. Lala Niladri Bihari Ray from OKCL, I'll request him. Oh, he's already on stage with us. So,
our streaming knowledge and streaming partner, live streaming. Live streaming wouldn't have been possible also without you.
A big round of applause for the entire team that has worked so hard to make this summit a success.
हमारा ICC HR समझते अच्छे दिन है Sandeep, Satyashai, Dev, everybody is around or left.
समझते
Stay back,
group
stay
photograph
back.
पे
You
ऐसे
guys have
जानते
really worked hard.
A wonderful day today from boardroom strategy in the CEO roundtable, workforce transformation in CHRO dialogue, lived experiences in DEIB, to the alignment of talent, academia, MSMEs. Yes. Yes, team. Yes, please, a big round of applause for the entire team, ICC, because they have really worked hard to make this a success. They can all join for a group photograph. Today's conversations have definitely reinforced one central truth. Human capital will determine the pace and sustainability of Viksit Odisha 2036 and Viksit Bharat 2047. Here's to the human capital that's on stage, that has worked hard to make this a success. Agya. Thank you for being a wonderful audience. Have a wonderful evening ahead. Bye-bye.